Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Shut up. Crocodile's furious cry was muffled by the seawater rushing into his mouth, a barbed fishhook tugging painfully at his cheek. Dangling upside down, humiliated and wounded, his rage boiled over. "You idiot! Do you want to die?" He could barely believe one of his own had dared to speak so recklessly. Shame burned through him, hotter than the pain. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He was on a mission from Arasure, and now he was caught, degraded like bait on a line. Grrrr! Whitebeard's deep laughter rumbled like thunder across the deck. His eyes sparkled with interest. "So, Arasure sent you," he mused aloud. "Now, that's unexpected." A grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I wonder, will he come to fetch you himself?" Crocodile gritted his teeth. If Arasure came here, it would be suicide. This wasn't just enemy territory. It was the Whitebeard pirate stronghold. He had felt the man's strength firsthand. Whitebeard truly lived up to his title, the strongest man in the world. Even GOLD, Roger might not have stood above him. Crocodile's stomach twisted, not from fear of death, but dread at the thought of dragging Arasure into this mess. "Father." Marco stepped forward, his voice unusually soft. Whitebeard turned toward him. "HM? What is it, Marco?" Marco hesitated. "Shouldn't we prepare? If it really is Arasure." Whitebeard paused. Around them, his sons looked uneasy. Sweat beaded on a few brows. Just the mention of Arashi's name was enough to stir fear. Whitebeard's laughter faded. For a moment, the mood turned heavy. Then, smack, he playfully slapped the back of Marco's head. "Prepare? Who do you think I am?" His voice grew deeper, fiercer. "If I need to prepare to face one man, then I've lost the right to be called the strongest." His eyes narrowed. "And I'd shame Roger's memory if I backed down now." He rose to his full height, lifting the fishing rod with a snap. Crocodile's body jerked, bubbles bursting from his submerged mouth as he thrashed. "Let him come," Whitebeard bellowed. "It's been far too long since I've had a real fight." Roger's death had robbed him of a worthy opponent. Arashi's name, however, brought a spark back to his battle-hardened soul. But Marco, Vista, Jozu, and the others didn't share his enthusiasm. Arasure had captured the Pirate King and brought down the Golden Lion. Some whispered he was the bane of pirates, a devil cloaked in justice. "I didn't realize this guy had such a terrifying backer," someone murmured. Marco clenched his fists, then looked at Whitebeard with renewed resolve. "Still," he told himself, "this is the Moby Dick. No one would dare storm us over one captured man." He looked at his father's broad back. And besides, father is still in his prime. Whitebeard yanked Crocodile's head above water. The former warlord coughed and gasped for breath. His face twisted in pain, ribs cracked and body bruised. Whitebeard looked down at him, thoughtful. "A Marine Roger mentioned." He smirked, eyes sharp. "Let's see what kind of storm you bring, Arasure." West Blue Marine Base Headquarters. The office was buried in paper. Arasure sat behind a mountain of reports. Logistics, Vegapunk's experiments, black market disruptions, reconstruction efforts post-O'Hara. The sheer volume of admin work was soul-sapping. For a fleeting moment, he understood why ancient emperors died young. A sudden knock. The door burst open. Vice Admiral Arasure. Evea rushed in, her face pale. Arasure frowned. "What is it?" "Crocodile's been captured," she said. Arasure straightened. "Captured? By who? Marine HQ?" "No." Evea hesitated. "It's Whitebeard." Silence. Arasure didn't move. His fingers froze mid-tap on the desk. His gaze darkened. He disobeyed orders, he murmured. "Crocodile." His eyes narrowed, finger tapping again, slowly now. Evea said nothing, the tension tightening around them. She knew what Whitebeard represented, a living legend, one of the last remnants of the Pirate King's era. Even Marine HQ avoided unnecessary contact. This wasn't just a dangerous situation. It could ignite a war. Evea. The tapping stopped. Arasure stood. Sir, he smiled faintly. Have the ship prepared. Right away. As he moved toward the exit, Evea called after him. Where are you going? He glanced over his shoulder, calm and composed. Don't ask foolish questions, he said. My man was captured. Do you think I'd sit here doing paperwork? He opened the door, just his cape fluttering behind him. I'm going to rescue that stubborn idiot. Evea's breath hitched. But it's Whitebeard, she blurted. He's not someone even Shiki could compare to. Arasure paused. His voice dropped low. Yes, Whitebeard is terrifying. He glanced back, eyes glowing with quiet confidence. But I'm Arasure. A crackle of thunder echoed as his body shimmered. And then he was gone. A few heartbeats later, a scepter-shaped warship crackling with electricity launched from the port like a comet, leaving behind only a trail of lightning in the sky. Evea stood there, stunned. The den mushy on the desk rang sharply. She picked it up. West Blue HQ, Vice Admiral's office. Where's Arasure? Barked a familiar voice. Her heart skipped. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Has he seen the Crocodile report? He's already left. There was a long pause on the other end. Then a low curse. This is bad. Sengoku leaned back in his chair at HQ, dread pooling in his gut. Arasure, don't do anything. Bang! A thunderous fist slammed into the desk, rattling the nameplate that read Reigning Justice. The plaque wobbled, then tilted, crooked like the world. Sengoku now found himself trying to hold together. I knew it. Sengoku seethed, teeth clenched. Defecting from the Marines? No, Arashi's up to something deeper. The last conversation he had with Arasure, it was evasive, full of subtle barbs and buried meanings. Sengoku had seen through it immediately. So when he heard Crocodile had been captured by Whitebeard, his mind jumped straight to one name. He's just like Garp. Sengoku barked, pacing. But then he froze. No, more reckless, more dangerous, more decisive than Garp ever was. The thought dug deep. Sengoku knew the truth behind Arashi's posting in the West Blue. It wasn't a coincidence. Ever since the O'Hara incident, Fleet Admiral Kong had quietly ensured Arasure remained far from Marine headquarters. Distant, contained. He had never once tried to reach out to Arasure since then. Only Sengoku had maintained contact, part duty, part strategy. He'd always believed in Arashi's potential. If tempered, if properly guided, the man could rise to lead the entire Marine force. He could become Fleet Admiral one day. He has the strength. He has the presence. All he lacks is political restraint, Sengoku mused. He sighed, rubbing his temples. The future was murky, but one thing was clear. The seas would need someone like Arasure when his own time ended. If he fights Whitebeard, the thought sent a ripple of unease through Sengoku. It would be a clash of titans, an earth-shattering battle with no witnesses, no third parties, no allies to interfere. Just them. And if he wins, Sengoku's eyes sharpened. The Marines could break free from the shadow of the world government. They could stand as a true counterbalance to both pirates and the corrupt nobility. For too long, power had been split between three forces: Marines, pirates, and the government. That balance had preserved peace, but also hidden rot. If Arasure shattered that balance, the world would change. This battle could mark the beginning of a new era. Sengoku whispered to himself, staring out the window. He remained there for a long time, unmoving. The New World, second half of the Grand Line. Father, it's been 3 days, Jozu said, cracking his massive fist together with a thunderous thud. Do you think he'll actually come? What had once been anxious anticipation was now tinged with excitement. Who was stronger, Arasure or their father? That question buzzed in Jozu's mind like a storm. Whitebeard tilted the sake bottle and let the warm liquor slide down his throat. Hard to say, he muttered. I've never met the man. Maybe Roger gave him too much credit. The commanders exchanged smirks, glancing toward Crocodile, who lay bound and battered near the ship's edge. Despite the defeat, Crocodile had proven himself. A seasoned warrior wielding the Sand fruit, mastery of armament, and observation hockey. His loss wasn't a mark of shame, but a testament to Whitebeard's overwhelming might. And yet, Crocodile followed Arasure. That alone made the pirates wary. Was Arasure truly the man who had captured Joel D. Roger and defeated the Golden Lion? Could one man really stand as the pirate Bane? Suddenly, look, what is that light? Thunder. So much thunder. Gasps echoed from the surrounding ships as the horizon lit up with blinding brilliance. Thunder rolled like cannon fire across the sea. Lightning. Endless lightning. It arced through the skies like coiled serpents, dancing and roaring across the heavens. The air vibrated with static as the sea churned beneath a supernatural storm. Then they saw it. A small, golden, scepter-shaped warship, cloaked in electric arcs, tore through the waves like a bolt of living thunder. At its prow stood a lone man, calm, commanding, unmoved by the chaos. Arasure. It's him. Vice Admiral Arasure. The pirates all turned to dread. Stories were one thing. This was reality. Among the Marines, few names carried the same weight as Garp, Sengoku, or Zephyr. But after Roger's execution, Arashi's legend had eclipsed them all. Now, they saw him with their own eyes, cloaked in lightning, surrounded by a divine storm. He looked less like a man and more like a wrathful god. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard lifted his head. A grin curled his lips. So he came. The very sea itself seemed to still. An invisible pressure expanded outward from the ship like a tidal wave of raw will. That's Father's hockey. Shock ran through the commanders as they felt the air thicken. Excitement surged in Whitebeard's eyes, the kind they hadn't seen in years. One ship, no backup, someone whispered. Is he insane? Facing us all alone. But the awe in their voices betrayed another truth. This wasn't foolishness. It was confidence. Arasure lifted his chin slightly. His eyes gleamed. Buzz. Suddenly, the world stilled. A suffocating pressure descended from the sky. Hearts skipped. Knees buckled. Breaths caught in throats. And then collapse. Pirates dropped like flies, eyes rolling back, bodies hitting the deck in droves. Conqueror's hockey, raw and unrestrained, exploded across the fleet like a divine tempest. Half the sky darkened. Golden lightning howled like beasts of legend. The seas churned as a hurricane of willpower pressed down on every soul. Those still standing were drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling, their faces pale. At the ship's prow, Arasure remained motionless, arms folded, lightning crowning him like a god descending upon mortal seas. On board the Moby Dick, the veteran commander stared, fists clenched. Marco swallowed hard, voice tight. What a terrifyingly domineering man. The wind howled above the Moby Dick, and the once clear blue sky was now cloaked in dark clouds, crackling with lightning. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily over the entire sea, filling the air with tension. Whitebeard stared at the figure in the distance, his eyes gleaming with intrigue and his grin growing wider. What a domineering presence. The wild aura radiating from the figure swept across the fleet, making the cloaks of even the strongest tremble in the gale. For those with weaker wills, their entire bodies shook uncontrollably. So, this is Arasure, one of the pirates muttered, awe in his voice. Truly an intimidating force. Gurura. Whitebeard laughed heartily, downing the liquor in his hand. Boys, let him in. None of you alone can stop him. At his command, the pirates struggling under the oppressive wave of Arashi's conqueror's hockey breathed a sigh of relief. Hastily, they directed the crew to maneuver their ships, opening a path for the lone man and his small ship. Arasure stood at the bow, his expression calm and composed as always, even as he ventured into the heart of the enemy fleet. Even surrounded by the strongest pirate crew in the world, he shows no fear. Just how bold is this man? The pirates could only watch in awe, their gazes fixed on the lone figure steering his ship closer to the flagship. As Arashi's ship finally docked, he raised his eyes and looked ahead. Boom! Another surge of Conqueror's haki rippled outward, the sheer force cracking nearby ships and sending shockwaves. On the Moby Dick, Marco and the other commanders felt the impact of the aura, their expressions darkening. How strong is his haki? The ferocious wind whipped at their clothing, and even the veteran commanders couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Then they saw him. Arasure stepped forward, ascending the wooden stairs of the flagship. Creak! The sound of the wooden planks underfoot seemed to echo ominously. Boom! With every step, waves of his haki pulsed outward, shaking the air and sending gusts across the deck. Thunder rumbled above, and Vista looked up, stunned to see massive lightning dragons twisting and roaring within the storm clouds, their enormous forms obscured by the dense sky. Creak! Another step and another burst of his haki pressed down on everyone present. The pirates felt as if a mountain had been dropped onto their shoulders. This is terrifying. The level of this man's haki. Even we feel it in our hearts. Marco muttered, his heartbeat racing as his eyes followed the approaching figure. Such overwhelming dominance was something Marco had only ever felt once before, from GOLD, Roger himself. Creak! The steady rhythm of footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, sending waves of unease through everyone. Finally, the man came into full view. Arasure was tall and imposing, his close-cropped black hair emphasizing his sharp features. His physique was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Broad shoulders, chiseled muscles that seemed carved from granite, and powerful arms that stretched his sleeves to their limits. His unbuttoned collar revealed a chest as solid as stone, every muscle line a testament to his unmatched physical prowess. Behind him, his white marine cape billowed in the wind. Every pirate on deck stared in shock. The raw strength and confidence emanating from him were unlike anything they had ever seen. Whitebeard, Arasure spoke, his calm voice breaking the silence. Edward Newgate. He smiled faintly, his expression serene, as though every ounce of his sharpness was sheathed like a hidden blade. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly before he burst into laughter. Gururara! He rose to his feet in one fluid motion, his towering 6.66-meter frame dwarfing Arasure. His immense presence was equally overwhelming, exuding an aura of raw, unmatched power. I respect your courage, Whitebeard said, his deep voice resonating with authority. You came here alone into the lion's den. I thought you'd bring the entire marine fleet with you. There was a crushing weight to his words, his haki rolling out in waves to meet Arashi's. But Arasure only chuckled softly, taking a few steps forward before sitting cross-legged on the deck. That's your style, Arasure replied casually. For me, coming alone is enough. Whitebeard gripped his massive naginata, Murakamajuri, as he locked eyes with Arasure. The man sitting before him seemed utterly defenseless, his posture relaxed, his expression unreadable. Boy, you're confident, aren't you? Whitebeard said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Arasure raised a hand, smiling. Is this how the Whitebeard pirates treat their guests? That man, Marco thought, his heart pounding. He couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for the man who had walked alone into their territory with such composure. Hidden among the crowd, a figure silently observed Arasure, their mind racing. What kind of terrifying confidence does this man possess to show no fear even here? Could it be he thinks he can defeat Father? Whitebeard suddenly laughed again. Gururura. Then, with a single motion, he sat cross-legged across from Arasure. Bring the sake, Whitebeard commanded. His crew exchanged uncertain glances but quickly complied. Soon, sake was placed before both men. They raised their cups, staring at each other before downing their drinks in one gulp. You know why I'm here, Whitebeard, Arasure said, his smile fading as his tone grew serious. One of your subordinates overestimated himself and dared to challenge me. I taught him a lesson, Whitebeard said nonchalantly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The wind howled above the Moby Dick, and the sky had transformed entirely. Thick storm clouds streaked with lightning replaced what was once a clear and sunny blue. The entire sea radiated an oppressive heaviness that pressed down on everyone. "Hand him over. My subordinate. I'll take it back myself." The sharp sound of a bowl being placed on the deck echoed across the ship as Arashi's piercing gaze locked onto Whitebeard. His voice, though calm, carried a weight that seemed to chill the air. A cold, foreboding aura swept over the Moby Dick, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. "Gurura." Whitebeard laughed deeply, shaking his head as he took a swig of sake. "Arasure, you're just as arrogant as your men," he mocked. The jovial expression on his face suddenly turned cold, and his piercing eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "Do you think you can walk into my territory alone and leave unharmed today?" Whitebeard asked, his voice dropping like a hammer. The mood shifted instantly, as if the air itself had turned heavy. The pirates around them tensed, their hearts pounding. It felt as though the tension between the two men might explode into violence. Arasure sat silently, his figure unmoving against the backdrop of flashing lightning. He seemed like a volcano on the brink of eruption, hiding immense power beneath his calm exterior. Then, Arasure finally said, his voice low and steady, resonating like thunder, "Do you wish to start a war?" The words struck the air like a storm, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Crocodile's pupils contracted as he struggled to process the scene's intensity. His throat tightened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked at Arashi's unyielding figure. "Arasure," Crocodile muttered. Marco and the other commanders stood on high alert, gazes darting nervously between the two titans. "A war," Whitebeard sneered. "That depends on whether you have the strength to face me in battle." His grin widened into something dangerous, the oppressive aura radiating from him like a tidal wave. "Fame doesn't make you strong." The two men remained seated, yet their words clashed like blades. "So you think I'm nothing but a name?" Arasure murmured, his eyes narrowing sharply. In that moment, a brilliant flash of lightning splits the sky, illuminating the entire scene. Marco instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, but through the blinding light, he glimpsed the two figures rising to their feet. Boom! The sound of their blades colliding reverberated across the Moby Dick, shaking the ship violently. The crew stumbled, struggling to stay upright as the deck heaved beneath them. "Then let's fight." Arashi's icy voice cut through the chaos. As the light gradually faded, Marco and the others looked ahead, their eyes widening in shock. Father and Arasure are fighting. The two men stood in the center of the deck, their long blades locked in a clash that sent black and red sparks flying. The sheer force of their haki caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. "This conqueror's haki, it's impressive," Whitebeard said, his grin returning as his eyes gleamed with battle lust. He could feel the overwhelming strength radiating from Arashi's blade, a haki that matched his own and rivaled Roger's. "You're not bad yourself," Arasure replied, his eyes burning with the same intensity. In that instant, Arasure understood what he was up against, the strongest man in the world at the peak of his power, a man with no weaknesses, a living legend who stood at the pinnacle of strength. "Come," Arasure muttered, almost to himself. "Show me your true power." With a slight movement of his right hand, Arasure swung his blade, ace, through the air. Black and red lightning crackled violently as the blade sliced toward Whitebeard. Despite his enormous frame, Whitebeard moved with a speed and precision that seemed impossible. His weapon, the Naginata Murakujiri, intercepted the attack effortlessly, radiating the same ominous black-red lightning of haki-infused blows. Of course, Arasure thought, a man as strong as Roger wouldn't lack mastery of haki. Boom! A massive lightning bolt ripped through the sky as their blades clashed again. Whoosh! A shockwave erupted from the impact, sending nearby ships skidding across the sea. The force of their battle scattered everything in its path. The sky, it's splitting apart. The terrified cries of the crew broke the stunned silence as they stared up at the heavens. The sky itself seemed to tear apart under the sheer force of the clash, a testament to the immense power of these two legendary warriors. Crack! Bright lightning tore through the sky, and every pirate's eyes were filled with shock and terror. Amid the thick storm clouds, a massive, distorted rift appeared, splitting the heavens and earth into two halves. Marco's pupils contracted as he stared fixedly at the two figures in the center of the clash. He saw it. The two long blades clashed, arcs of electricity crackling and spreading while wind and waves radiated outward from their collision, shaking the space around them. More astonishingly, the two blades never truly touched. Instead, they collided with an overwhelming force through the air. Gururara, your powerful haki makes you quite the worthy opponent. Whitebeard laughed heartily. The world's strongest man. My blood is boiling. Arasure replied with a smile of his own. Their gazes locked, lightning flashing in the space between them. Then, both stepped back, putting some distance between each other. Yet, from this moment onward, the atmosphere grew heavier and more oppressive. There was no doubt that this brief exchange had stirred their fighting spirits. Both stood at the pinnacle of the world, their strength unparalleled, leaving them few rivals. For such individuals, feeling a sense of loneliness wasn't uncommon. That blade, it belonged to Roger, didn't it? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, focusing on the long sword in Arashi's hand. His voice carried a weight of understanding. Yes, it did, Arasure replied with a nod. Hearing this, a flicker of recognition passed through Whitebeard's gaze. He must have thought very highly of you. With a long sigh, Whitebeard looked at the man before him, standing tall with a sword in hand. For a moment, it was as though Roger himself had reappeared. This battle, Whitebeard began, his voice carrying a rare excitement, will be one I thoroughly enjoy. Laughing, he gripped the hilt of his weapon, the Naginata Murakamajiri. His massive frame shuddered, and the blade spun above his head, stirring up fierce winds. 2 seconds later, his enormous figure vanished in a blur. So fast, Arashi swung his long sword with force. Clang! Almost simultaneously, a shadow loomed overhead, and the enormous Naginata descended with overwhelming power. Lightning crackled along the blade as it slashed downward, carrying an immense force. Underneath Whitebeard's towering physique, his speed and explosive strength were astonishing, leaving no room for reaction. Arasure, holding his sword firmly, wore a solemn expression. Their weapons clashed in a fierce collision of raw power. After a single breath, Arashi's figure flickered and disappeared in a burst of lightning. Whitebeard retracted his Naginata, his sharp eyes gleaming with interest. Suddenly, Arasure reappeared behind him, lightning coiling around him as his sword slashed downward with brutal force. Father, watch out! Marco and the others cried out in alarm. To them, this exchange had happened so quickly that it was impossible to react. Gurura! Whitebeard's laughter echoed once more. Unbeknownst to them, he had already turned, his imposing frame radiating dominance. His crescent-shaped, white mustache quivered as the veins on his right arm bulged. With a flash of lightning, Murakamajiri met Arashi's blade head-on. Boom! The two blades clashed again, emitting a blinding light and distorting the surrounding space. The sheer impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, forming a violent tornado that erupted from Moby Dick and swept across the sea. This is what a clash between the world's strongest looks like. It's terrifying. Just the aftermath pushed our ship back 1,000 meters. Even standing on the outskirts, their presence makes me tremble. The Whitebeard pirates were pale with fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Their wide eyes remained fixed on the two figures on the massive ship, as if witnessing a battle between gods and demons. Whoosh! The fierce winds subsided, and calm slowly returned. Whitebeard chuckled as he lowered Murakamajiri, its hilt striking the deck with a heavy thud. His sharp gaze locked onto Arashi's figure. Are you here to rescue that boy? His eyes briefly darted to Marco and the others. With a slight quiver of his mustache, Whitebeard spoke with a smile. Well, that will depend on whether you have the strength. Arasure straightened his posture, his long sword lowered but angled toward the deck. His eyes swept over the gathered crew. Marco, Vista, and the others were staring at him intently, their gazes filled with tension and excitement. That look, they were ready to fight. Arasure recognized that expression well. The Whitebeard pirate's entire command was now keenly interested in him. Alone, deep within enemy territory, he would naturally have to face the full force of his opponents. Boy, standing before you is the world's strongest pirate crew. Whitebeard's deep voice resonated. Don't get too arrogant. Then you've underestimated me. Arasure replied calmly, a faint smile on his lips. In the next moment, his aura expanded outward. Within an instant, every detail within 10,000 meters was under his control. A heartbeat later, his body erupted with countless streaks of lightning, bright and dazzling. Marco and the others instinctively narrowed their eyes against the intense radiance. In that fleeting moment, Arashi's figure twisted and disappeared. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly as he gripped Murakamajiri. But soon after, he released his grip. It was because Marco had moved, his body ablaze with blue flames. In an instant, Marco appeared in front of Crocodile, his body spinning as he brought his right leg down in a fierce strike aimed at the flickering figure of Arasure. Hey, we're all still here, and you're already acting recklessly. Marco shouted, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. Ahead, Arasure was surrounded by crackling lightning as he reached out with his right hand toward Crocodile on the ground. His brow to furrow slightly. The strength of the Whitebeard pirate's officers was clearly beyond his expectations. Twisting his body, Arasure swiftly turned to face Marco, reaching out with his right hand. Phoenix Seal, sure gone. The two attacks collided fiercely, momentarily freezing the air before black and red lightning burst out. Marco's body stiffened, a look of pain flashing across his face. 2 seconds later, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the distance. Marco! Diamond Josu's expression changed as he roared and charged forward, his massive body rushing to intervene. Arasure raised his hand, spreading his fingers as lightning surged between them. 1 billion volts, divine punishment. Boom! A blinding, scorching pillar of lightning shot forth, tearing through the air toward Josu. Its speed and destructive power reached an extreme in an instant, causing the other officers to pale. Josu roared as his body became encased in diamonds. The lightning struck him directly, engulfing him in unimaginable force. The impact instantly carried him thousands of meters away, slamming into a pirate ship, splitting it in half, and setting it ablaze. Josu! Vista cried out in fury, his twin swords ready as he prepared to charge. Enough! Whitebeard's angry voice boomed, halting Vista in his tracks. He's not someone you can handle. Whitebeard gripped Murakajiri tightly in his right hand, his towering frame trembling as he bent his knees slightly, preparing to strike. His piercing eyes locked onto Arasure. Boy, to act so recklessly on my ship. Whitebeard's voice carried an undeniable authority. You've completely enraged me. At that moment, Arasure glanced at Crocodile, swinging his long blade downward in a sharp arc. Clang! Sparks flew as Crocodile's shackles shattered under the strike. He stood abruptly, his face alight with excitement and gratitude. Vice Admiral Arasure. Before he could say more, his body stiffened, sweat beading on his forehead. Behind Arasure, an imposing, towering figure loomed. Clang! The sound of Murakamajiri slicing through the air was like the cry of steel, its immense presence oppressive. The Naginata's swing seemed to transcend time and space, descending with an almost paradoxical mix of slowness and speed. Arasure had just finished breaking Crocodile's shackles and had no time to react. Boom! Thunder roared as lightning lit up the sky, creating a dazzling backdrop of countless bolts. Crocodile's vision blurred, and for a moment, he was blinded. A low voice echoed through the chaos. Galaxy impact. An overwhelming aura surged forth, filling the air above the Moby Dick with electricity and thunder. Whitebeard's pupils contracted as he pressed his long blade downward with all his strength. Bang! The clash shook the void, sending endless shockwaves outward. The deck beneath their feet shattered piece by piece as the entire Moby Dick sank into the sea. Waves surged upward, crashing violently. As Crocodile's vision cleared, he first saw Arasure holding his sword in his right hand while firmly blocking Murakamajiri above him with his left. "Find a way to get out of here," Arasure said, his gaze fixed intently on Whitebeard before him. Against such a formidable opponent, even the slightest distraction could be fatal. Garp's fists, Roger's sword. "The power you wield, boy, truly surprises me," Whitebeard said loudly. With a sudden motion, he withdrew his long blade, his sharp eyes turning to Crocodile. "For a greenhorn like him, I have no interest," Whitebeard said dismissively, then refocused on Arasure. "But you're a different story." Pausing briefly, Whitebeard glanced at their surroundings. "This place is too cramped. We can't fight properly here. Let's find an open area and have a proper duel." His eyes burned with fighting spirit, his blood surging with excitement. He had long heard of Arasure, a marine so strong that even Roger had spoken of him cautiously. Their earlier exchange confirmed Whitebeard's suspicions. Arashi's strength, reflexes, and mastery of hockey were top tier. This opponent reminded Whitebeard of Roger himself. Arashi's battle spirit burned just as fiercely. He had prepared for this moment before arriving. To fight Whitebeard at his peak, he said with resolve, is an honor. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. Moments later, the two stood on a remote island. Marco, his body covered in scratches, and Jozu, charred and battered, watched from the sidelines. They knew full well that the world was about to witness a clash of titans. The tension was palpable, and the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed to crush the air out of everyone's lungs. Someone gulped audibly, their eyes glued to the island ahead. The wind whispered, brushing against the crew's clothing, a deceptive calm before the storm. Suddenly, two figures on the distant island moved at blinding speed, leaving streaks of light in their wake. "The battle has begun," someone shouted, their voice a mix of excitement and terror. The two figures clashed in the blink of an eye, their blades cutting through the air with immense force. Boom! The deafening explosion sent shock waves through the surroundings, instantly dispelling the gentle breeze. The violent air currents made Marco and the other commanders pale. "The intensity of this battle is at least twice as strong as what we saw earlier on the Moby Dick," exclaimed Vista, his voice filled with shock. "This is their true strength." In the corner, Marshal D. Teach's eyes burned with a feverish light as he watched the two combatants. One was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. The other was Arasure, the marine rising legend who captured Roger and Shiki, the Golden Lion. "The power they wield, it's overwhelming," Teach muttered, trembling as he stared at Arashi's figure. Despite being close in age, the gap in strength between them was like heaven and earth. One day, Teach clenched his fists tightly. "I will have power like that, too." His eyes gleamed with an insatiable ambition. On the battlefield, the clash of two blades created a black and red lightning storm, twisting and distorting the air. "Gurura!" Whitebeard laughed heartily, his voice resonating across the island. "This is a fight worth savoring. Kid, your strength has earned my respect," he roared, gripping his Naginata, Murakamajiri, and delivering another powerful slash. Arasure parried swiftly, a grin spreading across his face. "Your strength excites me as well, Whitebeard." The intensity of the battle surged further, filling Arasure with a thrill he hadn't felt since his clash with Shiki. Whitebeard's power wasn't just physical. His unwavering spirit and willpower set him apart. The two warriors moved with incredible speed, their long blades colliding repeatedly. Black and red sparks flew, their conqueror's hockey saturating the battlefield with a weight that pressed down on everyone watching. Let's see how far you've reached in this world. Whitebeard's eyes flashed as he laughed, his enormous form vanishing instantly. Arashi's pupils contracted as he raised his head, catching sight of Whitebeard appearing above him, his massive body poised to strike. Both hands gripped Murakamajuri as a spherical aura of energy formed around its blade, shimmering ominously. "Here it comes, kid!" Whitebeard roared, his voice filled with exhilaration. "Give it everything you've got. Survive this." With a booming laugh, he swung his Naginata down with overwhelming force. Arashi's heart pounded as he gripped his blade tighter. His eyes gleamed with a radiant light as he prepared to counter. Lightning crackled along his blade, black and red haki twisting around it. Golden sakura petals danced in the air, their radiant glow amplifying his attack. "Divine departure," he murmured, his voice low but resolute. As he swung his blade, the air seemed to twist and warp, distorting reality. The two blades met with a clash so powerful that they froze everything around them. And suspended midair, leaves frozen in quivering motion. For what felt like an eternity, time itself seemed to halt. Then, with an earth-shaking roar, the pause shattered. Boom! The shockwave erupted outward, slamming into Arashi's body. He gritted his teeth as the force vibrated through him. His internal organs trembled violently, the impact leaving him with hidden injuries. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth as the ground beneath him cracked and shattered like broken glass. Whitebeard's power was terrifying. The quake the Gura no Mi created left Arasure stunned. It was beyond words. Even Whitebeard felt the force of Arashi's strike. Arashi's divine departure, strength reminded him of battles against Roger. His skin crackled with electricity, leaving scorched marks on his flesh. "This kid, he's strong," Whitebeard admitted to himself. Such power, such mastery of swordsmanship and hockey, had only been matched by legends like Roger and Garp. With a roar, Whitebeard leaped into the air, his body propelled by the tremor force of his devil fruit. His speed was astonishing as he surged toward Arasure in the sky. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed as a blinding light suddenly appeared above him. Heat radiated down with such intensity that the moisture in the air evaporated instantly. From above, Arashi's voice rang out, cold and commanding. 2 billion volts, heaven's wrath. A massive lightning pillar surged from the heavens, splitting the air as it descended toward Whitebeard. "Rumble, rumble, fruit, is it?" Whitebeard chuckled, unshaken. One incredible ability. With a flick of his Naginata, he unleashed a quake that collided with the lightning. The impact sent ripples through the air as the lightning split apart with a resounding crack. At that moment, as the light faded, Crocodile's eyes widened in shock. He shattered the lightning. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his Naginata glowing with the power of his quake. With a single leap, he appeared before Arasure, ready to continue their battle. "Is that all you've got, kid?" Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed as his Naginata slashed down with overwhelming force. Arasure grinned widely, his laughter following. "This is just—" The two collided again in midair, the violent shockwaves radiating outward and rippling across the ocean for miles. "You excite me, Whitebeard," Arasure exclaimed with a low sigh, his voice tinged with genuine admiration. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with boundless electricity. His long hair danced wildly in the lightning storm, purple cloud-like patterns wrapping around him. Behind him, 5 enormous thunder drums formed, glowing with vibrant energy as purple lightning arced between them. Boom, 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 boom. The deep, resounding drum beats reverberated through the heavens, making the hearts of those watching tremble. "What is that?" Marco and the other commanders were struck with foreboding as they stared at the sky. Above them, a dense storm of lightning engulfed an area stretching tens of thousands of meters. "Raijin," they muttered in shock, recalling the Marine's name for the man before them. Rumble. The deafening roar of thunder shook the air, rattling the nerves of everyone who heard it. "Then let's fight at full strength," Arasure declared. His body erupted with countless streaks of lightning, transforming into a blinding bolt streaked across the sky toward Whitebeard. Simultaneously, the endless bolts of lightning above descended, intertwining in a countless golden, purple, and blue arcs that streaked through the heavens like dazzling fireworks. Oh! Whitebeard narrowed his eyes as he chuckled. He clenched his left fist and swung it forward with immense force into the torrent of lightning. Crack! The skies seemed to shatter as the countless lightning bolts were obliterated, dispersing instantly. At that moment, Arashi's blade descended, aiming straight for Whitebeard. With another hearty laugh, Whitebeard swung Nurakamajiri to meet the attack. Boom! The impact created a shockwave that tore through the sky, splitting the land behind Arasure for miles. Exhaling slowly, Arashi's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. His right hand flicked upward, and his body surged with lightning as he vanished in a flash, reappearing from another angle to strike. Whitebeard reacted instantly, countering each attack with his naginata or bare fists. Despite Arashi's increasing speed, his movements almost indistinguishable from pure lightning, Whitebeard could intercept every blow. His combat prowess and reaction speed were nothing short of godlike. This wasn't the Whitebeard of the Summit War, who could only endure attacks passively. This was the strongest man in the world, his body in peak condition, exhibiting unparalleled power and resilience. Their battle moved across the skies, the island, and even the sea. The heavens cracked, the island bore deep scars, its surface charred black, and the waves of the sea churned violently. Arasure unleashed a barrage of techniques, Spear of Longinus, Thunder Giant, and even his second ultimate attack, 10 billion volts, Raijin. Yet Whitebeard withstood them all. His body bore scorch marks and injuries, but none were enough to bring him down. Arasure was stunned by Whitebeard's sheer durability. The man's physical strength was monstrous, surpassing even his own, and his immense vitality allowed him to endure the mightiest lightning strikes without flinching. His fighting spirit and unyielding will were equally awe-inspiring. At the same time, Whitebeard was equally astounded. This kid can withstand the power of my Quake fruit head-on. Such relentless attacks, and yet he's still brimming with energy. He's a monster. Both fighters gave it their all, attacking the battlefield with cataclysmic force. Each blow was a calamity, the very definition of destruction. Their endurance and resistance to each other's assaults were extraordinary. As the battle wore on, the sun began to set. Lightning roared across the island, the cracks and destruction spreading further. "They're monsters," Marco muttered in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the two figures exchanging blows. Arasure is terrifying. He's managed to push Dad this far. Before this, only Roger could stand toe-to-toe with him like this. The commanders, their pupils trembling, stared at the two warriors. Blades clashed, fists struck, and the sheer intensity of their battle seemed destined to rage on. Conqueror's hockey, physical strength, swordsmanship, willpower, all at the highest level. Arasure thought, his excitement growing with each exchange. This is Whitebeard. Even as the battle peaked, Devil Fruit's abilities seemed to lose their effectiveness against Whitebeard. His mastery of combat was absolute, his willpower unshakable. Arashi's eyes shone brilliantly, his grin widening as the fight pushed him to his limits. Against the immovable force of Whitebeard's durability and power, and with Arashi's seemingly endless stamina, the battle felt like an unstoppable clash of titans. It was a showdown of equals, a battle destined to shake the world. As dawn broke, the fierce battle on the desolate island continued unabated, sending chills down the spines of everyone watching. Marco clenched his fists, sweat dripping from his forehead. "The island, it's completely split apart," he exclaimed. "Even the surface soil has been scorched into molten lava by the lightning. What kind of terrifying war is this?" Everyone's gaze was fixed on the battlefield ahead, their hearts pounding furiously. The two figures on the battlefield had been locked in an intense clash for an entire day and night. Every second of the fight had been a display of unimaginable power and endurance. This level of battle is beyond anything we could have ever imagined, someone murmured. To think someone could fight Arasure to this extent. Whitebeard truly lives up to his title as the world's strongest man. In Marco's mind, Arasure was already a monster among monsters. Few in this world could match him in a true fight. Even during the O'Hara incident, when Arasure faced two admirals simultaneously, he held the advantage for most of the battle. But this fight against Whitebeard was entirely different, a genuine stalemate. The rhythm of their attacks was perfectly synchronized, and their power was evenly matched. "Dad is injured," someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, and all eyes widened in shock. On the island, amidst the chaotic battle, the movements of both fighters paused momentarily. Drip! A bead of blood fell from Whitebeard's cheek, splashing onto the ground like a crimson flower. Arasure lowered his blade, his eyes glinting with madness and exhilaration. "Gurura!" Whitebeard laughed heartily, wiping the blood from his cheek. A sharp slash had grazed the skin below his left eye, narrowly missing his eyeball. What a fight! Truly exhilarating. Arasure grinned in return, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! I feel the same. My whole body is trembling with excitement." The two locked eyes momentarily, their gazes filled with sharp intensity. In an instant, Whitebeard's figure blurred as he appeared behind Arasure, his right fist clenched and glowing with a quake's tremor. The punch descended with incredible speed, striking the back of Arashi's head. The shockwave reverberated through his skull, causing his vision to go white. But within moments, his eyes snapped open again, brimming with resolve. Lightning surged through his body as he vanished in a flash of thunder. "Oh!" Whitebeard's eyes gleamed as his fist slammed into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Without hesitation, he pivoted, crouched slightly, and launched backwards just in time to avoid a lightning spear. The spear, crackling with black and red lightning, tore through the air, aiming for Whitebeard's forehead. What a cunning and sharp kid! Whitebeard laughed as he reached out with his right hand and caught the spear mid-flight. Buzz! The black and red lightning flickered violently, the spear shifting from extreme motion to complete stillness in Whitebeard's grip. Arashi's pupils contracted sharply. It was unfathomable for someone to catch the spear of Longinus at such speed. How powerful was this man? "Not many can trade blows with me," Whitebeard said, his laughter booming. "Arasure, you're one of them." With a flick of his wrist, Whitebeard hurled the spear into the sky, which exploded into countless lightning bolts. "Your lightning is beautiful," Whitebeard said with a grin. "It reminds me of the most unforgettable fireworks I saw as a child." But before he finished his sentence, Whitebeard had already closed the distance to Arasure. His punch, simple and direct, struck Arasure square in the abdomen. Ugh! The impact folded Arashi's body, blood spraying from his mouth. Behind him, the ground shattered like glass. But in mere moments, Arasure straightened himself, teeth clenched, his right fist crackling with power. Iron Body, Armament Hockey, Rio, Conqueror's Hockey, Infusion. 2.5 billion volts, Thunder Fist. His fist surged with black and red lightning, extending nearly 100 meters. The electrifying punch, brimming with scorching energy, smashed into Whitebeard's abdomen. GUH! Whitebeard's massive frame bent under the blow, blood spurting from his mouth. The burn marks on his abdomen were visible to the naked eye, and a shockwave erupted from his back, piercing the sky. For a moment, both men seemed on the brink of collapse. Their breathing halted, their bodies trembling under strain. Thud, thud, thud. Whitebeard stumbled back a few steps, leaving bloodstains on the ground. Arasure shook his head vigorously, clearing his blurred vision, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. At this point in the battle, it was a pure, brutal clash, a blow for blow, no evasion, no retreat. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Arasure threw his head back and laughed, his eyes locking onto Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, if we keep fighting like this, neither of us will come out on top." Whitebeard wiped the blood from his mouth, ignoring the bowl-sized burn wound on his abdomen. His body shook, dispersing the electric arcs clinging to him. Oh, he looked at Arasure with a smirk. So what do you propose? I haven't had enough fun yet. Arasure laughed just as loudly. Neither have I. How about this? Arashi's eyes gleamed as he laughed boldly. From this moment on, neither of us will dodge a single attack from the other. The one who remains standing at the end will be the victor. Hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed for a moment before he burst into hearty laughter. A head-on clash, huh? Not bad. That's just my style. Then let's do it. Whitebeard strode forward, closing the gap between them until they stood a mere meter apart. Their gazes locked with unyielding intensity. From this moment onward, Whitebeard declared, whoever dodges even a single punch is no more than a second-rate fighter. Arasure laughed loudly. Agreed. The sudden change in the terms of the fight left the onlookers in stunned silence, exchanging uneasy glances. But soon, their faces grew solemn as the weight of the challenge dawned on them. This was no ordinary contest. Every attack must be endured head-on, flesh against fist. It was a brutal test of physical endurance, stamina, and sheer willpower. Any weakness, however slight, at the same time, this arrangement showcased both fighters' incredible confidence in their strength. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through the battlefield, stirring the tattered remains of their clothing. Their bodies bore countless wounds from the relentless combat, with barely a patch of unscathed skin remaining. You go first, Arasure. Whitebeard crossed his arms and planted his Bicento, Murakamajuri, firmly into the ground beside him, a confident grin on his face. Without hesitation, Arasure sheathed his long blade and clenched his fist. Then, without delay, he delivered a punch straight to Whitebeard's face. Black and red lightning crackled violently as the punch landed, sending a wave of energy that darkened the sky for miles. To have such overwhelming haki after fighting this long. This man is a monster. Diamond Jozu exclaimed in awe. Haki, strength, and devil fruit powers depended heavily on physical stamina. Once stamina was depleted, even using haki would become a daunting task. The moment Arashi's fist connected, a deafening boom echoed across the battlefield. A fierce gust of wind swept outward, carrying debris into the distance. Whitebeard's massive frame trembled violently, his head ringing from the impact as though it would explode. The confidence on his face vanished momentarily, his pupils seeming to lose focus. But he quickly forced himself to recover, a shockwave rippling outward from his body as he steadied himself with a determined stance. Phew! Whitebeard exhaled, his voice firm. That was one hell of a punch, kid. His eyes blazed with newfound determination. Your turn, Arasure replied with a faint smile, crossing his arms confidently. This exchange seemed almost playful to the onlookers, but they knew better. This was a battle of pride, will, and the burning ambition to prove oneself the strongest. They also understood this wasn't a fight to the death, but a contest fueled by mutual respect and the fire of battle. Even so, killing each other wasn't entirely off the table, and it wouldn't be easy. I won't hold back, not even a little kid. Whitebeard growled as he clenched his massive right fist, nearly as large as Arashi's head. Blood trickled down his golden hair, staining his face, a testament to the heavy damage from Arashi's earlier punch. Pop! A quake bubble formed around Whitebeard's fist, the power of the Gura Nomi swirling violently. His furious gaze locked onto Arasure as he swung his fist downward with devastating force. Boom! The punch slammed into Arashi's head with earth-shattering power, causing his vision to blur and his body to collapse to the ground with a resounding crash. Crack, crack, crack. The blow drove Arashi's head into the earth, shattering the ground around them and sending shockwaves rippling toward the sea. It was a full-powered quake punch with no restraint or hesitation. Arasure, Crocodile's eyes widened in alarm, his fists clenched tightly as the tension filled the air. The dust and debris cleared, revealing Arashi's figure. Staggering and bloodied, he slowly rose to his feet, his face a mask of crimson. "I almost died there," he muttered hoarsely, standing tall once more. Grinning, he tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his heavily scarred yet imposing physique. "Well then," he said, his voice laced with excitement. "It's my turn now." Arashi's eyes gleamed with a wild glint as he prepared his next move. The Gura no Mi's quaking power was unmatched in its ability to break through defenses and deal devastating, genuine damage. But Arashi's fists were no less fearsome, capable of leveling entire towns with a single blow. "Bring it on, Arasure!" Whitebeard roared, crossing his arms again. Despite his bravado, the seriousness in Whitebeard's expression betrayed the weight he placed on the coming attack. Even he didn't know how many more punches he could endure. Arasure crouched, gathering power in his legs as he leapt high into the air. His right fist clenched tightly, surging with black and red lightning that distorted the space around it. Invisible shock waves rippled outward, twisting the air with their intensity. Grinning maniacally, Arasure descended like a meteor, his fist aimed directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes widened, his heart pounding as he realized Arasure was adding momentum by diving. Before he could react further, the devastating punch filled his vision, growing larger with terrifying speed. Fist of Destruction, Dimensional Strike. Boom! The entire island trembled as Whitebeard's massive, imposing body collapsed with a thunderous crash, his head forced into the ground. Black and red lightning surged outward, and the earth rippled violently like waves. Dust rose, quickly obscuring everything from view. "Father!" Marco and the others' expressions changed drastically as they shouted in alarm. The next moment, they prepared to leap from the ship and rush forward, but a whirlwind of sand swept up, blocking their path. "This is a fair duel. Do you intend to interfere?" Crocodile's cold voice rang out. "Crocodile," Marco growled through gritted teeth. "Or is it that the Whitebeard pirates are nothing more than sore losers who tarnish their name?" Crocodile sneered, standing resolutely in front of them, showing no sign of fear. "You bastard!" Marco roared angrily, but remained on the ship, glaring at the battlefield ahead, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the area. Gururara! Along with a deep laugh, the dust quickly dispersed, revealing a towering figure rising to his feet. "Marco, do you think your old man is so fragile?" Whitebeard's voice boomed. "A punch as light as a mosquito bite makes you this worried?" He smirked. "Don't let outsiders look down on us." His deep and resonant voice carried an unshakable force. As Whitebeard raised his head, an invisible aura swept across the battlefield, passing over everyone like a storm. "Father's fine. That's a relief," Diamond Jozu exclaimed, relieved. But their relief was short-lived as they caught sight of Whitebeard's face, their expressions darkening again with a mixture of shock and concern. "Father, are you really okay?" Marco's voice trembled. Whitebeard's massive figure stood steadfast, but his face was drenched in blood. Streams of crimson dripped from his cheeks, painting a harrowing picture of battle. "Your turn, Whitebeard," came a calm voice from the battlefield. All eyes turned to Arasure. His arms were crossed, his face equally stained with blood, yet his bright eyes shone like blazing suns, filled with an indomitable spirit. "What a monster!" Joza muttered through clenched teeth. Whitebeard clenched his fists and leapt high, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The shockwaves rippled outward, but this time, Arasure didn't fall. Instead, his head tilted and his waist bent slightly. That punch wasn't as strong as the last one, Arasure quipped with a grin. It felt more like a tickle. "Ah, your turn." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Arasure retaliated with a punch of his own, another shockwave erupting. "What's wrong, kid? Just cry out if it hurts. That punch of yours was even weaker." Whitebeard mocked. "Don't worry," Arasure replied coolly. "Soon, you won't be able to keep that smug mouth of yours running." The two traded punches relentlessly, their clashes echoing across the battlefield. Each strike came with sharp words, mocking the other's strength. "You're about to give in. aren't you, Arasure? Just fall already. Ah, Whitebeard, your head isn't nearly as hard as your words. Gururara, your strength is faltering. You know better than you gate. The onlookers watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding with tension. These two, Marco whispered, exhaling deeply. His eyes flickered with worry. It was clear to everyone that both fighters were heavily injured. At any moment, either of them could collapse. But despite their wounds and waning strength, neither gave in. They persisted, trading blow for blow in a grueling battle of wills. This is a real fight between men, Jozu said, his fists clenched tightly. Time slipped by, and soon the second night had fallen. Yet, the sounds of their clashes still echoed across the island. The resilience of these two warriors left everyone in awe. Even with such devastating injuries, they keep fighting, Marco said, his tone filled with admiration. Whether it's father or Arasure, they're both unimaginably strong. Their bodies, their spirits, their willpower, their leagues beyond us. Face to face in an unyielding duel was a test of their essence. As time passed, the frequency of the collision slowed, but the intermittent echoes confirmed that neither fighter had given up. By the morning of the third day, the grueling battle continued. Give it up, Whitebeard. Your eyes are already glazed over. Arasure sneered, his grin barely masking his exhaustion. Ridiculous. Do you even know who I am? Whitebeard scoffed, countering with his taunt. Take a look at your eyes. They're so swollen, even Garp wouldn't recognize you. And you think your sons will recognize that mess of a face? Arasure retorted mockingly. From afar, the two combatants were unrecognizable, faces battered and bruised, swollen and discolored in shades of purple and blue, with lumps and welts covering their heads. This was only the visible damage. Observing from the sidelines, Marco could tell from Whitebeard's labored movements that his ribs and internal organs had likely taken heavy damage. Of course, Arasure was in no better condition. Crocodile, puffing one cigar after another, watched the fight with an unblinking gaze. He seemed to bear the heaviest burden in his heart among the spectators. From the day he'd met Arasure, he had never seen him so battered. The guilt in Crocodile's chest was unbearable. Arasure, you shouldn't have come, he thought bitterly. This was my mistake, my responsibility to bear alone. His eyes glistened faintly as he clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a sense of shame and a twinge of helplessness. By noon on the third day, the two fighters were at their limits. Their punches, once earth-shattering, now landed with diminished force, each strike followed by a long pause before the next. Even standing back up after falling required immense effort and time. And yet, against all odds, the duel persisted. By sunset, as night fell again, Arasure grinned through the pain. How about it, Whitebeard? My punches are making you suffer, aren't they? Don't kid yourself, Brad. Whitebeard shot back, his breath sharp and labored. I'm Whitebeard. His glare burned with defiance as he winced at his injuries. Keep going. I'm not losing to you. Arasure growled. Bring it on. You think I'd back down? Whitebeard roared. After several labored breaths, both fighters suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Marco, Crocodile, and the others looked on with complex expressions. Even as spectators, they could sense the mutual respect and camaraderie that had formed between the two combatants, a bond unique to warriors of their caliber. They're equals, Marco muttered with a sigh. Their spirits, their willpower, and their strength are perfectly matched. It's almost impossible to determine a winner. The others silently nodded. From the start of the battle, through its progression into a relentless exchange of raw punches, neither had managed to overpower the other. Another night passed, and with the dawn of the fourth day, the first rays of sunlight revealed a shocking sight. The earth was silent for the first time since the battle began. No familiar sounds of blows or shock waves echoed through the air. Everyone turned their eyes to the battlefield, their breath catching as the dust settled. What they saw left them speechless. There, standing face to face like two immovable mountains, were Whitebeard and Arasure. Neither had fallen. Both were unconscious, yet their bodies stood upright, as if their very instincts refused to allow them to collapse. Marco stepped forward to check on Whitebeard. "They've both lost consciousness," he announced. Even at their limits, when their minds gave out, their bodies refused to yield. What incredible determination, or sheer refusal to lose. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were awestruck, gazing at the two fighters with profound respect. They carefully lifted Whitebeard and carried him back to the ship. Crocodile approached Arasure with a heavy expression, cautiously hoisting him up while glaring at the Whitebeard pirates. "This was the greatest battle in the world," Marco declared, "and it ends in a draw. We're not the kind of people who take advantage of others in such a state. Take him and leave." Crocodile nodded, but met Marco's gaze with a cold edge. "But next time we meet on the battlefield," Marco continued, his eyes narrowing, "there will be no mercy. It will be a fight to the death." Crocodile smirked faintly. "I wouldn't expect anything less. And I'll show no mercy, either." With that, he carried Arasure toward the other side of the island, where a stolen ship waited. The two groups parted ways, marking the end of a battle that would shake the world to its core. "Quick, set sail." Crocodiles were ordered as soon as they boarded. Pirates aren't exactly known for keeping their word. After 2 hours of sailing, Crocodile scanned the horizon and finally exhaled in relief, seeing no sign of the Whitebeard pirates. "At least they kept their word," he muttered. At that moment, Arasure, lying on the ship's bed, suddenly opened his eyes. "Whitebeard isn't the type to pull dirty tricks," he said hoarsely. "Arasure." Crocodile turned, a rare smile breaking across his face. "You're awake already." "I was just a little tired," Arasure replied, forcing himself to sit up despite the pain. But then, with a sudden motion, he drew the long blade from his waist and moved to slash it across his neck. Crocodile froze in shock, while the surrounding crew members gasped in horror. What was he doing? The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Thud, sending shockwaves through everyone present except for Crocodile. "Boss!" The crew's faces twisted in disbelief. The first thing their leader, Arasure, did upon waking up was attempt to end his own life by slashing his neck with a blade. Screams erupted. Aya, the terrifying man who had fought the world's strongest and ended in a draw, was now taking his life before their very eyes. Why? Confusion, fear, and disbelief flashed through their minds as they stood frozen, like electricity coursing through their bodies. What happened next was even more shocking. The blade, undoubtedly razor-sharp, easily sliced through the flesh and tissues connecting Arashi's neck and head. His head flew into the air. Anyone else would have been unquestionably dead from such a scene. But in just a second, something incredible happened. The severed head vanished midair, and before their very eyes, a new head grew from Arashi's neck. His battered, swollen features were completely restored, as if none of the injuries from the brutal battle had ever existed. Even the internal damage and exhaustion disappeared without a trace. In an instant, Arasure stood before them, unharmed and refreshed. Wow, what? Boss is fine. The crew's fear deepened. Compared to slowly recovering from injuries, this miraculous, instantaneous healing was far more terrifying. What kind of monster are we following? They thought. That was an interesting fight, Arasure remarked, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. The battle had consumed every ounce of his energy, yet no victor had emerged. Purely in terms of strength, he seemed evenly matched with Whitebeard. Of course, that was assuming he hadn't used any of his more broken abilities. Suddenly, he let out a soft sigh. The next time we meet might be at the Summit War, he murmured. When that day comes, I'll send you on your way. Arasure closed his eyes, his exhaustion finally overtaking him. While the physical toll of the battle was manageable, the mental fatigue weighed heavily on him, leaving him too drained to move further. Crocodile blinked at his commander, who fell asleep when his head hit the pillow. A faint smile curved on Crocodile's lips. As expected, he muttered, "You're still stronger." Turning sharply, Crocodile's gaze landed coldly on the crew. "Forget everything you just saw," he commanded icily. "Otherwise, on the Moby Dick, Tension filled the air as Marco and the other officers gathered around the massive bed. The ship's doctor worked tirelessly, sweat dripping from his brow. I've never seen Pops this badly injured before. Arashi's strength is terrifying, one of them admitted quietly. The doctor scowled. A confrontation without dodging or blocking. How could you let Pops make such a reckless decision? After working for hours, the doctor finally exhaled in relief. Being in his prime, Whitebeard would recover, but the severity of his injuries meant lasting damage was unavoidable. Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes, taking in the foredrip and his son's worried faces. Then, a booming laugh erupted from him. Gururara, what's with those worried faces? I'm not dead yet. He paused, his gaze sharpening. I was just a little tired and took a nap. Marco and the others remained uneasy, their concern evident as Whitebeard's injuries were visible. Pops, you, Marco began, but Whitebeard cut him off with a dismissive wave. No need to worry about me, Whitebeard said with a small grin. If I were to fall in a battle like that, I wouldn't deserve to be called Whitebeard. His eyes gleamed with excitement. What a glorious fight, he exclaimed. Since Roger's death, I haven't experienced a battle like that. To think a Marine could be so strong, he added, laughing again. It set my blood boiling. The officers exchanged glances, but seeing their father's energetic demeanor, they sighed in relief. The doctor continued treating Whitebeard's injuries while the latter remained relaxed, instructing Jozu to prepare food and Marco to bring sake. Pops, you're still severely injured, Marco protested. Shut it. These wounds are nothing, Whitebeard barked. Every fight I had with Roger left me worse off than this. He winced as pain shot through his body but still grinned. Next time, I'll win for sure, he declared. This time, I just drank too much before the fight. Despite the pain, his spirit was unyielding. Whitebeard felt invigorated, as if he could jump back into battle immediately. His boundless energy was awe-inspiring. As days passed, news of the world-shaking battle slowly began to spread. Sengoku received the report at Marineford, the Marine headquarters. A draw, he murmured, stunned. Arasure fought Whitebeard to a draw. After a moment, Sengoku exhaled deeply, his expression shifting to relief. That's already an incredible result, he said. After all, that's Whitebeard we're talking about. His tone carried a mix of awe and exhilaration as he processed the implications of the clash. Undoubtedly, Arashi's strength stands at the pinnacle of the Marine forces. Most importantly, he is still young. As the current generation of Marine leaders gradually ages, it's clear that Arasure will one day become the organization's strongest force. If only his relationship with Marine headquarters were better. Sengoku sighed, his expression tinged with regret. If Arasure could fully follow the directives of the headquarters, the growing Great Pirate era could be easily suppressed. The Marines might even launch a counteroffensive into the New World, potentially wiping out the Whitebeard pirates. This can only be resolved gradually over time, Sengoku murmured, his eyes flickering with determination. Despite the challenges, he still held hope. After all, Arashi's philosophy of justice naturally aligned closely with his own. In my tenure as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku thought, I will strive to accommodate and implement the justice you pursue. The aftermath of the O'Hara incident had left many in the Marines reflecting deeply. From a moral perspective, most Marines even supported Arashi's actions. However, they couldn't defy the world government openly, as maintaining appearances between the two entities was still crucial. After all, who among the Marines didn't begin their career with idealistic dreams of justice and noble aspirations? But time and harsh reality had doused the flames of many a dream. Meanwhile, at Mary Gios, this battle has only circulated in limited circles and hasn't shaken the world. Arashi's strength cannot be ignored. To think he could fight that man to a draw. I hear he's already turned the West Blue into an impenetrable fortress, treating its Marine branch as his private army. What a bold individual. So, how do you plan to handle him? 5 aged voices echoed through the vast, empty chamber. The next World Conference is scheduled for next year, Topman Warkiri, the saint of legal affairs, said gravely. Perhaps we should meet him in person. You want to uncover his intentions? Marcus Mars, the saint of environmental affairs, responded calmly. That might be a good approach. The World Conference would be the perfect pretext, he added. If we bring him a Mary Gios, we can respond based on his actions. Recruit him or eliminate him. The choice will be ours, J. Garcia Saturn, the saint of scientific defense, concluded. Then let's proceed, Saint Ethan Baron V. Nasajiro of finance said coldly. Extend an invitation to Cobra of Alabasta and have him bring Arasure along. Then we'll get a closer look at this Marine who has been causing such a stir in recent years. The five quickly reached a consensus and began formulating detailed plans. They were beginning to realize that Arasure was an issue that could no longer be ignored, a problem that needed resolution soon. Well, this is goodbye for now, Crocodile, Arasure said with a stretch. Thank you for forgiving my foolish mistakes. I promise it won't happen again, Crocodile replied earnestly. Just focus on doing your part, Arasure said calmly. After all, who hasn't harbored ambition in their youth? But, he paused, looking ahead with a faint smile. Now that you've realized the gap, it's time to put in the effort to grow stronger, he said. Only the strong have the right to speak in this world. Crocodile froze momentarily before nodding resolutely. Understood. Our future enemies may surpass anything you can imagine, Arasure added casually. In the next instant, his figure vanished, shooting into the sky as a streak of lightning that disappeared into the horizon. Crocodile stood silently for a long moment before letting out a deep breath. Even stronger enemies, he muttered, his expression growing serious. A subordinate behind him hesitated before asking, Boss, where are we heading next? At the question, a cold light flashed in Crocodile's eyes as he spun around. Straight to hell. Sand erupted around him, sweeping across his subordinates. In mere seconds, they were reduced to dry husks, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. I hate talkative fools, Crocodile muttered, lighting a cigar. Had it not been for loose lips that day, his superior wouldn't have come to the West Blue, leading to that monumental battle and forcing him to clean up the mess. Baroque works, Crocodile mused aloud. I will see it built, no matter what. Year 1508 of the sea calendar. At the West Blue Marine headquarters, the floating G-1 base. Ensign Hina, reporting to Vice Admiral Arasure. A clear, melodious voice rang out across the training ground. The speaker was a female officer with long, light pink hair, wearing purple sunglasses on her forehead, gloves on her hands, and the standard Marine uniform. Her face displayed a mix of excitement and nervousness as she looked at the imposing figure before her, a towering, muscular man. He was Vice Admiral Arasure, a legend within the Marines, the highest-ranking officer of the West Blue Division, and the most revered and respected leader in the region. Full of energy, I see, Arasure remarked with a laugh. Even as a female officer, your aura is no weaker than those two troublemakers, Smoker and Buggy. It had been nearly a year since Arashi's battle with Whitebeard. The West Blue Division had developed rapidly during this time. With support from Vegapunk's technological advancements, the entire base, along with New O'Hara and the Sky Island research facilities, had adopted a new electrical energy system. The communication system had also transitioned to modern electromagnetic and electronic signal-based transponders. For Arasure, building a simple natural power station was a straightforward task, leading him to ponder whether the origins of devil fruits might have been for the sake of human convenience in the first place. They may be strong, but Hina won't lose to them, Hina declared loudly. Good. As a Marine, you must maintain this momentum to uphold your sense of justice. Arasure nodded approvingly. Over the past year, younger officers like Smoker, Buggy, Ashura, and Hina have made tremendous progress. Smoker, Buggy, and Ashura, in particular, had begun to grasp the concept of hockey. Their rapid growth impressed Arasure greatly. Through rigorous and grueling training, Smoker and Buggy's strength had far surpassed their original trajectories. At this rate, Buggy might even awaken his Bara no Mi, Chop Chop fruit, powers within the next 10 or 20 years. As for Smoker, the Moku no Mi, Smoke fruit, no longer seemed to be his future. However, that didn't concern Arasure. He could always find Smoker a stronger devil fruit when the time came. Keep pushing yourselves. Every drop of sweat you shed now will reduce the blood you spill on the battlefield in the future. Arasure encouraged with a smile, and it will lay the most solid foundation for the strength you will need to uphold justice. Yes, sir, the young Marine officers shouted in unison. Satisfied, Arasure nodded and turned toward a figure gesturing to him in the distance. Ivea, his adjutant. These days, Ivea had a more mature look, exuding a unique charm that blended purity with allure. She adjusted her black-framed glasses and wore a concerned expression. "What's the matter? You seem anxious," Arasure asked with a faint smile. "A call from Marine headquarters," Ivea replied, her voice slightly tense. "No, more accurately, it's an invitation from the world government." The two walked toward the office as Ivea detailed the contents of the call. "The world government has invited you to attend this year's Revery," Ivea explained. "And they've specifically stated that you need to accompany King Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta." "Revery?" Arasure raised an eyebrow. "What does that have to do with me?" Ivea took a deep breath before continuing. "The world government has identified you as a prince of Alabasta, which means you're required to attend the Revery at Mary Gios." She paused briefly, her tone growing more serious. "Shortly after the world government's call, King Cobra personally contacted us, inviting you to meet him in Alyabarna before heading to Mary Gios together." Arasure narrowed his eyes, detecting an unusual undertone in the situation. "Will you go?" Ivea asked curiously. The Reverie, held every 4 years, was a grand event where nobles, kings, princes, and princesses from around the world gathered at Mary Gios to discuss critical global issues. "Reverie? Mary Gios," Arasure murmured, deep in thought. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled. "Since they've invited me, why not go and take a look?" he said lightly. "I'm curious to see what this world-shaking conference is all about." Ivea nodded. "I'll send you a response right away." As Ivea hurried off, Arashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Beneath the seemingly simple invitation, he sensed a deeper, hidden agenda from the world government. "Let's see what trick you're up to," he said softly. Typically, someone of his rank, a vice admiral stationed in the West Blue, wouldn't be invited to such an event. Even the security at Mary Gios would be handled by CP0 and Marine admirals. If it concerned the nobles and kings of various nations, inviting only Cobra would have sufficed. Yet they had specifically extended an invitation to him, a gesture laden with implications. "It seems certain individuals want to meet me," Arasure mused. "I'll have to think this through carefully." 3 days later, a Marine battleship set sail from the port, following its planned route toward the calm belt. At the ship's bow stood a golden scepter adorned with mysterious patterns, gleaming brilliantly under the sun. The Marine flag, emblazoned with the signature anchor, fluttered in the wind, and the sail bore the bold black kanji, "For Justice." Arasure stood at the bow, with Ivea silently standing behind him. The battleship carried only a small crew of about 10 Marines. A larger entourage wasn't necessary, as Arasure would transfer to King Cobra's royal ship in Alabasta for the journey to Mary Gios. On this journey, Arasure was no longer acting as a Marine. Instead, he assumed the role of a prince of Alabasta. "You're the younger brother of King Cobra of Alabasta?" Ivea asked curiously. "Apparently so, though I suppose I'll only know for sure once I meet Cobra," Arasure replied with a faint smile. The truth of his identity had always been a mystery to him. From O'Hara to Alabasta, his path had been unpredictable. He couldn't even rule out the possibility that his next stop might be Mary Gios itself. The battleship arrived at Alabasta's port of Nanohana early the following morning. Arasure and his team kept a low profile, avoiding unnecessary attention. Nanohana, a bustling port city known for its perfume production, was filled with a refreshing and alluring fragrance that wafted through the streets. Evea sniffed the air curiously, her nose twitching as she took in the scent. "For you," Arasure said, casually picking up a small bottle from a nearby vendor and tossing it to his adjutant. Startled, Evea fumbled to catch it, her cheeks flushing. Thank you, sir," she stammered before carefully placing the gift in her pocket with a solemn expression. It was the first time her commanding officer had given her a gift, making it something she'd treasure for a lifetime. As she gazed at Arashi's tall, robust figure, which blocked out everything in her line of sight, Evea's emotions churned. They had worked together for about 8 years now. During that time, she had matured significantly, but Arasure hadn't changed at all since the day he arrived at Fort Guillotine. It was as if time itself had frozen for him. Over the years, Evea had become increasingly aware of her aging. A woman's golden years were fleeting, and once they passed, they were gone forever. Commander Arasure doesn't seem to age, does he? She thought. What about me? In 10, 20 years, what will I look like? Will I still be able to stay by his side? The thought filled Evea with a sudden sense of panic and an inexplicable fear. Ahead of her, Arasure seemed oblivious to her inner turmoil. Instead, he gestured toward a group of camels nearby. "We'll ride those to Alyabarna," he said. Evea snapped out of her thoughts and quickly responded, "Yes, sir." The group, dressed in dust-proof cloaks, mounted the camels and set off for Alyabarna under the guidance of a local guide. Alabasta was a desert kingdom with little rainfall, a dry climate, and high temperatures year-round. Alabasta is a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line, Evea explained as they traveled. Her face was covered with a veil, leaving only her eyes visible. It spans over 10 million square kilometers and has a standing army of about 600,000 soldiers. "That's quite a strong nation," she added in awe. 600,000? Arasure was taken aback, his eyes flickering with thought. Such a massive force exceeded the current total manpower of the West Blue Marines, even after years of intensive recruitment, which had reached 300,000. Of course, the kingdom's army wasn't as elite as the Marines. Limited by resources and armaments, their overall strength was inferior. Still, that's a power even the world government cannot afford to ignore, Arasure remarked softly. "I've heard of nations like this," Evea said. "In the latter half of the Grand Line, there's a country called Wano. Its samurai are so powerful that even the world government and Marine headquarters tread carefully around them." Arasure nodded in agreement. As they passed through the endless yellow sands, the camels left a trail of footprints behind them. He sighed softly. Sometimes, a nation's development was closely tied to its climate and geographical location. Countries rich in iron naturally focused on weapon manufacturing. Regions with fertile climates prioritized agriculture and livestock. What about desert kingdoms like Alabasta? Arasure suddenly thought of oil and past desert nations like Dubai from his previous life. But in this world, what use was oil? His thoughts grew chaotic before he shook his head, dismissing them. This trip wasn't about developing Alabasta. Still, it might be worth looking into in the future, he mused. This kingdom has immense potential, after all. As someone who had served as a commander in the West Blue for years, Arasure understood that the strength of many nations in this world couldn't be underestimated. Hidden within these nations were secrets capable of shocking the world. Many of the world's renowned warriors had also originated from such places. The camels moved slowly but were incredibly enduring. 5 days later, the group finally arrived in Alyabarna, the capital of the Desert Kingdom. As they approached, the magnificent sight of the city unfolded before them, a testament to Alabasta's rich history and strength. Alyabarna, the capital of the Desert Kingdom, quickly unveiled its unique charm before Arasure and his companions. Bustling streets, exotic attire, and lively voices surged into their eyes and ears from all directions. Holding the reins of their camels, the group displayed expressions of curiosity and excitement. "The palace is just past the clock tower at the city center. You'll see it soon," said their guide, a man with dark skin who removed the cloth covering his head to reveal a shiny bald head, smiling warmly. From here, I won't be accompanying you further. Alyabarna's royal palace is hard to miss, he added. Arasure nodded in acknowledgement. Evea stepped forward to settle the payment and thank the guide. With the berries in hand, the guide's face lit up with a broad grin. Enjoy the warmth and hospitality of the capital. Travelers, he said, turning to lead his camel away. Commander, should we head straight to the palace? Evea asked curiously. Arasure smiled knowingly, noticing the excitement in her eyes. Let's explore the city first. There's no rush. Understood. Evea responded enthusiastically. The group, appearing like tourists, soon began wandering around the vibrant city. About half an hour later, a patrol squad passed by. The leader, a man with his head wrapped in white cloth and a long sword at his waist, had eyes as sharp as a hawk's. When he saw the group of Marines ahead on the street, his eyes narrowed. When the tall figure in the group turned around, the man's face flashed with shock. That's the prince. He instinctively moved forward, but hesitated mid-step. Turning to one of his subordinates, he ordered, "Send word to His Majesty immediately. The prince has arrived in Alyabarna." The soldier quickly turned and hurried off. Meanwhile, the man adjusted his robes, took a deep breath, and approached. "Your Highness, I'm Pell of the Royal Guard," he said respectfully, stopping about 9 meters away. Arasure smiled faintly and looked at him. He had already noticed the royal guards earlier and recognized the man before him as Pell, the vice-captain of the Alabaster Royal Guard. Pell was also the user of the bird fruit, Falcon model, a zoan-type devil fruit. His most iconic moment had been carrying a massive bomb into the sky, an act of ultimate sacrifice that he miraculously survived. Pell's loyalty to the kingdom and the Nefertari family was beyond question. "Hello, Pell," Arasure greeted with a nod. Behind him, Evea and the 9 Marine soldiers straightened their postures, exuding an air of sharp discipline. The guards accompanying Arasure were no ordinary Marines. They were elites from the West Blue, each having mastered 1 or 2 of the Rokushiki techniques. Though their ranks were still soldier class due to ongoing training at the West Blue Academy, they were set to graduate soon, at which point they would immediately attain officer-level ranks. What a terrifying group, Pell thought, a serious expression settling on his face. As a seasoned warrior, he was keenly aware of the auras radiating from these elites. "I've heard that His Highness Arasure is a Marine Vice-Admiral. His strength must be incredible," Pell mused. "But it's impossible to tell just by looking at him." Bowing slightly, Pell gestured with an inviting posture. "His Majesty has been eagerly awaiting you, Your Highness. Please allow me to escort you to the palace." Arasure chuckled lightly and nodded. "Thank you, Vice-Captain Pell. Lead the way." Pell straightened his expression, a mix of tension and respect, and began walking ahead. Throughout the journey, his sharp eyes remained on Evea and the 9 Marines. "This female officer is incredibly strong as well," he thought. "But what about His Highness Arasure? How powerful is he? I've heard he went missing as a child, only to return as a highly influential Marine Vice-Admiral. What a remarkable story." Pell couldn't help but glance at Arashi's profile as they walked. He's tall and imposing, yet there's a clear resemblance to His Majesty Cobra. Though, he's even more handsome. The atmosphere along the way remained relatively quiet. Pell, a man of few words, had relied on his abilities and merit to rise to the position of vice-captain at a young age. Soon, they arrived at the palace gates. "Vice-Captain Pell." The guard stationed at the entrance saluted respectfully. "This is His Highness, the Prince," Pell introduced solemnly. "The Prince." The gate guard's eyes widened as they looked at Arasure. Noticing his Marine uniform and the Vice-Admiral insignia on his shoulders, they were further stunned. "The Prince is a Marine Vice-Admiral?" Without delay, they bowed deeply in salute. "Let's head inside," Arasure said with a slight smile. "It's been a long time since I last visited." Pell nodded and led the way into the palace. The Alyabarna Royal Palace was grand and majestic, and its architectural style was reminiscent of a European temple from Arashi's past life. Massive stone pillars stood tall, wide corridors stretched elegantly, and most structures were built with exceptionally sturdy stone. Guards stood every 5 meters, their expressions solemn as they held spears firmly. As they approached the main hall, a group of people rushed toward them with hurried steps. Leading them was Nefertari Cobra, the king of Alabasta. Dressed in a robe with green and yellow inner linings and a dark outer coat, Cobra's youthful face was alight with excitement and urgency. "My brother, my dear brother," Cobra exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. "I've finally found you, Cobra." As Cobra called out, he approached Arasure with tears welling in his eyes. Arasure studied him momentarily, marveling at the undeniable resemblance in their features. At the same time, an inexplicable connection through their shared bloodline became vividly apparent. "This time, there's no mistake about my origins, right?" Arasure mused to himself. Outwardly, he smiled and spoke warmly. "I must apologize, brother. Due to an accident, I've lost all memories of my childhood." Cobra trembled at those words, and tears spilled from his eyes. He reached out to pat his younger brother on the shoulder, only to realize Arasure was far taller than him. Cobra couldn't help but marvel at Arashi's imposing and powerfully built physique. For someone of royal lineage to have forged such a robust body, it was simply astonishing. "Arasure, what have you been through all these years?" Cobra's voice quivered as he wrapped his arms around Arashi's waist, crying uncontrollably. Helplessly, Arasure extended his arms and embraced his much shorter brother. The scene visibly moved the surrounding crowd, their expressions full of emotion. Standing among them, Igaram, captain of the royal guard, was particularly stunned. "Prince Arasure is so much taller than his majesty," Igaram thought in awe. "And that physique, it's overwhelming just to look at." No one dared interrupt the joyous reunion of the siblings. After a long moment, Cobra wiped his tears away and smiled, taking Arashi's hand. "Come, let me introduce you," Cobra said, leading him. "This is my wife, TT, and this is Vivi. She just turned 2 this year." Arasure turned to the two, noticing their shared blue hair and gentle features. Vivi peeked shyly yet curiously from behind her mother. "Hello, sister-in-law," Arasure greeted with a smile. Then he bent down to address Vivi. "And you, Vivi, can you talk yet? You should call me uncle." In her tiny voice, Vivi stammered, "Hello, uncle." "Huh, wonderful." Arasure laughed. "Come inside, quickly," Cobra said cheerfully, pulling Arasure toward the palace interior. A short while later, everyone was seated around a long table laden with exquisite dishes and drinks. "Life as royalty must be quite nice," Ivea murmured. Arasure merely smiled, turning his attention to Cobra. "Brother, when do you plan to depart from Mary Gios?" Cobra's expression grew serious. "The Revery is held once every 4 years. In the past, the Holy Land hasn't demanded much from Alabasta. We've always had the option to attend or not. But this time, they've insisted that you and I participate." He paused and looked intently at Arasure. "I suspect this has something to do with you, doesn't it?" Arasure nodded slightly. "They likely want to question me directly about certain matters." "Just questioning?" Cobra sighed in relief, his face easing into a smile. "That's good to hear. I was worried it might be something worse." Deep down, Cobra had resolved that if his younger brother had made any grave mistakes, he would do whatever it took to protect him. "I can handle this, brother. You don't need to worry," Arasure reassured him with a smile. "You've finally come home after so long. Stay for a while," Cobra said earnestly. Then, his tone shifted as he began to fuss like an older brother. "If possible, could you resign from your position in the Marines? You're a prince of Alabasta, after all. And as for your marriage prospects..." Cobra's words trailed off as he looked at Arasure, who towered over him, exuding an overwhelming presence even when relaxed. "I can't resign from the Marines," Arasure replied firmly. "Whether royal or commoner, one must always keep their power firmly in their grasp. Besides," he added, his tone becoming more serious, "I have plans for Alabasta as well." Cobra glanced at TT and Vivi before lowering his voice. "What sort of plans? Since there are no outsiders here, I'll speak plainly, Arasure said, his voice steady. Besides Cobra's family, only Arasure and Evea were in the banquet hall. Say whatever is on your mind. No matter what it is, I'll support you, Cobra said solemnly. From a moment he learned of his brother's survival and achievements as a Marine Vice Admiral, Cobra had been filled with guilt for the hardships Arasure must have endured. At this moment, even if Arasure were to ask for the throne, Cobra would hand it over without hesitation. Arasure could sense Cobra's sincerity, and his expression softened as he spoke. Through studying ancient texts, I've uncovered the true origins of the Nefertari family. Cobra's pupils contracted sharply. I've also learned some details about an ancestor named Lily, Arasure continued. Clang! The steel fork in Cobra's hand fell onto his plate. The banquet hall was silent. Nefertari TT stared at her husband in shock while Vivi, cradled in her arms, struggled to bring a spoonful of food to her mouth. Ancestor Lily. After a long pause, Cobra finally murmured with a complicated expression. That very ancestor, Arasure confirmed with a nod. So, what exactly do you know? Cobra asked. He only vaguely knew bits and pieces about this ancestor, remembering she was one of the 20 kings from 800 years ago. Beyond that, his knowledge was limited. Perhaps some of the ancient texts passed down through generations held more clues. 800 years ago, the 20 kings were the victors, and our ancestor, Lily, was among them, Arasure began. Because of this, the Nefertari family became celestial dragons. But, brother, do you know why our ancestor never moved to Mary Gios? Arasure spoke with a faint smile, deliberately revealing the roots of the Nefertari family. He wanted to plant a seed of caution in Cobra's mind, hoping to prevent the tragic outcome of Cobra's potential future encounter with him. I don't know, Cobra admitted, visibly puzzled. Does this mean there's more to the story? Arasure sighed lightly. The Nefertari family was never aligned with the people in Mary Gios. Cobra's body stiffened as he stared at his younger brother. What do you mean by that? To put it plainly, we were born as their natural enemies, Arasure said, his eyes narrowing. His voice grew heavier as he continued. Our ancestor, Nefertari Lily. Her true name should be. His voice became ethereal, carrying a weight that sent shivers down Cobra's spine. Cobra trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief as he heard the words. Nefertari D. Lily. At that moment, it felt as if thunder had cracked through the banquet hall, reverberating in their ears. D. Cobra murmured, his strength seemingly drained from his body. Beside him, TT stared in stunned disbelief. D represents something that the world has largely forgotten over the past 800 years, Arasure explained. But one thing is certain. It is inherently opposed to the celestial dragons. In history, the celestial dragons have launched numerous bloody purges against those bearing the D. Arasure continued, his voice calm, yet heavy with implication. Cobra's expression shifted between shock and contemplation as he fell into silence. For 800 years, the Nefertari family had lived as part of the celestial dragons. However, unlike the others, they had always followed their path, never subscribing to the celestial dragon's ways. Now, the truth was laid bare. They were, in fact, the enemies of the celestial dragons. Arasure, Cobra called, his voice firm. What do you intend to do? Since you've brought this to my attention, you must have a plan. Taking a glance at Vivi, Arasure spoke softly. I'm telling you this so that you can be prepared. If you discover the truth later and act impulsively, it might lead to irreversible consequences. For now, the truth about D must remain hidden, he emphasized. To the world, you are still a celestial dragon and the king of Alabasta. Cobra nodded, exhaling a long breath. The revelation had shaken him deeply, but he quickly regained his composure as a king. Additionally, Arasure continued, before the truth is exposed, we must do everything we can to strengthen Alabasta's foundation. More warriors and stronger weapons. I will personally support Alabasta in this effort, Arasure said with a smile. Understood. Cobra's eyes glinted with resolve. I think I understand now why you became a Marine. Only those who truly wield power can reshape the rules, Arasure said with a sigh. Only then can they create the world that people truly desire. I've observed the royal guards of Alabasta, Arasure remarked. They might seem competent to you, but to me, they're far too weak. They lack the strength even to handle ordinary pirates, he added with a shake. Cobra frowned, wanting to object, but ultimately held back. Alabasta did have some training methods for cultivating strong warriors, but compared to the Marines, they were inadequate. Leave them to me, Arasure suggested. I'll arrange for someone to train them. Given enough time, Alabasta will have a powerful royal guard. For now, we're still working in the shadows. There's a chance to prepare, he added. Cobra nodded. No objections. This kingdom is as much yours as it is mine. Do as you see fit. After hesitating, he said, as long as it doesn't harm the civilians, I will support your plans. Arasure smiled faintly. Brother, you are a kind and benevolent king, but I am also a marine devoted to justice. Cobra chuckled, and the heavy atmosphere between them gradually lightened. Before long, the two brothers laughed and drank like nothing had happened. Arasure shared some amusing anecdotes with Vivi, making her giggle uncontrollably and planting a seed of curiosity in her young heart. Despite being only 2 years old, his niece was exceptionally intelligent. After the banquet, Arasure and Cobra strolled through the royal palace. At this upcoming reverie, do you think they might target you? Cobra asked in a serious tone. There might be some friction, but nothing too concerning, Arasure smiled. Brother, you don't need to worry about me. Instead, you should focus on protecting yourself. Hearing this, Cobra chuckled. True, compared to your strength, I'm quite weak. I even have to rely on the royal guard for protection, he said melancholy. Despite the high status and power of the royal family, they couldn't fully control their fates. Even an armed commoner could pose a threat to their lives. As long as we remain hidden, they won't act recklessly, Arasure reassured. I plan to depart from Mary Gios in 3 days, Cobra said. I've already prepared some proposals to present at the meeting. The Revery was a gathering of nations worldwide to discuss and make decisions on global peace and stability matters. While some proposals would be rejected, others might be adopted. Although the celestial dragons ruled from above, even they found maintaining a facade of peace and stability beneficial. Is that so? Arasure said with a thoughtful expression. I also have some suggestions. Would you consider including them? Of course. Cobra was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. He was reminded of their childhood when he shielded his younger brother from a wasp nest and ended up with a swollen face. The memory brought a fond, affectionate smile to his face. As for your departure, you'll need a wardrobe update, Cobra added. After all, you'll be representing the royal family of Alabasta on this trip. Arasure was taken aback. The next day, as a legendary vice admiral commander of the West Blue and one of the most influential figures in the Marines, Arasure experienced the opulent lifestyle of nobility firsthand. Even though the Nefertari family was known for its closeness to ordinary people, as royals, they upheld a strict sense of dignity in their appearance, attire, and etiquette. Professional barbers meticulously styled his close-cropped hair, and his outfit, a loose, elegantly designed robe, was tailored by expert designers. Wow, sir, you look even more imposing now, like a true noble, Ivia exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. Arasure flicked his sleeve and glanced at his reflection in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction. It was evident how different clothing could highlight various aspects of a person's character. The distinct Alabasta style accentuated his towering 3-meter frame, showcasing his commanding and powerful presence. Draped in a thin, deep brown overcoat with a loose robe underneath, and carrying the supreme Great Blade Ace at his waist, Arasure exuded an aura of nobility, majesty, and dominance. His imposing aura starkly contrasted his demeanor as a Marine vice admiral. Instead, he now embodied the regal dignity of a high-ranking noble. Following the attire adjustment, a team of grooming professionals lined up to refine his brows, face, and footwear. Cobra, having set aside all his royal duties, stood by to personally oversee his brother's appearance, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Perfect," Cobra declared with satisfaction. "With your striking appearance at the Revery, you're sure to make a lasting impression on everyone there. If you manage to catch the attention of a princess or two from other kingdoms, all the better." Soon, 3 days passed. Under the protection of the royal guard, the entourage departed for Nanohana port and boarded the royal ship. Alongside Cobra, TT, Vivi, Igarum, and other key figures of the kingdom, Arasure and his team joined the journey. Despite the large group, the ship's vast size made it far from cramped. "This ship is enormous," Ivia marveled, "and so luxurious. Compared to this, the interiors of our marine ships feel like they belong to beggars." Arasure wasn't particularly surprised. Alabasta was, after all, one of the most prosperous nations in the Grand Line. As members of the royal family, it was only natural for them to have such splendor. His thoughts, however, were preoccupied with the events to come after arriving at Mary Gios. "The Revery," he murmured, gazing at the open sea. "It's truly a rare gathering of power and intrigue." He glanced at Vivi, sitting in Cobra's arms, laughing and cheering excitedly at the sight of the vast ocean. "They're among the people I hold dearest in this world," Arasure said softly. "It's not so bad." He turned slightly and called to Ivia in a low voice. "Sir," she responded, lowering her tone as she noticed his serious expression. "Inform Crocodile to head to Alabasta immediately," Arasure instructed, a faint smile forming. "Baroque Works headquarters," he added with a chuckle, "will be established in this kingdom. Holy Land Mary Gios." Mary Gios, the headquarters of the world government, is located atop the Red Line between the first and second halves of the Grand Line. It is the dwelling place of the celestial dragons, the world's nobility. The city is heavily guarded, with the most formidable forces stationed there. A month later, Arasure and his group arrived at Mary Gios. The colossal castles hidden in the mist, the grand and imposing gates, all profoundly impacted their hearts. Stretching endlessly before them was an expansive view of castle clusters in the distance, with a moving platform beneath their feet. "Your Highness, as long as we stand here, it will transport us into the Holy Land," Igarum whispered cautiously. Even at the entrance, he dared not speak too loudly. As the center of global power, Mary Gios was the most coveted area for the world elite, with countless people aspiring to move there. Arasure nodded silently, his expression dark as he looked at the moving floor beneath them. He could see the bloodied, sweat-drenched slaves below, crying out in pain as they labored. What was referred to as a moving platform or passageway wasn't advanced technology, but the work of slaves. The blood and sweat of countless individuals powered it. Cobra, too, was aware of the truth behind this so-called moving floor. He remained silent throughout the journey, his face heavy with sorrow. As they approached the castle clusters ahead, the first thing that came into view was the opulent and luxurious palaces, with spotless streets flanked by meticulously maintained exotic trees and flowers. When their arrival was noticed from hundreds of meters away, the servants on both sides of the street immediately dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground and trembling in fear. This scene made Arashi's pupils contract sharply. Behind him, Evia's eyes flickered with shock and fear. Ahead, a celestial dragon, distinguished by the bubble helmet, walked slowly down the street. The silence was deafening. Though the palaces were grand and vibrant, an oppressive atmosphere of authority lingered, suffocating all who entered. "This is the concentration of power," Arasure murmured. Here, one's strength seemed insignificant. Obese, flabby nobles with no physical prowess could end the lives of pirates with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions with just a word. Even the mighty Marines were forced to tread carefully in this place, not daring to show the slightest defiance. The word power was the cruelest irony in this so-called Holy Land. As they moved forward, they noticed a celestial dragon ahead, stopping to inspect a maid kneeling by the roadside. "She has quite the figure," the celestial dragon sneered. "Take her back." My big yellow needs a new female companion. Hearing this, everyone in his entourage shuddered inwardly. They knew all too well what the celestial dragon meant by big yellow. It was a vicious beast known for its savagery, now entering its mating season. Monsters! A shackled fishman roared furiously, struggling against his chains as they clinked loudly. Silence, you slave! The celestial dragon bellowed, raising a whip and lashing it viciously at the fishman. Crack! The sharp sound of the whip echoed as fresh wounds joined the scars already marring the fishman's back, eliciting a pained cry. Just kill me already, the fishman roared, his voice filled with rage. If you've got the guts, kill me. The celestial dragon sneered. You're a toy I paid a hefty price for. You don't get to die until I'm done with you. Just then, a group of figures appeared ahead. The black-clad attendants preparing to seize the maid froze momentarily. Their movements halted. The celestial dragon raised his head to look at the newcomers. They are nobles here for the Revery, someone behind him whispered. Just a bunch of people relying on us celestial dragons. The celestial dragon snorted dismissively. Soon, two figures reached him. One of them, towering in height, was at least twice his size. How insolent! The celestial dragon suddenly snarled. He raised his whip and lashed it toward the tall figure. How dare you not bow when you see a saint like me? The whip stretched, curved, and lashed out ferociously. But in the next moment, the celestial dragon froze in place. His whip was caught firmly by the tall man's hand. How dare you? You dare defy Don Quixote and Josgard's saint, shouted the black-clad guards as they moved to encircle the group. Arasure raised his head and yanked the whip from the celestial dragon's hand. Crackle! Lightning flashed, and the whip turned to ashes in an instant. Behind him, Ivea was trembling, her heart pounding as she stared at the black-clad guards surrounding them. Fear flashed in her eyes. To someone of commoner origin, the celestial dragons were like gods, beings far above them, impossible to resist. Instinctively, she dared not fight back. The others in the group showed signs of panic on their faces. Titi instinctively held Vivi tightly, clutching Cobra's arm with her other hand. Honorable Saint Josgard, Cobra said in a steady voice, taking a deep breath. We are from the Nefertari family, invited here to attend the Revery. Nefertari? Saint Josgard paused, his expression shifting. Yes, I am Cobra Nefertari, King of Alabasta. This is my younger brother, Prince Arasure Nefertari, Cobra said, forcing a polite smile. There are also celestial dragons, one of the black-clad guards exclaimed, his face filled with fear. Quickly, someone whispered an urgent report into Saint Josgard's ear. So, you're the family that left the Holy Land? How foolish, Saint Josgard sneered, though some of the hostility in his demeanor eased. As fellow celestial dragons, it wasn't appropriate for him to act too harshly. His gaze swept over the group and landed on Ivea, trembling in fear. A sinister smile appeared on his face. To mend the tension between our families, why not gift her to me? Josgard suggested, his tone casual yet laced with excitement. I never imagined the Nefertari family would have such a peculiar fondness for taking in marine slaves. How fascinating. It's opened my eyes to a new world. To him, servants were nothing more than disposable objects, easily killed, traded, or gifted to smooth over disputes. It was only natural for him to think the other party would comply. Cobra fell silent, his fists clenching slowly. Igaram's face was worried, and Titi sighed quietly, covering Vivi's eyes with her hand. Ivea, meanwhile, felt her mind go blank. A celestial dragon had noticed her. It was over. Behind her, 9 Marines lowered their heads, their eyes filled with anger and ferocity. What they had learned at the O'Hara Marine Academy, the truths of freedom, democracy, resistance, and justice, clashed violently with the scene before them. This defies everything justice stands for, they seethed inwardly. If the Vice Admiral gives the order, one thought grimly, we'll take his head immediately. The moment seemed to freeze. No sound emerged, and even the air felt still. The chained fishman lifted his head with difficulty, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of a towering figure nearby. His heart skipped a beat. It's him. On the side of the street, the trembling maid who had been singled out also raised her head slightly, her eyes widening as she took in the scene. "Vice Admiral Arasure," she whispered, stunned. A soft breeze suddenly swept through, brushing against the colossal figure standing over 3 meters tall, with a build like a steel tower. "My subordinate? You dare lay claim to her?" A cold, low voice shattered the silence, cutting through the tension like a knife. The air around them seemed to chill instantly, causing Saint Mjosgard to shiver. "She joined the Marines at 15, holding the rank of captain," Arasure said, his voice calm but icy. "She has captured over 56 notorious pirates, contributing greatly to the Marines and the West Blue." His words carried an almost physical weight, making the noble trees lining the street tremble as if in fear. But most importantly, Arasure continued, his tone growing even colder. "She's my trusted aide, and you dare to demand her from me?" Arashi's gaze darkened, his face becoming grim and foreboding. "You gotta be kidding me." The sheer intensity of his voice sent shivers down everyone's spine. In an instant, Arashi's figure vanished. "What?" The black-clad guards recoiled in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, I remember now," one of them stammered. "He's that legendary Marine Vice Admiral. Arasure. It's Arasure." The guards' pupils contracted in fear. Earlier, they hadn't connected the noble-looking man to the Marines because of his aristocratic attire. But now, Arasure had appeared directly in front of Saint Mjosgard, his right fist clenched tightly, emitting a bone-chilling crack. What's he planning to do? He wouldn't, would he? Cobra, Saint Mjosgard, the fishman in chains, the maid on the sidelines, and even the black-clad guards all stared in stunned silence, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Boom! A dull impact echoed through the air. Before their eyes, Arashi's fist smashed into Saint Mjosgard's face, his nose collapsing inward as blood sprayed out instantly. The celestial dragon's short, rotund body flew backward like a cannonball. "Oh my God! This can't be real." The black-clad guards stood frozen in place, their minds blank with shock. Tears streamed down Evia's face as Vivi peeked from behind her mother's hand, blinking at the towering figure before her. "This guy, he's insane." Even the fishman's pupils trembled violently, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The atmosphere was silent, gripped by an eerie tension that enveloped everyone present. A mix of emotions, fear, disbelief, shock, and dread, swept through their minds. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a cloud of dust rose several hundred meters away on the street. Saint Mjosgard's body trembled briefly before going completely still. His eyes rolled back, unfocused and lifeless. The scene remained eerily quiet, as if frozen in time. Nobody could believe what they had just witnessed. It felt unreal, like a dream. In this world, at the pinnacle of power, a celestial dragon had been struck down with a single punch. Hiss! Only after a long pause did someone finally gasp, their body trembling uncontrollably. You dare to strike Saint Mjosgard?" A black-clad guard stammered, his voice shaking as a chill ran down his spine. He was utterly stunned by such brazen defiance. Striking a celestial dragon in Mary Gios was an event that hadn't occurred in centuries. "You fool! You've caused a massive disaster," another guard said tremblingly. They moved to charge at Arasure to teach him a lesson, but someone quickly held them back. "Are you insane? That's Arasure." The simple statement struck like a thunderbolt, freezing the black-clad guards in place. Instantly, they recalled this man's legendary exploits. His terrifying power was something they couldn't hope to match. "Hurry, alert the enforcement team. Summon an admiral immediately." A celestial dragon being assaulted. This was a grave incident that would undoubtedly shake the world, especially on the eve of the Revery. "Step aside," Arasure said coldly, his voice unwavering. "If you want to come at me, you'd better understand that you're not enough to stop me." He glanced at the unconscious Saint Josgard and added, "Instead of standing here in a daze, you should check if your master is still alive." The guards snapped out of their stupor and rushed over to Josgard. After a quick examination, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. "He's only injured and unconscious." Thankfully, it didn't escalate into something catastrophic. One of the guards quickly dialed a din mushy to notify nearby marine patrols and security forces. "Arasure," Cobra called out, his voice trembling with concern. "Don't worry," Arasure replied calmly. "In terms of status, we are also celestial dragons now." Cobra paused, stunned, before nodding slowly. The king of Alabasta wore a grave expression as he squinted at the imposing castle ahead. He couldn't shake the weight of what his brother had revealed during the banquet about the origins of the Nefertari family. The pressure felt immense. They had ventured deep into the enemy's lair, and now this. Cobra was also deeply shocked by his brother's audacity. Acting so boldly in a castle teeming with enemies was beyond comprehension. Arasure, meanwhile, stood utterly unflinching. His gaze shifted to the battered fishman lying on the ground, his tone sharp yet curious. "Fishman, tell me your name." The courage and defiance the fishman had displayed just moments ago had caught Arashi's attention. Most slaves captured and brought to Mary Gios had long lost the will to live, reduced to empty shells without any semblance of individuality. This one, however, was different, bold and strong-willed. "I'm Tiger." "Fisher Tiger," the fishman shouted, taking a deep breath. His voice was firm, though his emotions were a tangled storm. As a Marine Vice Admiral, Arashi's name was well known, a figure of both reverence and fear. His words about equality and justice had once ignited a fire in Tiger's heart, inspiring his ideals. After leaving Fishman Island, Tiger had been captured by the Celestial Dragons, but he had believed in justice and equality between humans and fishmen. To Tiger, Arasure was a flag-bearer of equality, a man he admired and revered. "I never expected him to be a celestial dragon, too, and utterly unrestrained," Tiger thought, but precisely because of that, he's even more awe-inspiring. Arashi's eyes widened slightly upon hearing the name, and he studied the fishman before him carefully. Fisher Tiger, the Sun Pirates' founder, the Fishman District's leader, and the elder brother figure to Jinbi, a future warlord of the sea, and Arlong, the tyrant of the East Blue. Tiger would one day escape Mary Gios and lead a sweeping liberation movement, freeing countless slaves from the Holy Land. To many, he was a great hero and the first person ever to mount a rebellion in Mary Gios. "You've got guts," Arasure said with a smirk. Suddenly, he placed a hand on the hilt of his blade. With a sharp clang, the sword was drawn, tracing an elegant arc in the air as it slashed at the collar around the fishman's neck. "From today onward, you're free." Arashi's voice rang out with laughter as the blade sliced through the collar like butter. Not a single explosion was triggered. Fisher Tiger trembled, staring blankly at the chains and collar falling from his body. For a moment, his mind seemed to freeze. A celestial dragon saved me, and not just me, but a fishman like me? He lifted his head slowly, his wide eyes fixating on the smiling face before him. The sunlight streamed down from behind the man, and at that moment, Fisher Tiger couldn't help but think of the word sun. Standing before him, this man seemed to have a sun at his back, illuminating everything in his world. In this sensitive place, your identity might cause some complications. "So, would you be willing to join my crew for now, Tiger?" Arashi's warm laughter rang out as he bent down to help the dazed Fisher Tiger to his feet. I'm willing." Tiger stammered, his heart racing uncontrollably. Memories of the torture and suffering he had endured since arriving in this so-called Holy Land flooded his mind, contrasting sharply with the gentle, kind man standing before him. His nose tingled, and tears welled up in his eyes, flowing uncontrollably. Understanding, Arasure patted him on the shoulder. Then, without hesitation, he tore off his coat and draped it over Tiger's shoulders, covering the ghastly wounds. "Your Highness, your coat." Igaram exclaimed in distress. The coat was custom-made, its gold trim stitched with real gold thread, an item of considerable value. Igaram, it's just a piece of clothing, Arasure replied, frowning as he chastised his companion. If it can save a warrior and cover his wounds, it has already fulfilled its greatest purpose. Clothes are meant to cover one's body, nothing more. Right now, Mr. Tiger needs it more than I do. Now apologize to Tiger, Arasure ordered firmly. Igaram froze for a moment before guilt washed over his face. Bowing deeply, he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Tiger. Fisher Tiger looked flustered and quickly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. I'm just a slave after all. He reached to remove the coat, clearly feeling unworthy of such a delicate garment. But before he could, a strong hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, stopping him. I said you need it more than I do, Arasure said, his tone unwavering. Tiger was stunned, his eyes instantly reddening. Arasure is right, Mr. Tiger. You need it more, Cobra added with a gentle smile. Tiger nodded heavily, engraving these two men's faces deeply into his memory. His voice trembled as he said, Thank you. Soon after, Eve led him into the group and placed him in the center. From a street corner, a young girl of about 15 or 16 secretly observed the scene. Her eyes lit up with a spark of hope and courage. Taking a deep breath, her frail, slender body suddenly darted from the ground as she ran toward them. Arasure turned his head toward the commotion. The black-clad guards noticed as well, their expressions turning cold. Just a lowly slave. How dare she? One of them muttered, reaching for the pistol at his waist. But another guard quickly stopped him, shaking his head. The Nefertari family is here. Don't act rashly in front of them. The first guard froze, his body trembling. Those were internal matters, even if there had been recent disputes and scuffles between the two families of celestial dragons. If they intervened, they might not even know how they ended up dead. The young maid ran up, her face smeared with dirt. Despite the grime, her slim figure and delicate features were still evident. Vice Admiral Arasure, please save me and my two sisters, she cried, kneeling before him in desperation. Arasure narrowed his eyes as he regarded the girl. He wasn't exactly a saint, especially in this holy land, where every action must be carefully considered. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that aside from the girl and the two anxious women in the distance, everyone else remained prostrate on the ground, utterly unresponsive. Slaves. The term itself embodied apathy and numbness. Even when hope presented itself, they often struggled to seize it. I'm more than willing to give hope to those who still hold on to it, Arasure said with a faint smile. Tell me your name. Hancock. My name is Boa Hancock, the girl stammered. Arasure froze, his gaze sharpening as he studied her face more closely. Much of her delicate and beautiful features were obscured by dirt, but her elegance was unmistakable. Despite her young age, she already showed the promise of extraordinary beauty, and her maid uniform did little to conceal her striking figure. No wonder Saint Mjosgard had set his eyes on her immediately. Bring your sisters and hide among my crew, Arasure said, nodding. Hancock immediately expressed her gratitude, calling to her two sisters. The three joined the group, embracing each other with tearful joy. Fisher Tiger watched the trio, his expression filled with emotion. Let's move, Arasure ordered. He paid no further attention to Saint Mjosgard, who, lacking any meaningful power, posed no threat to him. Just then, two tall figures strode toward them, instantly drawing everyone's attention. An admiral is here. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and two towering figures approached briskly. It's Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, someone exclaimed excitedly. A smile spread across Arashi's face as he turned to look at the newcomers. The two men wore smiles instead of stern expressions, and their eyes were fixed on him. This brat again, Sengoku complained, though his tone carried an unmistakable hint of amusement. Garp, can't you control him? Even in Mary Gios, he still manages to cause us trouble. Why should I? He hasn't done anything wrong. Garp roared with laughter. Arasure chuckled as he met their gaze. After exchanging a glance with Sengoku, his eyes settled on Garp. "Sensei, you're here too?" Garp quickly closed the distance, eyeing Arashi's noble attire with surprise. "You look much sharper now," Garp remarked. "It's a job requirement. Those guys insisted I take charge of the security here," Arasure explained with a wry smile. "Honestly, it's laughable. The most heavily guarded place in the world doesn't need me for protection." By the end of his statement, Garp was already chuckling. "Mind your words, Garp. This isn't Marine headquarters," Sengoku muttered urgently, wishing he could cover his old friend's mouth. "Admiral Sengoku." Arasure greeted him formally. "Oomph. Brat, last time you beat me up pretty badly," Sengoku snorted, feigning anger. After the battle at O'Hara, Sengoku and Zephyr had spent nearly 3 months bedridden, with their injuries taking another 6 months to heal fully. Sorry about that," Arasure replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Their relationship had grown complicated after that battle, far less casual than his dynamic with Garp. "Enough, Sengoku. You were outclassed and got beaten up by my student. Do you have to keep whining about it? It's embarrassing," Garp teased while casually picking his nose. "Damn you, Garp," Sengoku roared, furious. The black-clad guards watching the scene were utterly dumbfounded. They hadn't expected the arrival of 2 high-ranking Marines to unfold like this. "Hey, what are you standing there for?" Garp suddenly barked at them. "Take that guy for treatment. Do you want him to die here?" The guards flinched, hesitating as one of them spoke up. "But just now, Nefertari Arasure." Sengoku's face darkened. "Do you want us to fight here and destroy all of Mary Gios?" The guard shuddered and dared not say another word. "Quick, take Saint Josgard for treatment immediately." A group of guards quickly carried off the unconscious Saint Josgard, leaving the scene in haste. Garp and Sengoku then turned their attention to Cobra, exchanging polite greetings before scanning the group behind him. Sengoku's eyes narrowed slightly as they landed on Fisher Tiger and Boa Hancock, but he chose not to comment. "Kid, this is Mary Gios," Garp said nonchalantly. "Be careful about what you do here." Arasure smiled and nodded. "Never underestimate the power of the world," Sengoku added gravely. Hearing this, Arashi's eyes flickered. He smiled and replied, "I've never underestimated anyone." Sengoku nodded in approval. "Don't stir up any more trouble here. Next time, it won't just be the 2 of us coming. You're here as a representative of the Nefertari royal family for this reverie. Fulfill your responsibilities as a noble." Arasure nodded thoughtfully. "Don't worry about Sengoku's words. Even here, your teacher will always stand firmly by your side," Garp reassured him with a grin. "Ha ha ha." Garp roared with laughter. "You idiot, can't you restrain yourself a little?" Sengoku snapped angrily. But Garp just laughed louder, slinging an arm around Sengoku's shoulder. His voice lowered, taking on a more serious tone. "Still, you do well to listen to Sengoku. He understands the powers here better than I do." Arasure nodded earnestly. The 2 had arrived quickly and left just as swiftly. With that, Arashi's group moved forward. Delegates attending the Revery had accommodations prepared in advance, suitable for nobles worldwide. Suddenly, as they exchanged pleasantries with the servants waiting to greet them, Arashi's brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" Cobra noticed the change in his expression and asked quietly. "It's nothing," Arasure replied, his smile returning as he shook his head. Yet, he cast a sidelong glance to the side. In his view, a figure stood quietly nearby, a blade at his waist. Despite his calm demeanor, the man's presence radiated a subtle, overwhelming authority. He had crescent-shaped red hair and wore black sunglasses. When their eyes met, the man gave a slight nod, his face devoid of emotion. Arasure averted his gaze, but immediately recognized the man's identity in his mind. Figureland Garling Saint, the supreme commander of the Holy Knights. Once a king who ruled during the God Valley incident, his name was linked to the future Yonko, Shanks. The sight of this man carried profound implications. His appearance here was a subtle but undeniable message. Still, Garling made no further moves, merely observing from a distance. Moments later, Cobra, led by the servants, left for his accommodations. Arasure, too, withdrew his gaze. As he disappeared, Figureland Garling's saint turned and left as well. Entering a grand palace, Garling sat on a plush sofa, crossing one leg over the other. "Is he here?" a deep voice asked. "Who are you referring to?" Garling replied casually, glancing at the older man before him, who sported a distinctive mustache. It was none other than Topman Warcury's saint, one of the 5 elders, known as the warrior god of justice. Nefertari Arasure, Topman Warcury said coldly. "Yes, I just saw him," Garling answered. "Do you think we can handle him here?" Topman Warcury's eyes glinted. Garling chuckled dismissively. "You're asking such a question based solely on written reports without any real battle experience against him." He continued, his tone laced with warning. "But even so, you should know from the information we've gathered just how high the cost of making a move against him would be. If you're willing to risk losing Mary Gios, the sacred land atop the world, then by all means, I could make the attempt with my team." Hearing this, Topman Warcury frowned deeply. There could be no mistakes here. Garling smiled faintly, as if expecting that response. Rising to his feet, he walked toward the door. "Let me know when you've made up your minds. I don't have time to waste here," he said with a wave before vanishing. Topman Warcury sat in silence, deep in thought. After a long pause, his expression darkened. "We must test his strength somehow," he muttered. "If we can uncover any weaknesses or flaws." His gaze sharpened, murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. That brat caused such a commotion the moment he arrived in Mary Gios. He truly can't sit still. At that moment, another figure entered. With golden hair and a beard, it was Shepherd Jupiter Saint, the warrior god of agricultural. "The Revery is about to begin. I don't think it's a good idea to test him now," Shepherd said. "If things spiral out of control, it would make a mockery of us." Marcus Mars Saint, the warrior god of environmental, added calmly, "Then wait until after the Revery. Invite him to meet with us. It's about time we demand answers from him." "That settles it." Ethan Baron Nassadros Saint, the warrior god of financial, concluded. Topman Warcury, his face heavy with thought, finally nodded. The accommodations prepared for Arasure and his group were lavish, far surpassing anything he had seen in his previous or current life. Even the carpet beneath his feet could fetch an unimaginable price at the Sabati archipelago auction. "The life of a noble is truly intoxicating," Arasure remarked. Their residence was staffed with servants stationed at the door around the clock, standing so still they might as well be statues. No matter what the request, the servants would fulfill it without hesitation. After calling for a doctor to treat Fisher Tiger, Arasure sat in the opulent room, lost in thought. This decadent lifestyle was enough to tempt even him. From the moment he stepped into the palace, he had nearly fallen under its spell. The celestial dragons were the self-proclaimed gods of this world, standing at its pinnacle. To them, any desire could be fulfilled, whether just or evil. In truth, the celestial dragons, having grown up in such an environment, had no concept of justice or evil. Their every whim was catered to, reinforcing their superiority. No matter the cost, special groups even existed to uphold the celestial dragon's authority. In the corner of the room, the Boas sisters, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold, sat nervously, curious yet timid. They had recently been bathed and dressed in elegant gowns with the help of the servants. "Hancock," Arasure suddenly called. "Yes, my lord." Hancock responded immediately, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her admiration for Arasure was plain as day. The memory of his earlier display of power had left a deep impression on her young heart. "You don't need to live in fear here anymore," Arasure said gently, leaning forward in his chair as he looked at the young girl. "No one will ever harm you again." At 15 years old, Boa Hancock already displayed hints of the unparalleled beauty that would one day earn her the title of the most beautiful woman in the world. Draped in her gown, her slender figure and flowing black hair gave her the appearance of a budding flower in its prime. The future pirate empress stood timidly before him, her demeanor filled with apprehension as if she were a startled bird. Despite this, her youthful charm was undeniably captivating in its unique way. It was clear that her time in Mary Gios had left deep scars on her spirit, casting a long shadow even after her escape. "Sir, thank you for saving us," Hancock said in a trembling voice, bowing deeply. "I admire your spirit," Arasure replied with a gentle smile. "The way you refuse to give up hope in the face of despair. There's no need to be so formal here," he continued. "And don't see yourself as a slave anymore." Hancock's heart trembled at his words. She stared in awe at the tall man before her, his flowing robes, noble and graceful aura, and kind, approachable smile. His presence was irresistibly magnetic for a girl who had suffered so much at such a young age. Unconsciously, her heart began to race. "How can I repay you?" she asked in a small voice, her cheeks flushing red. At 15 or 16, she was at the age when her emotions began blossoming. The man before her had unknowingly captured her heart and became her Prince Charming. "Can I marry you?" she whispered, her voice growing softer and softer until she lowered her head, nervously gripping the hem of her dress. "Marry me?" Arasure burst into laughter. He had some understanding of the Empress's romantic inclinations and knew she admired those who dared to stand against the celestial dragons. Saving her had undoubtedly left a strong impression. Her young age and his status seemed to amplify her feelings, leading her to reveal her heart so openly. Placing a large hand on her head, he gently ruffled her hair. "Even if you want to marry me, you'll have to wait until you're older." Arashi-sama. Hancock's body stiffened, cheeks flushing a deep red as she teetered on the verge of fainting from happiness. "When I grow up, I will marry you," she declared firmly. Arasure chuckled. Despite her age, Hancock's height had already reached 175 centimeters, and her figure was gradually maturing, rivaling Eve's. The group resided in a grand palace resembling a castle, spanning 3 floors and an enormous area. Everyone dined together, but sensitive topics were rarely discussed during meals. Fisher Tiger sat quietly, his body wrapped in bandages. He wore a simple inner shirt with Arashi's coat draped over him. He was taciturn, expressing gratitude only to Arasure while being polite to everyone else. However, a fiery determination occasionally burned in his eyes. "If you wish to take action, do it after leaving this place. And ensure you can protect yourself," Arasure advised, easily seeing through Tiger's inner turmoil. "Do you think the world will ever see equality?" Tiger asked seriously, taking a deep breath. "Can slaves and nobles truly be equals? Can fishmen and humans truly understand one another?" His gaze drifted toward the servants standing nearby. They were motionless, like lifeless statues, their souls long since broken. "Equality will come," Arasure replied with a faint smile. "In some ways, humans, fishmen, mink tribe, giants, all races are born equal." Hancock quietly listened from the side, serving tea for the two. "In what ways are we born equal?" Tiger asked, puzzled. "For example, everyone has only one life," Arasure explained. "We all possess the same growth potential and capability to learn. Every race, with effort and determination, can become stronger. When holding a weapon, anyone can kill. And when struck by a bullet, everyone dies. In that sense, how can you say we are unequal?" "But, sir, why do inequalities still exist?" Tiger asked, his voice tinged with confusion. The stark disparity between the celestial dragons and the slaves in this holy land was a painful reminder of the world's injustices. Absolute equality may not exist, or at the very least, it is extremely difficult to achieve, Arasure replied, his tone thoughtful. However, relative equality and fairness can be achieved through the efforts of the people. Differences in talents, racial traits, personalities, and other factors create subtle inequalities. Over time, these differences grow wider across generations, forming chasms that seem insurmountable. Pausing, Arashi's expression grew serious. "If you feel that these inequalities threaten your people's survival and safety, then it can only mean one thing. The world is wrong. The world is wrong, Tiger murmured, startled. If you recognize its flaws, then you must try and correct them in your own way. Arasure sighed. I'm striving for the same goal. The topics of fairness and equality were heavy, complex issues that transcended any single world. In every era, absolute unity is difficult to achieve, and history proves its challenge. However, maintaining balance is enough to bring happiness and joy to countless lives. In my view, respect between humans and other races should be the bare minimum, Arasure explained. No one should despise others for being weak, look down on them for their low status, mock them for physical imperfections, or ridicule them for their unique appearance. This is the fundamental reverence and equality that all lives should have for one another. If this ideal were realized, how could there still be slaves in the world? Arasure sighed, expressing a dream that seemed beautiful yet distant. This world was vastly different from his previous one. While injustices existed in his original world, life was generally free and respected. Darkness coexisted with light, achieving a kind of balance. But the darkness far overshadowed the light here, manifesting in starkly visible ways. Thank you for your guidance. I think I now know what I should do in the future, Fisher Tiger murmured, as if speaking to himself. Your words will profoundly impact me, he added earnestly. Arasure smiled gently. I'm glad I could help. Standing nearby, Hancock quietly observed the conversation, her wide eyes sparkling with admiration. Her gaze toward Arasure was filled with respect and awe. Despite his high status and immense strength, he treated everyone with equal respect, embodying the ideals of equality he spoke of so clearly. The next day, Cobra arrived. Arasure, tomorrow marks the beginning of the Revery, Cobra said with a serious expression. We should go over the topics again. The proposals Arasure had presented a few days earlier had surprised Cobra. Just follow the original plan, Arasure replied with a calm smile, his eyes glinting with subtle intent. The Reverie held vastly different meanings for Cobra and Arasure. As Arashi's domain of perception expanded, encompassing nearly all of Mary Gios, he discovered something unsettling. His usually flawless observation field failed to penetrate certain areas. He could only sense the publicly accessible zones, while deeper regions were shrouded by an inexplicable force that even electromagnetic waves couldn't breach. Pangea Castle, the Room of Flowers, Arasure muttered, his eyes flickering. As Garp-sensei had said, this holy land's power was extraordinary and not to be underestimated. Still, Arasure felt no fear. The only question is, when will they make their move? He wondered aloud. Or rather, when will they invite me? A faint, enigmatic smile crossed his face, revealing a hint of anticipation. The scheduled time for the Reverie soon arrived. Cobra, Arasure, Igarum, and Eve made their way to the meeting hall. The venue was a grand palace, its opulence and majesty surpassing imagination. Rows of seats filled the enormous hall, creating an atmosphere of both grandeur and solemnity. The hall was already packed as they entered, and countless eyes immediately turned toward them. It's the Nefertari family, one of the 20 royal families that left the Holy Land. Wait, isn't that tall man? Yes, I've seen him in the papers. That's the legendary marine, Arasure. Don't tell me he's a celestial dragon. Whispers filled the air as the crowd murmured, their varied tones carrying curiosity, shock, and intrigue. Arashi's gaze swept across the room, taking in the assembly of nobles adorned in luxurious attire, their guards standing silently at the periphery. The participants here are mostly kings, queens, princes, and princesses from various nations, Cobra whispered to Arasure. We must remain composed. Arasure nodded with a faint smile. Leave everything to you, big brother. For him, this gathering was not about voicing opinions. The real drama would likely unfold during or after the meeting. As the final participants arrived, the hall was filled. Let us begin this global assembly, an elderly man announced from the podium. Representatives of nations may now present their proposals. His words silenced the room. The whispers of curiosity soon followed. Why aren't the 5 elders here? It's not unusual. They rarely attend these meetings unless something significant occurs. Let's proceed with the conference. Amid the murmurs, Arasure sat quietly, one leg crossed over the other, his eyes closed as if in meditation. Cobra glanced at him, his expression heavy with concern. Nobles stepped forward one by one, presenting proposals and submitting documents to the podium. The scene resembled a chaotic yet urgent United Nations meeting from his past life. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared beside Arasure. Lord Arasure, someone has requested a private discussion with you. The person whispered respectfully. Arasure opened his eyes, their sharp gaze piercing through the dim light. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Lead the way, he said calmly. The World Conference was in full swing, with countless voices blending into a cacophony as people moved busily about. Naturally, no one noticed Arasure slipping away. Cobra's gaze turned somber as his hand tightened around the armrest of his chair. Yet, recalling his younger brother's earlier words, he exhaled deeply, calming himself before refocusing on the ongoing discussions. Meanwhile, clad in black, the guide led Arasure down a secluded path. Standing at an imposing height of 3.3 meters, Arasure towered over the guide, who almost seemed to be running just to keep pace with his long strides. Are we there yet? Arasure asked, frowning after nearly 15 minutes of walking deeper into the heart of Mary Gios. We're almost there, my lord. Please be patient, the guide replied, his voice trembling as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The guide knew very well who this man was. A Marine vice admiral of tremendous strength and, more importantly, a celestial dragon. Few dared to cross someone like him. But this meeting had been initiated at the request of 5 very particular figures. Moments later, they arrived at what appeared to be the core of Mary Gios. The palace ahead is your destination. Please proceed, the guide said carefully, gesturing toward the grand structure before stepping aside. Arasure squinted at the resplendent palace, his eyes narrowing slightly. Without further hesitation, he strode forward. Inside the majestic hall, 5 elderly figures waited, their appearances and postures diverse, some standing, others seated on sofas. Suddenly, the grand doors swung open, and a tall, commanding figure stepped inside. He's here, one of the elders murmured, their gazes converging on the newcomer. Standing at 3.3 meters with a robust physique, Arasure exuded the aura of a wild predator. His mere presence was enough to unsettle the air around him. His striking features bore a faint smile, and even in the face of these 5, his composure remained unshaken. Nefertari Arasure, an elder clad in a dark green suit, bald with a curled mustache, called out in a deep voice. Standing before the 5, Arasure glanced down at them and calmly said, "Don't you think it's polite to introduce yourselves first?" The elder wielding a sword glared at him, his aura rippling through the room like a sudden gale. The air grew heavy as an unseen pressure settled over everyone present. "Leave us," commanded an elder in a black suit. The trembling servants, pale with fear, quickly exited the room, shutting the doors tightly behind them. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. The weight in the room grew oppressive, thick with authority, solemnity, and tension as if the air had been squeezed out. "You likely already know who we are," an elder with long white, straight hair and a deep blue suit said coldly. "Knowing and practicing hospitality are 2 different matters," Arasure replied, raising an eyebrow and sweepingly glancing over the 5. "Don't you agree?" The silence stretched, the 5 elders' expressions turning darker and more imposing. Suddenly, a suffocating wave of pressure emanated from the elders, crashing toward Arasure like an unseen tidal wave. His body tensed briefly under the immense weight, but it wasn't over. Another followed, one wave, and then another, until 5 separate waves bore down on him simultaneously. But then Arasure grinned. His aura flared to life, clashing against theirs in an invisible but fierce collision. "You underestimate me," he said, his tone laced with amusement. A sudden burst of Conqueror's haki erupted from Arasure, powerful and overwhelming. The sheer intensity caused the coffee cups on the table to shatter with a crisp crack. The room seemed to split into two distinct domains as six powerful auras collided and intertwined. The tension was palpable, the air heavy with an almost tangible energy. "As the rumors say," one elder muttered, "you are indeed a force to be reckoned with." "Very well," continued the elder in the dark green suit. "Allow me to introduce us formally. As you may have guessed, we are the ones who hold the highest authority in the world. The people call us the Gorosei, the Five Elders." He paused, then began the introductions. "I am Topman Warkiri. The one in the white robe is Saint Ethenburn V. Nustro," Topman said, gesturing toward a stoic elder who slightly nodded. "The man in the deep crimson suit is Saint Shepherd Jupiter," he added. Shepherd remained expressionless, offering no acknowledgement. "The elder in the deep blue suit is Saint Marcus Mars," he continued, his tone steady. "And finally, the one in the black suit with white curly hair is Saint J. Garcia Saturn," Topman concluded. Having introduced the group, Topman extended a hand, signaling the start of their discussion. "You were summoned here because there are a few things we wish to clarify. Have a seat." Arasure nodded indifferently, ignoring the five elders' cold attitude. Without hesitation, he dropped onto the sofa, crossing one leg over the other. This casual display caused the elders to frown slightly. "Let's not waste time. If you have questions, just ask," Arasure said nonchalantly. "Very well," replied Topman Warkiri, his sharp gaze fixing on Arasure. "Regarding the O'Hara incident, do you have anything to explain?" Hearing this, Arasure chuckled. "Digging up old events like this seems pointless, doesn't it? Besides, didn't the outcome of that incident satisfy you?" At these words, Saint Ethan Baron V. Nustro, the elder wielding the sword, immediately glared at him. "Arasure, be mindful of where you are. This isn't your West Blue." Arasure raised his head and let out a mocking laugh. "Do you want Mary Gios to sink? If anyone here doesn't understand the situation, it's you." He paused momentarily before continuing. "The O'Hara incident was something you and I agreed upon through Garp-sensei. Bringing it up again now only tarnishes your reputation. But if you want to settle old scores..." The smile faded from Arashi's face, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze. "I don't mind making good on what I promised during that battle." At his words, the elders' expressions darkened visibly, their faces growing grim and icy. "You're too bold," Arasure, one of them growled. "Do you think you can act recklessly in this sacred land?" "Kid, don't compare us to Sengoku and Zephyr," another snapped. "Were it not for your status as a celestial dragon, do you think you'd even have the privilege to sit here and speak to us? Fool, are you looking to die?" Furious voices erupted in unison, and the five elders' expressions twisted in anger. Their terrifying, invisible pressure surged again, bearing down on Arasure. "If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to talk, show some respect and talk properly." Arasure shot back, his voice calm but steely. "The world may fear you, but don't assume I'm among them." Arasure rose to his feet with a sharp movement, drawing his long blade in one swift motion. His cold, piercing eyes swept across the five elders. Despite standing deep in enemy territory, his demeanor showed no trace of fear. "Worst case," he said with a cold laugh, "I'll tear through this red line beneath us today, reduce Mary Gios to rubble, and bury all the celestial dragons along with it." Crackle! Lightning erupted from Arasure, streaking across the vast hall, leaving charred marks in its wake. "Bastard, are you threatening us?" snarled Ethan Baron V. Nustro. Arasure smirked but remained silent. He didn't deny it. This was a threat. In hostile territory, with the strength to bring mutual destruction, the one who should be cautious wasn't him but them. "Everyone calm down." Saint J. Garcia Saturn suddenly interjected, holding his forehead in exasperation. His voice carried authority as he addressed his enraged peers and the defiant Arasure. He observed the confrontation unfolding before him. Arasure, fearless and aggressive, seemed ready to act on the slightest provocation. The elders hadn't expected this level of audacity. Was he that confident? Jay Garcia's thoughts darkened momentarily as he recalled the rumors about Arashi's most troubling ability. Not his immense power, but his apparent immortality. According to intelligence reports, since Arasure joined the Marines, he had fought countless battles and had supposedly died more times than they could count. This was a vexing problem for the elders. If a fight broke out here, Mary Gios would face destruction, and it might also attract the attention of that figure. If that figure's existence were revealed to the world, the consequences would be catastrophic. After all, it tied back to a secret buried for 800 years. "Since you've summoned me, state your purpose," Arasure said coldly. "I don't have time to waste with 5 old men. You're far too arrogant. Let's see just how powerful you are." Ethan Baron V. Nustero growled, his voice icy. He didn't draw his sword, but a dark, formless shadow emerged behind him, exuding an ominous and terrifying aura. "Ethan Baron," Topman Warcury called out, his face grim. Then his expression turned cold, and another shadow appeared behind him, chilling and demonic, as though claws were stretching out. "Teach him a lesson," he said. "Let him understand where he is." "You may boast about your strength," added Saint Shepherd Jew Peter, "but it's nothing in our eyes." Shadows began to manifest behind Shepherd, Marcus Mars, and J. Garcia Saturn. The oppressive darkness seemed to drain all light from the hall, plunging it into a suffocating gloom. A bone-chilling dread spread through the room, penetrating Arashi's body. The oppressive power filled the space, forcing Arashi's gaze to sharpen. Even he couldn't afford to underestimate the unknown strength of these 5 elders. Though hazy and grotesque, the shadows seemed like monstrous beings staring him down. One had horns, another trailing ribbons, a third bird-like, a fourth with an elephant's trunk, and the last, indistinct but growing more sinister by the second, seemed like a demonic abomination. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed. Behind Arasure, 5 thunder drum patterns materialized. Violet lightning arced between them as his black hair grew longer, cascading down to his waist. Electric ribbons coiled around his body, crackling with raw energy. Without hesitation, Arasure unleashed his overwhelming power on the 5 shadows. The collision was immediate and fierce, shaking the hall. The elder's pupils contracted sharply. He has developed the Rumble Fruit's power to this extent. The powerful clash of auras distorted the very space around them. The violent impact shattered everything nearby. The intricate murals cracked in half, and the grand crystal chandelier above came crashing down with a loud shatter. The 5 elders watched Arasure with grave expressions. The tall, imposing figure before them radiated unnerving confidence. Behind him loomed a demonic shadow, an ominous manifestation achieved by awakening the soul residing within a devil fruit's power, a feat almost impossible for Logia users and often dismissed as mere legend. "He's even stronger than the intelligence we had on him," Topman remarked, his tone grim. "He's too arrogant. One way or another, he needs to be taught a lesson," Ethan Baron growled, his eyes flashing with cold determination. The colliding auras shook the ground, splitting it apart as tremors rippled through the palace. "You're right," Marcus nodded. "This situation aligns perfectly with our contingency plans." "Then let's do it," J. Garcia Saturn's saint declared. In an instant, the 5 elders moved as one. The demonic shadows behind them grinned menacingly as they sprang into action. Despite their aged bodies, their speed was beyond comprehension, revealing terrifying explosive power. Shing! In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Arasure, positioning themselves above, behind, and to every side, sealing off all avenues of escape. "He's full of openings. He can't dodge this," J. Garcia, Saturn's saint, shouted. But just then, Arasure grinned, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. "He's smiling?" Topman Valkyrie Saint's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, in the World Summit room, King Cobra, what proposal did you just present? The vast conference room was deathly silent. Everyone stared at Cobra in shock and disbelief at the boldness of his suggestion. Allow me to repeat, Cobra said with a calm smile. Given the escalating chaos of the Great Pirate Era, it's clear the Marines alone can no longer maintain balance on the seas. Hence, I propose recruiting select pirates to counterbalance others of their kind. I call this the warlord system. A heavy silence followed. The sheer audacity of the idea left the room momentarily speechless. Finally, someone broke the silence. Absurd. Using pirates to control other pirates. That's impossible. Regular pirates couldn't accomplish this, and the powerful would never cooperate with the world government. Outrageous. This plan is utterly unthinkable. King Cobra. No, it's possible, someone else argued. Pirates are selfish and ruthless. If we offer certain powerful individuals enough benefits, they might agree to cooperate. Even so, working with pirates feels utterly ridiculous. The room erupted into a heated debate. Cobra's face darkened as he listened. Earlier, his proposals concerning Alabasta's trade policies and military aid, as well as his suggestions for assisting Flevence and its citizens plagued by amber lead poisoning, had been completely ignored. But the warlord proposal? It had stirred the room into a frenzy. It became clear to him that these rulers were more willing to ally with pirates than care for ordinary people. They'd rather risk battles with pirates than address the struggles of the common folk. Hopeless, Cobra thought bitterly. To them, commoners were no more than ants, resources to be exploited without concern for their well-being. Arasure was right, Cobra mused. We're fundamentally different from them. Though his expression regained its calm, his heart burned with quiet disdain. Back in the palace, a sudden violent tremor shook the room, causing everyone to lose their balance. Their faces turned pale. What's happening? An earthquake? In Mary Gios? Impossible. This is the sacred land. Maybe it's the wind, but strong enough to shake buildings. The shaking quickly subsided, leaving the crowd confused. They glanced outside, but with the tremor gone, they returned to their discussions. Amid the overwhelming auras, Arashi's smile didn't waver. Even in the face of unavoidable attacks, he's still smiling. The five elders' hearts wavered with unease. Then, the five shadows launched their most devastating attack in a synchronized strike. Their blows passed cleanly through Arashi's body, leaving no room for retreat or resistance. They landed firmly, regrouping a moment later. Buzz! A split second later, the air trembled violently. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, crashing into the palace walls and ceiling. The entire structure groaned and cracked under the sheer force, leaving countless fissures in its wake. The walls were sliced apart, tilting as dust filled the air. 5 of you, a calm voice rang out. The 5 elders turned sharply, their eyes locking onto the figure at the center of the chaos. Arasure stood there, bloodlines visible on his neck, chest, abdomen, and limbs, injuries so severe that they could kill anyone, no matter how strong they were. Is that all you've got? A mocking sneer spread across Arashi's face, his disdain evident. This guy, he's too arrogant. He didn't even bother to dodge our attack. Is this a display of strength? Is he showing off his power to us? With injuries like those, he should be dead by now. Their faces contorted with anger, but none of them moved. For a few tense moments, time seemed to stand still. Then, to their shock, the bloodline on Arashi's neck began to vanish, as if it had never existed. The fatal wounds on his chest, abdomen, and limbs all disappeared in an instant. An immortal body. Topman Valkyrie Saint's pupils shrank in disbelief. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon firsthand sent chills through them. How could anyone defeat an enemy who couldn't die? Even a god might not have an answer. Can he defy death? This guy, he's even more terrifying than we imagined. Seeing him up close was far more unsettling than any report or screen projection had ever conveyed. Rip. The sound of fabric tearing drew their attention upward. Arasure had torn off his luxurious robe, revealing a muscular physique carved with the definition of a demon. This kid, his back muscles, they looked like the face of a demon. Ethenbaron's heart skipped a beat. The sight of Arashi's back alone was enough to instill dread in all five of them. It was clear his body had been forged through unimaginable, hellish training. Huff! White steam shot from Arashi's nostrils as he grinned wickedly. Now it's my turn. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The five elders' expressions darkened, but before they could react, the ground beneath Arasure caved in with a loud boom, sending a shockwave rippling outward. His figure vanished from sight. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, space distorted in front of Nasajuro. A flash of lightning revealed Arashi's figure, his massive fist hurtling toward Nasajuro's face. So fast, Nasajuro's heart pounded, but his reflexes were just as formidable. His long blade flashed out in a split second, blocking the strike. Crash! It was like being hit by a mountain. The force of Arashi's punch reverberated through Nasajuro's blade, and he was pushed back uncontrollably, skidding until he slammed into the wall behind him, leaving spiderweb-like cracks across its surface. Speed and strength, both are flawless, Nasajuro thought grimly. At the same time, the other four elders moved, surrounding Arasure from all sides. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can take on all five of us. Topman roared as Arasure grinned and swung his fist. Then come and try. Boom! Fists clashed, sending shockwaves tearing through the palace walls. Creak! The palace groaned under the pressure, its structure on the verge of collapse. Arashi's body crackled with lightning as he darted between them, his speed unimaginable. He clashed with each elder, each collision generating powerful shockwaves that obliterated everything around them. The five elders withdrew cautiously, forming a tight perimeter around Arasure. After their relentless exchange of attacks, they hesitated to strike further. Stop! A cold, commanding voice echoed from the distance, chilling and intangible. Imusama. The five elders froze, expressions shifting to one of reverence as they dispelled their killing intent. At the same time, a strange tendril-like attack pierced through Arashi's chest, causing his body to tremble slightly. Imusama has intervened. Is he dead? The five elders were momentarily stunned. They believed their lord's intervention would yield different results from their own. But in mere moments, Arashi's lips curled into a smile. The hidden ruler of Pangaea Castle stoops to a sneak attack? How disappointing! Arasure muttered with a sigh, shaking his head as the wound on his chest vanished. The five elders stared in stunned silence, their shock mirrored by the shadowy figure observing from the darkness. Nefertari Arasure, the mysterious figure spoke coldly. We need to know your stance. My stance? Arashi's grin widened as his sharp eyes locked onto a particular spot. Before we get to that, I can't just ignore your cowardly attack. His icy voice reverberated as he opened his hand. A lance of lightning, crackling with black and red electricity, formed in his grasp. Without hesitation, he hurled it with terrifying force. The five elders' faces turned pale as they instantly watched the lightning spear vanish. He dares to attack Imusama. Imu, the enigmatic ruler dwelling in the deepest depths of Pangaea Castle amidst the flower room, abruptly appeared, not in person but through an echoing voice. Even so, this unseen presence launched a lethal strike at Arasure. Imu's intervention astonished the five elders, but what followed, the bold defiance of the young man before them, shocked them even more. Crackle! The black and red, lightning-imbued thunder lance disappeared instantly, vanishing toward an unknown destination. Topman quickly analyzed the situation and was alarmed to discover that the thunder lance was heading directly toward the creator's location. The shattered palace grew heavy with tension as the seconds ticked by. The five elders sealed off all possible escape routes for Arasure, their cold gazes fixed on him. Arasure remained in the posture of his throw, sparks of lightning still flickering between his fingers. When he realized his connection to the Thunder Lance had been severed, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of seriousness crossing his face. His electromagnetic field spread outward, but it failed to sense any disturbance from that mysterious location. It was as though the space where the voice originated was a black hole, swallowing everything without a trace. Let's get to the main topic. The cold voice rang out again, its origin indistinguishable. The five elders hesitated for a moment before they dropped their hostile stances. The spectral shadows behind them faded, and their tight formation dispersed. Arasure, stand down and suppress your hostility. The Creator wishes to speak with you. Nasujuro's saint spoke solemnly. Arasure smiled faintly, stepping forward a few paces before sitting on a nearly collapsed sofa. Crossing one leg over the other, he smirked. Let's talk then, O Creator of Pangea Castle and the Flower Room. The five elders frowned, but remained silent. Despite their distaste for Arashi's insolent attitude, they refrained from speaking further. For one, his strength was undeniable, and his immortality rendered him particularly troublesome. Secondly, if the Creator had chosen to appear, they had no right to intervene. 800 years ago, 20 kings established this world. The cold voice began after a brief silence. Your Nefertari family was among them. Are you referring to my ancestor, Nefertari Lily? Arasure asked with a casual smile. His sharp gaze remained locked on the depths of Pangea Castle. Though the voice was ethereal, Arasure could pinpoint its origin. Lily, she made certain mistakes that caused significant trouble later. But it doesn't matter anymore. Time has erased everything. Now we stand at the pinnacle. The chilling voice carried a weight that seemed to distort the very fabric of space and time around the six people in the ruined palace. I know everything you've done. I can understand the naive kindness that has caused some ripples. In the history of the celestial dragons, there have been others like you, and our family has always dealt with such individuals. But for those who possess strength, we acknowledge and respect it. The voice paused momentarily before deepening, its tone suffused with threat and temptation. Tell me, Arasure, your choice. Will you stand against us and be condemned to the depths of hell, your family, friends, subordinates, and lover wiped from existence? Or will you joyfully play your foolish game among the commoners? Or better yet, become the ruler of this world, ascending to the apex of power as a celestial dragon? If you choose the latter, your strength will earn you the highest status and unimaginable power. You'll have everything this world can offer. The voice carried a potent mix of menace and allure, causing Arashi's eyes to narrow slightly. The speaker, of course, was the enigmatic creator, Imu. Few knew of Imu's existence, even among the highest echelons. It was clear that Imu, too, had been one of the 20 kings from 8 centuries ago. His strength was unfathomable, shrouded in mystery. From their brief exchange, Arasure could tell that neither of their probing attacks had yielded results against the other. This conversation was a direct consequence of that stalemate. After silence, Arashi's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke calmly. I don't believe you possess the power to erase everything. For 8 centuries, the poneglyphs have remained as irrefutable evidence. The Void's century stands before the world, and you can do nothing about it. All you've managed is to target unarmed scholars and defenseless civilians, flexing your so-called power. Your empty threats are laughable to me. He tapped a finger on the sofa's armrest, his expression steady. However, I have no desire to be your enemy. My greatest ambition is to pursue what you mock as the game of being a Marine. Arasure looked up and chuckled softly. How about this? You and I stay out of each other's way. You stop looking for trouble with me, and I'll carry out my duties as the Grand Commander of the West Blue without interference. And his grin widened as he dropped a bombshell, making every pair of eyes widen in disbelief. I can even keep your existence a secret. What do you think of that, Emo? Hearing that name spoken aloud, the 5 elders froze, their faces a mixture of shock and dread. In their hearts, Waves of disbelief surged as the sheer audacity of Arashi's words sent ripples of unease through the room. Impossible! How could he know the master's name? Even Imu, who resided in the flower room, fell silent at this moment. To become a marine of justice and play this boring game of righteousness. This is your choice, a deep voice resonated. Indeed, Arasure replied with a nod. It's something I find rather interesting. Then so be it, Imu replied indifferently. Also, erase all memories of what transpired here as quickly as possible. Arasure nodded. There's nothing here worth remembering anyway. The atmosphere returned to a stillness. The five elders all stared at him in eerie silence. You should consider yourself fortunate to have reached an agreement with the master, remarked Marcus, his white beard trembling as he spoke. Otherwise, leaving this place would mark the beginning of your disaster. As I said, your threats mean nothing to me. Arasure stood slowly, his smile vanishing and replaced by a cold and grim expression. If I hear such threats again, his voice dropped, I'll make sure you understand the true meaning of the word disaster. The five elders' expressions froze, their faces twisting in discomfort. Despite their authority, they were powerless to act. The brief exchange had revealed much about both sides. In terms of power, the gap was likely negligible. What gave Arasure a relative advantage was his strange immortality, a trait they couldn't counter for now. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Arashi's smile returned as he turned. After all, I came here to participate in the Revery and propose some constructive ideas for the world. The five elders exchanged glances before Shepherd spoke calmly. Oh, someone like you is interested in the world's well-being? Waving his hand dismissively, Arasure walked toward the dilapidated door. A peaceful world aligns with my goals. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The five elders stood silently, remaining still for what felt like an eternity before one finally sighed. We should meet with the master. Today's events had shaken them. They never expected to disturb the one they served. Deep within Pangea Castle, in the flower room, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened, black concentric rings swirling within them, exuding an eerie chill. Nefertari, the low voice escaped Imu's lips. Rising, he moved into a dimly lit chamber, his gaze falling upon a massive straw hat as though lost in thought. Is it him? No, it's not. Shaking his head decisively, Imu turned and left. Moments later, he ascended the empty throne, looking down at the five kneeling figures below. You were reckless, the cold voice echoed. At such a time, in such a place, you dared provoke someone like him. The five elders trembled. We miscalculated. Please forgive us, master. His strange bloodline is indeed extraordinary. In history, there's no record of such a race. Is it some kind of mutation? Imu murmured, even though he was puzzled and shocked by Arashi's immortality. Do not move against him until we are certain. The Nefertari family. Imu's gaze turned sharp, his voice becoming icy. Truly a family worth monitoring closely. The five elders listened in silence. After a long pause, Topman Valkyrie Saint cautiously asked, Master, what do you make of Arashi's claims? A faint smirk seemed to appear on Imu's face. Nonsense, of course. Just as we can't discern his weaknesses, he likewise has no certainty of defeating us. When power is balanced, negotiations and peace follow. He paused briefly, but our focus need not remain solely on him. For 8 centuries, individuals have been stronger and more influential than him. And yet, in the end, we emerged victorious. His gaze bore down on the five elders like a crushing mountain. The stability of the world is paramount. Some restless individuals appear to be stirring again. The great pirate era, Ima chuckled darkly. What a ridiculous notion. The voice grew softer as the five elders retreated. That troublesome straw hat has certainly caused enough chaos. Joy Boy, GOLD, Roger, who will be next? The faint words drifted down from the empty throne as the five elders, their faces full of uncertainty, slowly departed. The Revery was filled with heated discussions, fierce arguments, and outright insults. The vast hall echoed with noise, and King Cobra's previously composed demeanor had completely vanished. His face was ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. The Seven Warlords' plan? King of Alabasta, had you been bribed by pirates? I'm beginning to suspect you're colluding with them. Using pirates to stop the chaos of this world? How naive. We should send King Cobra to the gallows for conspiring with pirates, and his entire family should face the same fate while we're at it. Mocking laughter and scornful remarks filled the room, creating a chaotic scene. Cobra clenched his fists, trembling with rage as the taunts grew louder. Although a few voices expressed support, they were drowned out by jeers and condemnation. Despite their polished facades, the nobles were no different from ordinary people, perhaps even crueler when their masks of civility were stripped away. Their actions, once unmasked, could be far more savage than those of beasts. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped into the chamber. The room fell silent as if a pause button had been pressed. Fear flickered across the faces of many present. An unexplainable aura swept through the hall, suffocating and oppressive, making everyone tremble. Who dares speak of executing the Nefertari family? The cold voice echoed through the chamber. The figure strode forward and sat beside Cobra, his piercing gaze scanning the room. Anyone who met his eyes recoiled instinctively, trembling in fear. I could have you executed first, the man said, his icy words cutting through the silence. A frigid chill swept through the room, causing those who had spoken against Cobra to break into a cold sweat. Nefertari Arasure, the legendary vice admiral with overwhelming power. They say he's strong enough to be an admiral. A terrifying man. The one who captured Pirate King Roger and Golden Lion Shiki. The atmosphere grew suffocating as everyone stared at the shirtless figure, his muscular frame etched with scars and visible power. The weight of his legendary exploits rendered the room speechless. Some nobles, in particular, remembered the recent rumor of Arasure striking a celestial dragon. Despite this, he had faced no repercussions. The fear of provoking him and suffering the same fate silenced further dissent. The Seven Warlords' plan was my idea, Arasure said calmly. Whether it's implemented or not is up to the world government, not for you to argue over. His voice was indifferent, yet his authority was undeniable. Crossing one leg over the other, Arasure sat back, disinterested in further debate. Prince Arasure is right, said an elder from the platform, his voice tinged with respect. The Seven Warlords' plan will be seriously considered. Let's move on with the meeting. The elder's eyes revealed a trace of reverence. Unlike the others, he knew where Arasure had just been and what he had faced. For this man to return unscathed and sit here again spoke volumes. The meeting resumed with the topic of the Seven Warlords tabled. Cobra breathed a small sigh of relief and turned to his brother, his eyes filled with curiosity. Well, he asked, just a simple test. Arasure replied with a faint smile. Both sides have reached a temporary balance. So nothing happened? Cobra pressed. Precisely, Arasure confirmed. Satisfied, Cobra finally relaxed. Igaram draped a loose robe over Arashi's shoulders to cover him while Arasure leaned back, indifferent to the rest of the meeting. His eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. The five elders and Im had been probing him, but Arasure did the same. The immense strength of the five elders and the enigmatic nature of Im were hurdles he would inevitably have to face. This exchange of tests left both sides wary, leading to a temporary equilibrium. The world government had avoided one problem, while Arasure had secured more time to strengthen himself. Yet the pressure they exerted was undeniable. They're all incredibly powerful, he thought. Even a simple test couldn't reveal their true capabilities. But their foundations must be unimaginably deep to have ruled the world for 800 years. His brow furrowed as he pondered. So far, the forces he had built were still insufficient to challenge the world government. A hidden dragon should remain unseen, he mused. When the time is not ripe and the power is inadequate, one must accumulate strength in the shadows and wait for the right moment. And that is exactly where I stand now. With that, his tense expression eased. The meeting grew lively again, and soon it was time for a recess. The participants left their seats, preparing for the next session the following day. It seems there's resistance to the 7 warlords' plan, Cobra remarked on their way out. Why did you propose it? Do you truly believe it will benefit the world? It's just an interesting suggestion, Arasure replied faintly. But in the end, it's bound to be approved. After all, this was the natural course of the world's progression. Even without him, this plan would have come to fruition eventually. The plan would eventually be proposed and implemented by the world government regardless. Where are you just now? Cobra asked in a low voice. Arasure was about to reply when he suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing as he looked ahead. In the distance, a group of imposing figures approached, exuding a commanding presence. Leading them was a man Arasure had recently encountered, Figureland Garling. His iconic crescent-shaped red hair and piercing, sharp gaze made him instantly recognizable. However, unlike their previous meeting, Garling was now accompanied by 8 other figures cloaked in oversized robes, their entire bodies and weapons concealed, radiating an oppressive aura. The Holy Knights! Gasps of astonishment rippled through the surroundings as people recognized the group. Arashi's eyes narrowed as he focused on Garling, while Cobra clenched his hands tightly, his expression tense. The Holy Knights, a mysterious and powerful group with unparalleled authority, capable of even judging celestial dragons. CP0, the strongest shield. Another wave of exclamations followed as 9 towering figures approached from another direction. Though Arasure did not recognize the man at the forefront, the murmurs from those around him revealed the group's identity. Arasure, Cobra called out softly, sweat beading on his forehead. Instinctively, he stepped forward, shielding his brother behind him. Beside him, Igaram and Vivi stood on high alert, their faces tense with worry. It was evident that both groups were here for them, though their intentions remained unclear. Nefertari Arasure, Garling said with a faint smile, it seems you violated the celestial dragon's rules. Oh, Arasure raised an eyebrow and smirked. In the next instant, his expression sharpened, and he stepped forward swiftly, placing himself between Cobra and the approaching group. His right hand moved to grip the sword's hilt at his waist. Shing! As the blade left its sheath, a sound like a dragon's roar resonated. At the same time, Garling's figure appeared before him, wielding a long sword that slashed toward Arasure. Clang! The clash of swords echoed, sparks flying as the collision sent shockwaves rippling outward. Those nearby stumbled back in alarm. Planning to fight it out here? Arasure grinned, lightning crackling across his body as thunder rumbled above. Garling squinted at him. Just a friendly spar, nothing more. Look, they haven't even moved yet, he said, gesturing toward the other cloaked figures in the distance. Arasure chuckled, glancing at the 8 shrouded figures. A spar, you say? Exactly. Garling's figure blurred as his long sword slashed down again, leaving a dazzling arc in its wake. But once again, Arasure blocked it with precision. The blades collided violently, and the ground beneath them cracked under the force. You're quite strong, Garling muttered, his pupils contracting slightly. His sword twisted mid-swing, angling toward Arashi's center line in an unexpected trajectory. Lightning flickered as the blade grazed Arashi's chest, while Arashi's sword, with equal swiftness, aimed directly for Garling's neck. This is too dangerous, Garling thought, his heart pounding as he quickly retreated. A flash of light followed as a piece of Garling's robe fluttered to the ground, torn by Arashi's counterattack. His expression darkened as he slowly raised his head, gazing at Arasure before returning his sword to its sheath. The Nefertari family is quite the remarkable individual, Garling remarked. But in this holy land, it's best not to get too arrogant. Arasure smiled faintly and sheathed his sword as well. It was clear that this was another test, a display of strength and a warning simultaneously. Clang! As Arashi's sword clicked into its sheath, rushing wind came from above. A fierce kick descended toward his head with such force that the air seemed to split like a blade. Arasure looked up, a smirk forming on his lips. CP0 wants to join the fun, too. With a sudden burst of energy, a shockwave rippled outward from Arashi's body. Tekai! The technique's name rang out, and the man delivering the kick smiled confidently. You're too reckless, too prideful. Just Tekai, Arasure muttered disdainfully. In the next instant, as the man's foot struck Arashi's head, a loud crack echoed, his expression shifting drastically. He's taken Tekai to this level. Shock flooded his mind, followed by a searing pain that forced him to leap back and create distance. His eyes were now filled with unmistakable fear. Garling's gaze flickered, narrowing as he watched the scene unfold. Both groups had now subtly blocked Arashi's path, while the surrounding nobles remained deathly silent, sensing that the situation was turning ominous. Just then, two figures approached swiftly from a distance. Well, my dear disciple, who are you sparring with? Why not I join you as well? It's been ages since I've had a proper warm-up. Laced with laughter and cold menace, the voice reached everyone's ears, causing Garling and CP0's expressions to shift slightly. Amid the sound of laughter, two figures stepped forward, and the atmosphere in the area shifted once more. Leading the way was a tall man, nearly 3 meters in height, clad in a white marine uniform. Though his age showed on his face, his muscular physique was so robust that it seemed on the verge of bursting through his uniform. Following closely behind him was another man, his expression stern and slightly somber, with furrowed brows, as if burdened by the troublesome scene before him. Marine hero, Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha. The crowd quickly recognized their identities, prompting murmurs to ripple through. Figureland Garling, standing at the forefront, frowned slightly as he observed the two. The agents of CP0 displayed fleeting glimmers of apprehension and gravity in their eyes. In this era, no one could overlook the presence of two individuals of admiral-level strength, particularly Garp, whose legendary feats had long demonstrated his terrifying combat capabilities. Sengoku, while renowned as a master strategist, was equally formidable in battle. Together, their presence demanded attention, even from the 5 elders themselves. What is the meaning of this? Is this the choice the Marines have made? Figureland Garling said coldly, his gaze sharp as it landed on Garp and Sengoku. To the world government, the Marines were a subordinate organization. To the celestial dragons, they were but servants to command at will. For these two Marines, to openly stand against them now was a troubling development. I can't tolerate my disciple being bullied in my presence, Garp said with a boisterous laugh, his piercing eyes fixed on the opposing group, exuding a readiness to strike at any moment. Sengoku, on the other hand, sighed softly, casting an exasperated glance at his old friend. I just hope that my choice today won't come back to haunt me in the future, Sengoku said with a deep breath, his tone measured and steady. Arasure is a vice admiral under the Marine banner. If he's done something wrong, the Marines have their own rules and systems to deal with such matters. I ask for your understanding. He paused before adding firmly, we cannot stand by idly while one of our own is threatened. That goes against the justice of the Marines. Figureland Garling let out a chuckle, cold and mocking. Justice? What an amusing notion. Then, with a turn of his heel, he began walking away. The consequences of this will be yours to bear, Sengoku, he said, his voice lingering in the air. In moments, Figureland Garling and the God's Knights under his command vanished from sight. Following suit, CP0 hesitated briefly before turning to leave as well. Once both groups had departed, Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly turned to face Garp, his expression serious. Garp, you're too reckless. How could you openly defy them like that? Garp laughed heartily, patting Arashi's shoulder with a heavy hand. When my disciple runs into trouble, it's my duty as his teacher to step in. But you, Sengoku, you sided with me this time. Now, that's interesting. Sengoku rolled his eyes. If it weren't for you, old man, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. He turned to Arasure, and, as I said earlier, this young man is still a member of the Marines. I will protect him. Arasure blinked, momentarily stunned by Sengoku's words. While he wasn't surprised by his teacher's intervention, Sengoku's decision to stand with him, despite his promising future and potential risks, was unexpected. It was even more surprising considering the events at O'Hara, where Arasure hadn't held back against him in the slightest. What are you staring at, kid? Sengoku barked. Don't get any ideas. I'm not just doing this for you. Remember, you're still part of the Marines. Arasure chuckled and said, Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. The gratitude in his tone softened Sengoku's expression noticeably. On a personal level, Sengoku was eager to mend his relationship with Arasure. Whether it was the latter's strength or his growing influence in the West Blue, both would significantly bolster the Marines' position. The world government's lost it, targeting my disciples one after another, Garp grumbled in dissatisfaction. Shut it. There are too many ears around. Sengoku snapped, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Numerous pairs of eyes, filled with a mix of awe and respect, were fixed on them. Oh, then I'll take back what I said just now, Garp said with a laugh, completely unconcerned. Sengoku scowled and, without another word, dragged Garp along as they hurried off. Arasure and Cobra exchanged glances before following closely behind. A short while later, in the temporary residence of the Nefertari family. What? The 5 elders summoned you. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock after hearing Arasure recount his recent encounter. Why would they? He frowned, clearly puzzled. For the lofty 5 elders to summon someone meant the matter was of great significance. It was nothing more than a meaningless test, Arasure replied with a faint smile. I got what I wanted, and they got what they wanted. That's a dangerous test to take, Sengoku said gravely. Though Arasure spoke lightly of it, Sengoku was sharp enough to sense the weight behind it. Well, as long as you're safe. Garp broke the tension with a grin. Oh, by the way, Sengoku's about to take up the position of Fleet Admiral. Make sure you support him properly, kid. I thought you'd leave the Marines after all that. Garp teased with a hearty laugh. Garp chuckled casually. Garp, you idiot. Sengoku turned his head and snapped angrily. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'll be sure to support you with all my strength. Arasure said with a warm smile. Sengoku's expression softened, but his tone remained serious. It's precisely because Arasure still identifies himself as a Marine that the world government didn't react even more severely. Arasure smiled faintly, but didn't reveal the truth. Moments earlier, he had been teetering on the edge of an explosive conflict. If not for the delicate balance of power between both sides, it could have escalated into a devastating war that would engulf the entire world. However, both sides harbored mutual reservations, and even with simmering anger, the outcome was destined to be a calculated test and negotiation rather than full-blown chaos. If there's nothing else, let's leave this place as soon as possible, Garp grumbled. This rotten place is filled with a stench I can't stand. Staying here even a second longer is unbearable. I'd much rather be at home playing with my grandson. This is part of our duty as Marines, Sengoku retorted with a glare. TCH, Garp rolled. Staying here will only make things worse for you, he added, his tone uncharacteristically serious. Besides, the people you rescued are bound to cause trouble. Sengoku's gaze shifted toward Hancock, Fisher Tiger, and the others in the distance, his brows furrowing. Rescuing slaves from the celestial dragons in the Holy Land was no trivial matter. While the opposition had feigned indifference and retreated earlier, their eventual response remained uncertain. Perhaps, to the celestial dragons, Arashi's other attributes outweigh this minor incident, Sengoku muttered, his eyes lingering on Arasure. He fell silent, clearly aware that this young man held secrets far deeper than he let on. Before long, Garp and Sengoku departed. Arasure couldn't help but feel moved by their unwavering decision to stand by his side earlier. At the same time, Sengoku's warning lingered in his mind. Staying in the Holy Land was like walking a tightrope over a pit of deadly vipers. From the five elders to Emu, the God's Knights, and CP0, the threats here were unparalleled. From the moment he arrived, an invisible game of probing and confrontation had begun. His negotiation with Emu wasn't the end of it. The arrival of the God's Knights and CP0 served as both intimidation and a warning. Their message was clear. The celestial dragons were powerful, and Arasure shouldn't act recklessly. What a headache, Arasure murmured, rubbing his temples. Compared to them, the forces he could muster were pathetically few. Even if he could stand against the enigmatic Emu, what about the others? The disparity in power and resources was immense. The next day, after consulting with Cobra, Arasure decided to withdraw from the ongoing Revery and leave Mary Gios. Surprisingly, no one from the Holy Land attempted to stop them, allowing their departure to proceed smoothly. Perhaps the confrontations and negotiations from the previous day had made the world government more cautious. Fisher Tiger, Hancock, and her two sisters were disguised under large cloaks as they quietly left with the group. That afternoon, their ship docked at the Sabeti archipelago. Fisher Tiger bowed deeply, his voice filled with emotion. "I will never forget the kindness you've shown me, Vice Admiral Arasure. I'll dedicate the rest of my life to spreading the ideals you've shared with me." Arasure smiled and nodded. "Everyone has their role to play. Go forth boldly and do what you believe is right." Fisher Tiger nodded firmly and quickly disappeared into the crowd. He was eager to return to Fishman Island to share his experiences and newfound ideals with King Neptune and his brothers in Fishman District. Though his time as a slave had been the most humiliating period of his life, it had also been the catalyst for his enlightenment and resolve. To him, Arasure had been the only guiding light in his darkest days. Next came Hancock and her sisters. With tears in her eyes, Hancock clung to Arasure and said, "I want to follow you, Lord Arasure. When I grow up, I'll marry you." Arasure chuckled gently and placed a hand on her head. "Just like I told Tiger, everyone has their role to play. Hancock, you have dreams to chase and things you must accomplish as well. Think about your homeland. Think about your family. When the day comes that you've grown and accomplished your goals, we'll meet again." Hancock froze, her tears momentarily halted by his words. Her sisters grabbed her arms on either side, clearly worried she might impulsively abandon everything to follow him. "Lord Arasure," Hancock called out, her voice trembling. "I know I'm not worthy of standing by your side right now, but I swear I'll become one of your women." With tear-filled eyes, she watched as the ship carrying Arasure sailed further and further away, her resolve only growing stronger. Arasure, looking at the vast ocean, chuckled. "One of my women, huh? Royal ship of Alabasta. Why didn't you keep her with you? Hancock will surely grow into a stunning beauty. Even now, at 15 or 16, she's already showing the features of great beauty," Ivea said, gazing at the Sabeti coastline, her tone carrying a hint of something unspoken. "Letting her go will give her a better future," Arasure replied faintly. He had long since grown accustomed to the subtle jealousy in the words of his trusted adjutant. After years of working together, they understood each other deeply. "Sometimes I wonder what kind of woman could possibly spend her life with a man like you," Ivea sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. "I haven't thought about it," Arasure said, shaking his head. "What about Hancock?" Ivea pressed further. Arasure smiled knowingly. "I can hear the jealousy in your voice loud and clear." "Vice Admiral," Ivea's face turned red with embarrassment. "Go handle what needs to be done. There's still a pile of work waiting in the West Blue," Arasure said, his tone shifting to seriousness. He paused, then sighed deeply, his brows furrowing. "We also need to start paying attention to Alabasta. Notify Bullet to select a group of instructors, disguise them, and start training the kingdom's forces here," he added. After a moment of hesitation, Arasure continued, "Forget it. Have Bullet personally oversee the mission for a while. The strength of Alabasta's royal army must be improved as soon as possible. We may need them in the future." The mention of work snapped Avea back to focus. Understood, she responded with determination. As Avea turned to leave, Arashi's gaze became contemplative. The trip to the Holy Land had heightened his sense of urgency and provided a glimpse into the immense power of the world government. How much more time will it take to train my subordinates to the level where they can rival such forces? Arasure muttered to himself, then sighed again. Probably not in the near future. He leaned back, deep in thought. Relying solely on training might not be enough. Recruiting, allying with, and winning over people with potential seems like a more reliable approach. If only I could take full control of the Marines. His eyes gleamed with ambition as the idea unfolded in his mind. While it might be nearly impossible under Kong's leadership, the next era under Sengoku, given their unbreakable bond, presented a real opportunity. If he could seize control of the Marines, he would instantly command an immense pool of elite forces. Legends like Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru, along with rising stars such as Kizuru and Kazan. And with Vegapunk's science and his artificial soldiers. Arashi's eyes shone with excitement. But this is a long-term plan. Before that, I'll need to gain the Marines' trust, lay low, and quietly build up strength. No reckless moves. He whispered these words softly, as if reminding himself, before letting the thought fade into silence. 1 month later, Alabasta. The ship arrived in Alabasta, where Arasure bid farewell to Cobra. The king appeared visibly sorrowful and reluctant to part ways. I will assign people to train the royal guard, Arasure reassured him. This will enhance Alabasta's top-tier combat power. As for your needs regarding weapons, I'll arrange for them to be handled discreetly. Cobra sighed and nodded. I'll leave it to you then. If our family's secret is exposed, we will be at odds with them. Before that happens, we must strengthen our forces in every way possible. Arasure smiled and gave a slight nod before the two parted ways. His warship quickly set sail, cutting through the calm belt toward the West Blue. As the supreme commander of the West Blue, there were numerous affairs waiting for his attention. Fishman Island. Big Brother Tiger is back. Really? He escaped from the celestial dragons. That's incredible. Big Brother Tiger is a hero. Excited voices filled the streets as countless figures rushed out to surround Fisher Tiger, who stood in the center of the crowd. The fishmen's faces were lit with joy and admiration. As a long-standing leader in Fishman District, Fisher Tiger had earned the love and respect of many through his strength and unwavering character. Big Brother Tiger, how did you escape? A simple-looking figure asked curiously from the crowd. Fisher Tiger frowned, but relaxed slightly when he saw who had spoken. Jinbi, we'll talk about it later. You must have suffered terribly there, another voice shouted. It's all humanity's fault. Please lead us out to sea so that we can teach those hateful humans a lesson. Arlong, rein in your hatred, Fisher Tiger rebuked sternly. Not all humans are bad. Are you going to act this time? If you do, please take us with you, a voice from the left exclaimed passionately. Hody Jones, you're not wrong, Fisher Tiger replied. I do have plans this time. But first, I need to head to Ryugu Palace to meet with King Neptune and Queen Odoheim. Why do you need to meet with them? Jinbi asked, his tone filled with curiosity. We might share some common ground, Fisher Tiger replied, his eyes glinting as his voice lowered. The people of Fishman District were puzzled. They didn't understand what their leader meant. Moments later, Fisher Tiger arrived at Ryugu Palace. His sudden appearance shocked the fishmen guarding the gates, as almost everyone knew he had been captured by the celestial dragons. Soon after, King Neptune invited Fisher Tiger inside. It's truly unbelievable, Neptune exclaimed, to enter such a place and still manage to escape. Fisher Tiger, you're nothing short a hero for the fishman race. Neptune's words carried the sentiments of countless fishmen. For generations, Fishman Island had suffered at the hands of humans, their people often enslaved. Being taken to Mary Gios was almost always a death sentence, marked by unimaginable torment. Escaping from such a place made Fisher Tiger a figure of awe, even reverence. a true hero of the fishman race, as Neptune put it. I lived through a hell on earth, Fisher Tiger said, his voice heavy. Even now, though I've escaped, the mere thought of that place makes me tremble. He ignored Neptune's praise, his fiery eyes, and clenched fists reflecting the pain and anger within. But there are still countless others who are trapped, suffering the same endless torment as I can't understand it. Humans, fishmen, we're all equal, and yet they're capable of such unimaginable cruelty. Fisher Tiger growled, I can't bear it anymore, I must act. His words took both Neptune and Queen Odoheim by surprise, especially the queen, who felt the sorrow and anguish in his voice. Tears welled up in her eyes, spilling over in an instant. What do you intend to do? Neptune asked, his voice steady as he took a deep breath. For a moment, Fisher Tiger's gaze was lost in thought, but quickly grew resolute. He remembered the man who had saved him in Mary Gios, the figure illuminated by the sun behind him. The sun, Fisher Tiger declared. I will bring the sun to every slave. The determination in his voice shook Neptune. This world isn't filled with only bad people, Fisher Tiger continued. Some believe in equality between humans and fishmen alike. I will spread the seeds of the sun. I will free every slave and liberate the minds bound by chains of ignorance. With those words, Fisher Tiger turned and left. Neptune and Queen Odoheim watched his figure fade into the distance, their eyes filled with respect. Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, you're finally back. Where have you all been these past years? Elder Nyan exclaimed in delight. We didn't go anywhere, the three sisters replied in unison, exchanging glances. They had decided to hide their dark history of being enslaved by the celestial dragons. To them, it was a lifelong shame they could never reveal. We're going to train hard, Boa Hancock declared, her voice resolute. One day, we'll gain the strength to stand as equals with that man. Good. Such ambition suits you. Elder Nyan laughed. The next ruler of Amazon Lily will be you. The ruler of Amazon Lily? Boa Hancock murmured, her heart stirred. That should be enough to pursue that man, shouldn't it? Her eyes shone with newfound determination. The year 1509 of the sea calendar. Arasure was busy handling affairs in the West Blue, while also gathering rare materials and minerals for Vegapunk, who had persistently requested them. According to Vegapunk, the modifications on Kazuki Odin sent years ago were nearing completion. This left Arasure puzzled until Vegapunk explained. That guy's body was already at its limit. Even retaining consciousness will be a challenge, Vegapunk had said. I'm doing my best with the modifications. If I'm lucky, I might awaken his consciousness. If not, don't get your hopes up too much. It was clear that Kazuki Odin had been brain dead since he was sent to Skypiea by Zeus. On the other hand, the modifications to Golden Lion's body were a success, Vegapunk added. He's now a fully functional cyborg. I call him PX Golden Lion, a symbol of peace. The first-generation Seraphim units have also reached their 5th update, Vegapunk continued. Using the Lunarian bloodline factors you provided, they're capable of simple lightning and fire-based attacks. However, mass production is still out of reach. PX Golden Lion and the Pacifistas will soon prove useful, Vegapunk assured. While they're slightly weaker than the Seraphim, their production cost is far more efficient. Although pleased by the progress, Arasure felt a twinge of disappointment. Kazuki Odin remained incomplete, stuck in a vegetative state. For now, all he could do was wait. 2 days ago, the Holy Land, Mary Gios. A raging inferno engulfed Mary Gios, the world's highest sanctuary. The air was filled with chaotic sounds, screams of terror, shouts of excitement, and angry curses, all clashing in a discordant symphony. Amid the flames, a mysterious figure emerged, liberating thousands of slaves. His booming laughter echoed through the fire. This is a liberation of equality, he declared. How wonderful! From this moment forward, you are no longer slaves. You belong only to yourselves. You are completely free. Remember, all of us, no matter our race, no matter who we are compared to, are equals from this moment onward. The laughter reverberated across Mary Gios, awakening countless confused slaves. Their trembling bodies began to light up with a glimmer of hope. "A fishman," someone whispered. "He's a fishman." Many couldn't believe it. A fishman had saved them. Fishman, human, mink, dwarf, longneck, whatever the race, I see you all as equals, the towering fishman proclaimed boldly. "I've freed your bodies, but your minds, you must free them alone." Standing amidst the blazing fire, the fishman let out another hearty laugh. "Freedom and equality are the ideals we should all pursue." His words stirred something within many of the humans present. Their eyes lit up, and their expressions grew fervent. "Hey, fishman savior, what's your name?" someone shouted. "Fisher Tiger," he roared back. Then, with another laugh, he added, "But don't remember my name. Instead, you should be grateful to a great man named Arasure. Without him, this earth-shattering liberation wouldn't have been possible. Freedom and equality. These are the truths he taught me," Fisher Tiger declared. At that moment, he noticed the approaching guards. "Ha ha," he laughed again. "Everyone run now. Taste the flavor of freedom." With a final laugh, Fisher Tiger turned and ran. The newly freed slaves froze momentarily before realizing the situation and hastily followed his lead. In the chaos, a figure among the crowd etched the image of the laughing man in the flames into their memory, along with the name Arasure. "Fisher Tiger, Arasure, you are both my saviors," said a green-haired man with a body full of scars as he sprinted frantically. "One day, I will repay this debt." Elsewhere, "Bravo, Tiger," Arasure murmured as he set down the newspaper and looked out the window, a faint smile on his lips. Although he wasn't present, the words in the article painted a vivid picture of Fisher Tiger's heroic actions. Liberating slaves and breaking the chains of dark, outdated ideologies. Such feats were undeniably the mark of a hero. Fisher Tiger's courage earned Arashi's deep admiration. It was precisely why Arasure had saved him that day, to bring shockwaves and change to the world. "Will you still die in the future?" Arasure whispered to himself, falling into silence. The thought of such a hero dying was tragic, but no one could help Fisher Tiger overcome the hurdles within his own heart. It was something he had to face on his own. Still, if he succeeded, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness. "I hope my arrival and the words I shared with you that day will lead to a different ending," Arasure murmured. "After all, you are one of the seeds of change." The room fell silent once more. The year 1509 of the sea calendar. Not much happened that year. After the Grand Slave Liberation Movement, the world government issued Fisher Tiger a bounty. The incident, however, didn't implicate Arasure, who continued his quiet life at the Marine headquarters in the West Blue, burdened by his daily duties. Soon after, Fisher Tiger established the Sun Pirates, earning worldwide fame. His actions, spreading the ideals of freedom and equality, frightened certain factions of the world government. Fisher Tiger's actions were far more radical than Arashi's earlier declaration. He raised the banner of the slave liberation movement, proclaimed equality and freedom to all, and even waged battles against noble forces on certain islands, liberating slaves and claiming victory. For a time, Fisher Tiger became a hero of class struggle and a preacher of freedom and equality. He awakened countless oppressed minds and earned immense respect and admiration. His bounty skyrocketed from 230 million to 550 million berries, a sign that the world government deemed his ideology far more dangerous than his strength. The year 1510 of the sea calendar. Arasure received good news that brought a rare smile to his face. Vegapunk reported that the modifications to Kazuki Odin had been completed, and he had regained consciousness. Kazuki Odin, Arasure chuckled. That's a name I had on my list. That very day, Arasure traveled to Skypiea. In mere seconds, he stood before Vegapunk. Nearby, a tall man sat dazed on an experimental bed, staring at his reflection in the mirror with unfamiliar eyes. "I am Kazuki Odin," the man muttered in a daze. "Amnesia? Arasure looked at him, puzzled. He was equally baffled by the man sitting on the bed because, judging by his appearance, this person bore little resemblance to the Kazuki Odin he once knew. The man now stood 6 meters tall, with a massive frame. Flames danced behind his head. His white hair flowed over his shoulders, and his face, though chiseled and sharp, only vaguely resembled the Kazuki Odin of the past. No, he's not amnesiac. He's just angry about his new appearance, Vegapunk said with satisfaction. Over the years, Vegapunk has been modifying Kazuki Odin's lineage factor. The most direct change was the infusion of Lunarian DNA, as it was one of the rare samples he had in his possession. As for Arashi's extraordinary immortal lineage, Vegapunk had yet to decipher it, leaving him utterly perplexed. I don't see him looking excited in the slightest, Arasure said, covering his forehead with his hand. It was evident that the towering figure sitting at the edge of the bed was trembling. His angular yet handsome face contorted into an expression of rage, and his entire demeanor edged closer to berserk. "You!" Odin roared, his voice booming as he turned his furious gaze on them. His burning anger radiated in waves, making the atmosphere feel suffocating. "What have you done to me?" The terrifying aura bore down on them. Vegapunk casually took cover behind PX Golden Lion and Seraphim Zoo. "All I did was modify you," Vegapunk explained nonchalantly. "Your original body was, in a sense, already dead." He gestured to Odin's new form, nodding in satisfaction. "You are by far my greatest masterpiece." "What did you say?" Odin bellowed as he leapt off the bed, flames bursting behind him. "You turned me into a modified human?" "Of course," Vegapunk replied. "You should be grateful I saved your life, even if it was partly luck and coincidence. The fact remains, you're alive now." Hearing this, Odin hesitated, recalling fragments of his last moments. Staring down at his current body, he clutched his head and let out a guttural cry. I look like this now. No one will recognize me." At this moment, Arasure chuckled and interjected, "Even if they recognize you, you won't get to see them anytime soon." "Who are you?" Odin demanded, his eyes locking onto Arasure. His expression shifted again when he spotted the long sword at Arashi's waist. Shock spread across his face. "That's Roger's sword. Why do you have it?" Arasure smiled faintly. "You mean Ace? Roger entrusted it to me." "That's impossible," Odin exclaimed, his disbelief plain. Then his brows furrowed. "What's happening in Wano now? How long have I been unconscious?" Arasure answered with a calm smile. "Wano is under Kaido's control. As for you, you've been asleep for 6 years." 6 years? Odin's voice trembled with shock. As the scientist said, "Your survival was a fortunate accident," Arasure continued. "But this is a new life for you." "A new life?" Odin fell silent, remembering the betrayal by Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi that led to his death. "In the eyes of the world, Kazuki Odin is dead," Arasure said softly. "This is your chance to start anew." Lifting his head, Odin stared at his unfamiliar reflection in a nearby mirror. After a long silence, he let out a sigh. "Indeed, it is a new life. The foolish Kazuki Odin is gone." He turned to Arasure, his gaze steady. "To wield Roger's sword, he must have trusted you greatly. Tell me your name." "Arasure," the man replied calmly. "Arasure." Odin's eyes widened. "The Marine who captured Roger?" Odin's expression shifted as the realization dawned. He spoke again, his tone heavy. "What else have you done to this body of mine?" Arashi's expression turned to question, but Vegapunk stepped forward, answering the question. "To prevent any uncontrollable incidents in the future, I installed a failsafe in your modified body," Vegapunk said casually. "Both Arasure and I have the authority to override your actions." He paused, smiling faintly. "In a sense, you're no longer fully human, but you still possess all the functions of a human being. That's why you're my proudest creation." Odin's face twitched as he struggled to suppress his indignation and fury. Arasure, ever perceptive, noticed Odin's inner turmoil. After all, the man had been betrayed, killed, and then revived under someone else's control. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Clearing his throat, Arasure said, "Would you like to help us upend this world? Odin, just as you once assisted Roger, now you can assist me." A wave of overwhelming conqueror's haki surged as he spoke, pressing down on Odin. Feeling the intensity of Arashi's aura, Odin's eyes narrowed in shock. It's no weaker than Roger's. After a moment of silence, Odin sighed. "Do I even have the right to refuse?" Arasure smiled faintly. "It seems you don't. Then, let's work together." Seconds later, their hands clasped tightly, sealing their alliance. Arashi's smile widened, while Odin, though begrudging, wore a reluctant and resigned expression. The awakening of Kazuki Odin undoubtedly added a formidable force to Arashi's ranks. What made him even more remarkable was that he could be forcibly commanded while retaining human consciousness and functions, essentially a semi-cybernetic human. To Vegapunk, he was the perfect modification. Codename Samurai. From today onward, you will live again in this world as the chief instructor of swordsmanship for the Marines in the West Blue. Arasure announced with a smile, declaring Odin's new identity. The Marines? Odin murmured. For someone who had once lived as a pirate, this was undoubtedly a novel experience. And as for Kaido, at the mention of that name, his eyes instantly filled with killing intent. He was no longer the Kazuki Odin of the past. He had been reforged and reborn through modification. "It's not time yet," Arasure said calmly. "Your son and daughter are safe. Your son was sent to the future. When the moment is right, you will see them again." Hearing this, Odin whispered Toki. He clearly understood the ability his wife possessed. Then, he turned his gaze toward the man before him, his expression growing solemn. "What you're planning is even crazier than what Roger attempted. I can hardly believe it. Can be done? Just a few of us." Arasure smiled slightly. "Right now, it may just be a tiny spark. But Odin, you should know, even the smallest spark can set the entire world ablaze." Odin was momentarily stunned, silently reflecting on those words. A sense of reverence unknowingly grew within him. Roger had been a man worth following, someone with incredible charisma. Yet this young man before him was no less extraordinary, and his ambition, his goal, was even more shocking. At first, Odin thought his words about toppling the world were empty bravado. But as their conversation continued, he soon realized Arasure was dead serious. The Void Century, the 20 kings of the Void Century, the ancient kingdom, unraveling these mysteries, overthrowing the decayed system, opening Wano's borders. Everything he spoke of ignited a fire deep in Odin's heart. To change this world, to destroy darkness and corruption. What a noble dream. Odin's heart trembled. If this can be achieved, his eyes burned with passion. Soon after, the two returned to the West Blue. Kazuki Odin took up the chief instructor of swordsmanship role at the Marine Academy. At the same time, Bullet served as the chief instructor of combat, though at this moment he was away on a mission in Alabasta. Seated back in his office, Arasure felt a surge of emotion. At last, another powerhouse under my command. Bullet, Crocodile, and now Kazuki Odin. These three alone were equivalent to 3 Marine admirals, his most formidable subordinates. As he quietly assessed his forces, Arasure began summarizing his growing influence. These three can barely match admiral-level combatants. Smoker, Buggy, and Arasure have all begun to grasp armament hockey. Then there's the Pacifista fleet and the Seraphim series. If they launched an all-out assault, their strength was already something the world could not afford to ignore. Yet his forces remained hidden in the shadows of the world at large. "I suppose I could be considered an emperor within the Marines now," Arasure chuckled. But he wasn't complacent. His ideal force was still far from complete. At the very least, he needed 5 warriors on the level of the 5 elders. Along with the Holy Knights, CP0, and other organizations. Only then would his forces be truly formidable. At that point, he could challenge the world government openly. Time continued to flow forward. That year, in Water 7, Tom's workers completed the construction of a sea train, ushering in a new era of navigation. In the same year, Tom the Fishman was being escorted to Eni's lobby for execution. However, he was rescued by a group of ruthless pirates and disappeared without a trace. The world government, alarmed by the escalating Great Pirate Era, secretly resumed discussions on the warlord system proposal, which had been raised during the previous Revery. The era moved forward like a rolling tide, slow yet unstoppable. Arasure remained in the West Blue, working tirelessly without rest. 10 years had passed since he arrived here. Under his leadership, the Marine branch in the West Blue had undergone an astonishing transformation. An advanced, fully integrated power grid, countless ships and warships, nearly 20 shipbuilding factories, a Marine academy, 2 elite instructors. The scholars of O'Hara serve as professors. Each year, elite cadets graduate, becoming the new blood of the Marines. Compared to the West Blue branch from a decade ago, his forces had grown exponentially in strength. The total number of Marines in the West Blue had now surpassed 500,000. Even the headquarters' elite forces numbered over 50,000. Of course, such an achievement required immense resources. Without the vast reserves of gold from Skypiea, Arasure wouldn't have been able to sustain such a massive military force. Unknowingly, he had already become the most powerful warlord within the Marines. The year quickly passed, bringing them to 1511 on the Sea Circle calendar. Arasure sighed at how quickly time passed, yet a sense of confusion surfaced every time he looked in the mirror. Over the past 11 years, his appearance and physical condition have hardly changed. He remained at his peak, as if time did not affect him. In fact, with each passing day, his training only seemed to make him even stronger. One day, a sudden communication arrived from Marine headquarters. After Ivia connected the call, her expression quickly turned serious. "It's Admiral Sengoku." Arasure raised an eyebrow slightly before taking the den mush. "Admiral Sengoku, it's been a while. What guidance do you have for me this time?" He spoke with a hint of amusement. Not long ago, in Mary Gios, their relationship had somewhat eased. Although the West Blue branch maintained a distant connection with headquarters, the two could at least converse now. "There's something I may need your help with," Sengoku said in a low voice. Arasure narrowed his eyes slightly. From Sengoku's tone, he could tell the Admiral was not in a good mood. "Oh, from what I know, nothing at Marine headquarters requires my assistance. If it's about pirates in the West Blue, I wouldn't mind helping capture a few." Sengoku let out a cold snort. "Stop joking around, Arasure. What if I told you this matter concerns one of your former subordinates?" Arasure froze. At first, he was puzzled, but then a flash of lightning struck through his mind, and a young face surfaced in his thoughts. "You mean Rosinandi?" Sengoku nodded. "That's right. He was assigned to a covert mission under my orders. But recently, he has been out of contact for a long time." After a brief pause, Sengoku's voice became even more serious. "My sources indicate he's on Minion Island in the North Blue, and there seems to be a rare devil fruit involved." There was a hint of uncertainty in Sengoku's tone. "You sent him undercover. This must be related to his older brother, Doflamingo, right?" Arasure said with a faint smile. "Correct," Sengoku admitted. "Doflamingo's identity is unique. You should understand that. The only way to monitor his movements was through constant surveillance. However, this time, I'm worried about Rosinandi's safety." Sengoku let out a soft sigh. "After thinking it over, you're the most suitable person for this mission." Arasure chuckled twice. "Back then, you took him from my side without a word. And now, you want me to clean up the mess?" Sengoku remained silent. Arasure could hear him tapping his fingers against the table through the den mushy. He knew Sengoku was deep in thought. Moments later, the tapping stopped. "I'll head to the North Blue. That brat still owes me an apology. But after this, he's no longer your man." Sengoku let out a long breath, his expression relaxing slightly. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Arasure let out a cold snort before hanging up the den mushy. Then, he sat in his chair for a long time. "Doflamingo, huh? Let's see just how far you've come. Are you qualified to be one of my seeds?" Slowly rising from his seat, Arasure walked toward the door. "North Blue, Minion Island. Thick snowflakes swirled in the air, covering the land in white. Two figures, one tall and one short, trudged through the deep snow toward the town ahead. Don't worry, Law. I've received information that they're making a deal for a devil fruit here. This fruit will help with your illness. The tall figure spoke with a playful grin. TCH, all your efforts are pointless. I won't live much longer anyway. The smaller figure replied indifferently. Damn it, I've worked so hard, and you dare to give up on life. The tall man instantly grew furious and smacked the kid on the head. Ow! The boy clutched his head, glaring at him in irritation. After taking a few more steps, the boy suddenly turned serious. Hey, Rosinandi, stealing their devil fruit. That will be dangerous, right? Relax. I've got everything under control. When the time comes, all you need to do is hide. Leave everything else to me. You should know, I once underwent the most grueling hell-level training under the world's strongest marine. Rosinandi grinned, giving a thumbs-up full of confidence. There you go again. What is the world's strongest marine? What hell-level training? I don't believe a word of it. Law muttered in disdain. Who is the strongest marine in the world? Could they even be stronger than Doflamingo? That man was the strongest person Law had ever seen. This isn't a lie. If you ever meet him, you'll be in awe of his power, Rosinandi said with deep respect. Even after nearly 10 years, he was filled with admiration every time he recalled those days. His only regret was that his youthful guilt had stopped him from properly saying goodbye on the day he left. When this mission is over, I'll report to Officer Arasure. There's no way he wouldn't take me back, right? Rosinandi murmured to himself, imagining their long-awaited reunion. A faint smile formed on his lips. As he looked up and saw the town ahead drawing closer, his expression quickly turned serious. But first we get that devil fruit and cure Law's illness. The biting cold wind swept past them as Rosinandi glanced worriedly at the child beside him. Law's pale, sickly skin made him look as though he had blended into the surrounding snow, and his small, frail body seemed weak and powerless. Corazon, I don't think I can hold on much longer. A feeble voice reached his ears. Just moments ago, the boy seemed a little more spirited, but now his body suddenly stiffened before collapsing into the snow, his face sinking into the icy ground. Hey, wake up. Law! Rosinandi's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly lifted the boy out of the snow and shook him awake. I'll get the fruit for you soon. Just hold on a little longer, kid. Upon seeing the concern in Rosinandi's gaze, Law struggled to open his eyes and forced out a weak, difficult smile. Trust me, Law, you're going to survive, Rosinandi declared loudly before turning and dashing toward the town ahead. What's the point of me staying alive anyway? Law muttered. Shut up, kid, Rosinandi shouted. You don't get to decide the meaning of your own life. Law gave a silent, bitter smile. His vision blurred, and exhaustion pulled at his consciousness. He wanted to close his eyes and rest, but for some reason, he forced himself to stay awake despite the unsteady motion of being carried and the scenery flashing past him. Then who decides it? That thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. But a faint warmth filled his heart as he looked at the broad, strong back carrying him. Corazon's back. It's so warm. A short while later, they reached the town. Wait here, Law. I'll bring back the op fruit and cure you. Rosinandi spoke with firm determination. Law blinked hard and nodded. He didn't have the strength to say anything anymore. Come. With a snap of Rosinandi's fingers, all the sounds around them vanished instantly. As he watched the man's figure disappear, Law pulled his coat tighter around himself. He stared at his own pale hands in silence. At some point, the snowfall grew heavier. Even his thick coat couldn't keep the cold from seeping into his bones. So cold, Law murmured, his vision turning hazy as his consciousness wavered. Through the storm, he faintly heard explosions from the town. Flames erupted, followed by shouts of anger and the sounds of pursuit. Time seemed to slow down and speed up all at once. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck him. Law's eyes snapped open, and he gasped in shock. Corazon! A towering figure stood before him, clad in a black feathered coat that billowed wildly in the frigid wind. The man grinned at him before pulling a heart-shaped, red fruit from his coat. Kid, your illness can be cured now. Before Law could react, Rosinandi shoved the fruit into his mouth. Eat it, now. Law instinctively chewed, his face immediately twisting in disgust. Ugh, this tastes awful. The next moment, the tall figure before him suddenly collapsed with a heavy thud. Law's expression changed instantly, horror overtaking his face. Corazon, North Blue, Minion Island shore. A marine warship was docked offshore, and a commanding officer was preparing to disembark when his den mushy suddenly rang. He answered it quickly. What? Do you want me to retreat now, after arriving at the destination? Is this some kind of joke? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, his face darkened, and he roared in frustration. But then, as the call continued, his expression changed dramatically. Impossible. That man, he's in North Blue, and he's about to arrive at Minion Island? The rage in his heart vanished almost instantly, replaced by shock and admiration. Without hesitation, the call ended, and the warship immediately turned around, leaving the island behind. Meanwhile, another marine unit had already landed, but that was no longer their concern. No matter how difficult the mission, if that man were coming here, the outcome would be satisfying. 10 nautical miles from Minion Island. A marine warship with a golden scepter embedded in its bow cut through the waves. A tall, powerful figure with arms crossed over his chest stood at its prow. His imposing stance radiated authority, and behind him a white coat with the word justice billowed in the wind. Sir, we're about to reach Minion Island, Ivea reported with a smile. Arasure nodded, his sharp eyes locked on the horizon as if he were merely watching the rolling waves. But in reality, his magnetic wave had already spread across nearly 100 kilometers, allowing him to see everything unfolding on Minion Island. He saw the two figures, one tall, one small. He saw the boy who had nearly given his life to snatch the ope fruit from pirates and force-fed it to Law. He saw the furious pirates, the marines hidden in the blizzard, and the Don Quixote family landing on the opposite shore. He saw everything. Rosinandi, so, you've forgotten everything I once told you. Arasure shook his head slightly, his gaze turning icy. To think he nearly lost his life dealing with a mere group of pirates. His strength hadn't improved over the years. In fact, it had weakened. In battle, he didn't even use Rokushiki. Of course, it was understandable that he needed to conceal his marine identity. But in Arashi's eyes, it was nothing short of foolish. Rosinandi and our mission this time is actually about him. Hearing Arashi's words, Smoker and Buggy exchanged surprised glances. A hint of excitement flickered in their expressions. The three of them had been taught by each other multiple times in the past. Since they were of the same age, they got along fairly well. To both of them, Rosinandi, who had joined Arashi's ranks earlier, was undoubtedly a senior figure worthy of great respect. A cold snort suddenly came from the front, making both shudder as confusion flashed in their eyes. They could sense it. Arasure was furious, but they had no idea why and didn't dare to ask. Time passed slowly as the marine warship sailed forward, drawing closer and closer to Minion Island. When they finally saw the marine Rosinandi had found, it was none other than Virgo, the Don Quixote family's infiltrator within the Marines. At that moment, Arashi's expression darkened even further. Arms crossed, his right index finger tapped against his left forearm. Arashi-sama is angry. Smoker and Buggy exchanged glances, both becoming increasingly cautious. As the warship finally reached Minion Island, a vast expanse of white threads suddenly rose from the front, rapidly weaving into the shape of a birdcage. What is that? Is it a devil fruit ability? Smoker and Buggy gasped in shock. Arashi's expression had turned ice cold, and blue arcs of electricity flickered unconsciously around his body, making him look completely unapproachable. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. A piercing wind howled through the air, frigid and bone-chilling. Rosinandi leaned against a wooden crate, his cloak soaked in blood, his face covered in bruises. Panting, he looked at the figure before him. The ope fruit. Where is it? Doflamingo's voice was low and cold. Staring at the only person in the world still tied to him by blood, his heart felt nothing but ice. I gave it to Law. I cured his amber-lead syndrome. Just moments ago, he already escaped. Rosinandi grinned. Doflamingo was silent. His hands slowly clenched into fists, then just as slowly relaxed. You betrayed me. Leaning against the crate, Rosinandi suddenly looked up at the sky, feeling the wind's chill, and smiled. Not really. You and I were never on the same path to begin with. Doflamingo's anger deepened, yet he remained composed. His face was eerily calm, revealing no hint of his true emotions. The heavens are cruel, huh? Always forcing me to kill those closest to me. Fu-fu-fu-fu. Laughter echoed through the snowstorm. His pink feathered coat swayed as he suddenly raised his pistol, aiming it at the man before him. Is this the end? Weak and powerless, Rosinandi tilted his head back, gazing at the sky. What a shame. There's still an apology I never got to say. Muttering to himself, he closed his eyes, waiting for his life to come to an end. Doflamingo's index finger rested on the trigger. His sunglasses concealed his eyes, making it impossible to read his emotions. The cold wind howled, rustling his coat. The Don Quixote family officers stood nearby, watching the scene unfold with tension and conflicted emotions. Even now, some still struggled to believe that Corazon had been a traitor, a marine spy infiltrating their family. And yet, the truth lay bare before their eyes. Some even felt a tinge of sorrow for Doflamingo. For an older brother to personally execute his own younger brother, he must be an unbearable pain, right? Will he pull the trigger? Even if he's a traitor, that's still his brother. Countless thoughts raced through the officers' minds. Then, in the very next second, a sudden, muffled gunshot rang out. Bang! Smoke rose from the barrel, quickly dispersing into the snowy air. The officers' pupils contracted, their mouths slightly agape, shock and disbelief flashing in their eyes. Did he just kill his own younger brother? Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, kicking up the snow and obscuring their vision. Corazon's current condition was impossible to see. Is he dead? Doubt surfaced in the hearts of the officers. But none noticed the unusual weight in Doflamingo's gaze, or the trace of tension he had never shown before. Huff! As the snowstorm settled, a figure emerged amidst streaks of lightning, appearing in everyone's sight. Who is that? Did they stop the young master's bullet? Corazon, he's still alive? Shock and disbelief flashed in the eyes of the onlookers. The figure in the distance became increasingly clear. A cold, imposing face swept across the scene with an unshakable presence. You've disappointed me, Rosinandi, a deep voice echoed. The moment that voice rang out, everything, the wind, the snow, all movement seemed to freeze. Even Doflamingo's expression stiffened. Arashi-sama. Rosinandi's eyes snapped open in astonishment as he cried out in shock. The snowstorm dispersed, and the white marine justice cape billowed before settling into stillness. Blue lightning arcs crackled violently, flickering around the figure standing with his back turned. Even though he couldn't see his face, Rosinandi instantly recognized the man from his voice alone. The man he had once admired beyond measure, the one he had looked up to for almost his entire life. The legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Arasure. Since the execution of Pirate King Roger in Arashi's covert operations as an undercover agent, news about him had grown scarce. Even when Rosinandi had repeatedly asked Sengoku about him, the answers had always been vague and elusive. I once invested a great deal of effort into you, came the man's calm voice before him. I believed you had immense potential. Rosinandi's expression shifted once again at these words. But I never expected that when we met again, Arasure sighed. You'd be in such a miserable state. I'm sorry. Rosinandi's lips trembled, tears streaming down his face. He repeated the 3 words he had held in his heart for over a decade. I've disappointed you. Boom. A deafening thunderclap resounded across the sky as lightning streaked, splitting the heavens above them. The icy expression on Arashi's face suddenly melted away, replaced by a hint of warmth and compassion. "But you're still my most cherished subordinate," he said gently. "As your superior, I only naturally accept all your shortcomings." Then, his gaze shifted toward the man standing ahead. "And you, daring to lay a hand on my subordinate, have you prepared yourself?" His voice was cold as ice, shattering through Doflamingo, who stood frozen with his gun raised. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The legendary Vice Admiral, Arasure, Doflamingo enunciated every word with a heavy tone, his expression increasingly serious. Of course, he knew this man. It was impossible to forget him. He had seen him with his own eyes on that execution platform. He was a terrifying force within the Marines. His feats were enough to strike fear into the hearts of even the most hardened officers. Simply hearing his name was enough to crush a person's fighting spirit. I remember now. That man. That's Arasure." Among the Don Quixote family, a stunned executive suddenly screamed in shock and fear. The moment that name was uttered, his body instinctively recoiled, taking a few trembling steps backward as his entire form quivered. What's this monster doing here on Minion Island? Is Corazon his subordinate? Did he infiltrate our family under Arashi's orders? But how is that possible? This man's strength could easily wipe us all out. Doubt and confusion swirled in their minds, and those who recognized Arashi's name wore expressions of sheer panic. "You're called Doflamingo, correct?" Arashi's voice was calm as he gazed upon the man before him. "Lately, it seems you've been making quite a name for yourself across the seas." "Fufu." Doflamingo let out a chilling laugh, his sunglasses hiding his gaze. His face gradually returned to its usual composure. "How interesting. I never expected to see the famous Vice Admiral Arasure in this place." To many pirates active in the current era, Arasure had been missing for years, almost as if he had faded into obscurity. "If this were back when I was still stationed at Marine headquarters," Arasure said coldly, "you wouldn't have had the chance to make a name for yourself." Doflamingo smirked. "You may have been a renowned figure in the previous era, but that was just the glory of a bygone age, Vice Admiral Arasure. This is the great pirate era, a rare time in history where the tides of power shift like never before." Doflamingo spread his arms wide, the excitement in his voice evident. The fear he had felt moments ago was gone. What remained beneath his sunglasses was a burning ambition, a thrill of facing a legend head-on. Yes, the Arasure he had once feared was the one he saw beneath the execution platform that day, a Marine whose name echoed across the world. But that day had passed over a decade ago, and he was no longer the trembling child he had once been. He had grown stronger, matured, and now stood among those vying for dominance over the world. "If you stand in my way," Doflamingo's sunglasses glinted sharply. "Even you, I won't hesitate to strike." In an instant, his figure vanished. The next moment, he reappeared before Arasure. His right leg shot up high before crashing down in a powerful kick. "How arrogant! To me, you're still just that weak little boy who cowered in the shadows of Logtown, trembling at the sight of me." Arasure sneered. His right leg lifted as well, meeting Doflamingo's strike head-on. Bang! The instant their legs collided, a shockwave erupted. The weak eventually grow into dragons. And I am no longer who I once was. Holding on to past glories and honors is the beginning of your downfall, old man. Doflamingo grinned viciously, his eyes suddenly narrowing. A terrifying, domineering aura exploded from him, crushing down toward the man before him like a tidal wave. But it had no effect. Not even a flicker of change appeared on Arashi's expression. A presence was even more terrifying, domineering, and vast as a mountain crashing down followed immediately after. "Your conqueror's haki. Its purity is far too weak." Arasure sneered. In an instant, the skies above Minion Island were swept up in a black and red storm of haki. Doflamingo's own conqueror's haki was utterly shattered within a breath, the sheer force so overwhelming that his sunglasses cracked apart with a sharp snap. What an overwhelming presence! The officers of the Don Quixote family paled. The weaker ones rolled their eyes back and lost consciousness instantly. Before such an oppressive aura, those without an unshakable will couldn't even stand, let alone stay conscious. Talking about an old veteran's decline, talking about this so-called Great Pirate Era, from my perspective, a deep voice suddenly echoed near his ears, making Doflamingo tremble. He felt a terrifying pressure surge from behind him. He tried to turn around, but even moving became unbearably difficult under this ferocious, monstrous aura. His opponent's Conqueror's Haki was simply too terrifying. It's nothing more than the feeble words of the weak, trying to mask their cowardice. A massive hand suddenly pressed down on his head, and in an instant, blue lightning arcs crackled violently. Doflamingo trembled, his face contorted in pain. At that moment, it felt as if his skull would be crushed under the sheer power of that grip. Utterly laughable, the force, as torrential as a flood, engulfed him. He had no time to react, no chance to dodge. The next thing he saw was the snowy ground rushing toward him at terrifying speed. Boom! The impact shook the ground for kilometers around. The entire snowfield trembled violently. The members of the Don Quixote family stared ahead in horror, their world crumbling before their eyes. Their entire bodies trembled as they witnessed the sight before them. Their powerful young master, his entire head forcibly driven into the ground. That massive hand possessed an unfathomable strength, pressing down so hard that the ground beneath splintered like a spiderweb. Why, young master? A trembling voice broke the silence. Everyone was paralyzed with fear at the sight of the figure standing in front of them. Is this all? Arasure shook his head, straightened his posture, and slowly withdrew his right hand. He looked down at Doflamingo, whose head was embedded in the earth, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. More than 10 years have passed, yet you are still the same boy who once cowered before me. His voice was calm, blending into the howling snowstorm. Lying on the ground, Doflamingo's fingers suddenly twitched. Shing! A crisp slicing sound rang out. 5 nearly imperceptible, razor-sharp slashes cut through the air, aiming straight for Arasure. Yet, he stood as still as a mountain, making no effort to dodge. A second later, slits appeared on his robe at his neck, chest, abdomen, thigh, and shin. At the same moment, Doflamingo wrenched his head from the snow and quickly retreated. Fufu. As expected of the terrifying Arasure. The moment you moved, I had to go all out. A low, sinister laugh echoed as Doflamingo's fingers trembled again. 5-color string. Thin, razor-sharp strings suddenly tightened, slashing toward Arashi's body like blades. Slash! The sound of fabric being cut rang out. But Arashi's expression didn't change in the slightest. His body remained as immovable as a mountain. Is this the ability you take such pride in? You're putting on a mere embroidery show before me. Arasure raised his head and spoke indifferently. Doflamingo's pupils shrank. His lethal strings had only torn through Arashi's robe. His opponent's body, like iron, sparked when struck by the strings. Then it's my turn now. Those simple words sent a shiver down Doflamingo's spine. Because the moment the words reached his ears, his opponent had already appeared before him. A fist, moving at an unfathomable speed, smashed into his face. Bam! In an instant, both of Doflamingo's feet left the ground. His body shot through the air like a cannonball. That wasn't even a warm-up, Arasure sighed, shaking his head. But to his surprise, Doflamingo staggered back to his feet a moment later. His face was covered in blood, his sunglasses completely shattered. He looked utterly battered, yet he still stood. Now, that's more like it. Arasure smiled, nodding in approval. You do have some resilience. At that moment, Doflamingo was seething with frustration and rage. He was forced to admit that the gap between them was vast, like an insurmountable chasm. All his earlier bold words now seemed like a pathetic joke. His 5-color string couldn't even cut through his opponent's skin. Even with observation Haki, he could predict the next move, but his body simply couldn't react fast enough to dodge. This was an utter, crushing defeat. His long-standing arrogance was shattered. For the first time, he felt despair and fear. Then try this. Arashi's voice echoed again. Doflamingo's face darkened as he saw blue lightning crackling between Arashi's fingers, surging into a towering pillar of electricity. His eyes widened. The next moment, just as he managed to get back on his feet, boom! His body crashed to the ground once more, blood splattering onto the snow, staining it red. In mere moments, a pool of blood spread beneath him. Deep, horrifying wounds marred his face and skull, the sheer damage chilling to behold. The intense injuries he had sustained in such a short battle had finally drained him of all strength. Doflamingo lost consciousness. He could no longer fight. The arcs of electricity gathered between Arashi's fingers slowly dissipated. He gazed ahead at the motionless figure that had collapsed face first into the snow. After a brief pause, he shook his head. It seems I overestimated you. At this point, Doflamingo did possess some strength, but not much. He had just begun to grasp Conqueror's Haki, had some control over armament Haki, and had awakened observation Haki. However, his mastery of the string fruit was far from what it would become. He couldn't withstand a punch powered by Arashi's sheer physical strength in a real fight. The battle had barely begun before it was already over. But at least you have some potential. Murmuring to himself, Arasure stepped forward. In this world, few people could master all three types of Haki and develop their devil fruit abilities to the point of awakening. Those who could have the potential to grow into top-tier powerhouses. The Doflamingo of the future would become a formidable force in the new world, not far from the level of an emperor. The main gaps between him and that level were his lack of control over advanced Conqueror's Haki and the finer techniques of advanced armament, such as Ryuo. He wasn't lacking much in sheer presence and raw strength. From weakness to power, this man had climbed his way up. Though ruthless, he had his reasons for success and an undeniable charisma. If I were to compare him to a blade, he would be a fine sword. Arasure narrowed his eyes. He hesitated. Should he simply eliminate Doflamingo here and now? Or should he take him in as a member of the gods? Arasure understood Doflamingo's nature all too well. Undoubtedly, this ambitious man would never willingly submit to another. But simultaneously, he was pragmatic. He knew how to assess a situation and act accordingly. To put it simply, Doflamingo knew when to fold. Whether it was his cooperation with Kaido in the future or his reaction when facing Aokiji, he had always shown a willingness to bend when necessary. He had his limits, but not many. And in certain situations, especially when his survival was on the line, those limits could be pushed even further. Unlike other organization members, Doflamingo was a potential threat, a dangerous variable. But then, Arasure suddenly chuckled. He looked down at the unconscious figure before him, his gaze filled with amusement and absolute dominance. If I can't even control someone like him, then how can I claim to rule the world? He then turned his eyes toward the remaining Don Quixote family officers and members, who stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by fear. Lifting a single finger, he casually pointed at them. Blue lightning arced through the air, striking the space ahead. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder echoed across the island. The remaining figures convulsed as black smoke rose from their bodies before they collapsed, unable to even attempt an escape. They had no will to resist, no courage, not even the strength to run. Rosinandi. Arashi's voice was calm as he turned to face the figure sitting against a wooden crate, his face streaked with tears. After over a decade, the once familiar subordinate stood before him again. Rosinandi was now much taller than before, at least 4.35 meters, towering over even Arasure himself. Vice Admiral Arasure. Rosinandi called out anxiously, his emotions conflicted. The superior he once knew, the one he had thought lost to time, was now standing before him again. The impact on his heart was indescribable. But more than that, Arasure had saved his life. I'm sorry. I have bad news for you. Arasure spoke after a brief moment of thought. Bad news. Rosinandi, momentarily forgetting his injuries, listened intently. As of today, your undercover mission is officially over. Your ties to the Marine headquarters and Admiral Sengoku will be altered. Arasure gave him a slight smile. What? Rosinandi's face twisted in shock. I'm sure you can already guess the reason. Arashi's gaze held intrigue as he observed Rosinandi's expression. My mission failed, and I made a critical mistake. I gave the op fruit to Law. Rosinandi let out a deep sigh, which means that from this moment on, your days as an undercover agent are over. And in exchange, Arasure trailed off with a smirk before shifting his gaze. Not far away, Marines were rushing toward them, panting from exertion. Ivea, Smoker, and Buggy were at the front of the squad. Vice Admiral Arasure, Rosinandi, Smoker, and Buggy called out from the distance. Rosinandi looked up at his former comrades. Excitement, guilt, and uncertainty swirled inside him. He had left without a word. Now, he had failed his mission and had no clear future ahead. He didn't know how to face them, and Arashi's next words reached him. You've been reassigned to the West Blue headquarters, under my direct command. What? Rosinandi's head shot up, eyes widening in shock before his face twisted joyfully. In other words, Arasure grinned. You're back under my command from this moment on? Are you disappointed? Devastated? His teasing voice was filled with laughter. But Rosinandi could no longer hold back his emotions. Tears streamed down his face. Was he happy or overwhelmed? He wasn't sure. Dragging his wounded body, he slowly knelt, pressing his forehead against the snow-covered ground. Rosinandi, thank you for taking me in. Taking a deep breath, his voice roared through the cold air of Minion Island. Being able to serve under you again is the greatest thing that could have happened. Arasure looked down at the massive man kneeling before him. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Get up. I don't allow weaklings who kneel so easily under my command. Rosinandi wiped his tears and struggled to stand despite his injuries. Yes, sir. His body swayed slightly before he leaned back against the crate. Now, Arashi's gaze fell upon the wooden crate behind him. The kid inside, let him out. This place is safe now. Hearing those words, Rosinandi nodded firmly. If there was anyone in this world he could trust without question, it was the man standing before him. At that moment, Smoker and Buggy finally caught up, their voices full of excitement. Rosinandi, Smoker, Buggy. Rosinandi greeted them with a smile. We'll catch up later. Then, gathering his strength, he slowly lifted the crate's lid. Inside, a small boy stared up at him, his face filled with fear, confusion, and worry. Rosinandi's expression softened, his eyes curving into a warm smile. Law, he said gently, I have good news for you. Law's eyes widened as recognition dawned on him. His body trembled with emotion. You're alive. Rosinandi nodded. Yes, I'm alive, and the greatest Marine in the world is standing before us now. He is also the person I respect the most, and it was him who saved us. Law raised his head in confusion, his eyes widening as he looked forward. Soon, a tall and muscular man clad in Marine attire came into view, accompanied by several other peculiar-looking Marines. Is that Arasure? Law muttered in disbelief. For some reason, he felt his heart tremble violently when he looked at the man. When he looked again, when he saw the fallen Doflamingo and the defeated Don Quixote family members sprawled across the ground, his expression shifted drastically. The Doflamingo I knew was actually... Then he saw that towering Marine effortlessly hoist Doflamingo up with one hand before casually waving his other hand. Smoker, Buggy, tie them all up. Then, pointing at Rosinandi, he ordered, Ivea, treat this kid's wounds. After making his arrangements, the man grinned at Law. You must be Law. To think that an idiot like Rosinandi would risk his life to save you. I hope that one day, you'll give me a pleasant surprise. Law stood there, frozen. For some reason, he couldn't find the words to respond. In just a few brief sentences, he had experienced his first encounter with Arasure, the moment that would be etched into his memory for the rest of his life. Buggy, have your men clear out the remaining obstacles. 1 hour from now, I don't want to see a single pirate alive on this island. His voice was indifferent, as if issuing a decree of death. Gripping Doflamingo with one hand, Arasure turned and walked forward. "Leave it to me," Buggy responded with a grin, securing the bound Don Quixote family members before signaling his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, a group of Marines surged into the town and vanished from sight. Law remained standing in a daze, only snapping when Rosinandi, his body wrapped in white bandages, patted his shoulder with a warm smile. "Take a good look at Commander Arashi's charisma, Law. He's a man worth following and trusting for a lifetime." Inside an abandoned warehouse on Minion Island, the captured Don Quixote family members lay bound in ropes, thrown haphazardly into a corner. A low voice echoed in the dimly lit space. "Wake him up." Smoker grabbed a bucket of ice-cold water and dumped it onto the unconscious Doflamingo. The freezing chill and sharp sting of the water jolted his entire body. His eyelids fluttered open, and his pupils narrowed as soon as he saw the cold, indifferent Marines surrounding him. "Arasure." He spat out the name through gritted teeth, his expression grim and unreadable. Memories of his last moments before blacking out flooded back, how he had been effortlessly crushed. If he hadn't collapsed so quickly, if that bolt of lightning head-on had struck him, he would have been dead beyond a doubt. Still, he was quick to assess the situation. He was alive, which meant his captor had a purpose for keeping him that way. "You're a smart man," Arasure said coolly, "and I'm quite aware of certain interesting details about your identity. But let me make one thing very clear. Being a celestial dragon holds no power in front of me." Seated casually in a chair, one leg crossed over the other, Arashi's words carried an undeniable authority. Doflamingo's eyes flickered as he glanced at Rosinandi, who stood silently across from him, before turning his focus back to Arasure, waiting for what would come next. "I'll give you some choices, an opportunity to exchange for your pathetic life." His next words rang out clearly. "Option 1. From this moment forward, you will live as a Marine recruit under Rosinandi's command." Doflamingo's pupils shrank, but he remained composed, not letting any dissatisfaction show on his face. "Option 2. Refuse the first choice, and I'll take your head myself, ending your existence here and now." His tone was calm, indifferent, yet absolute. The chilling words echoed throughout the warehouse. Doflamingo clenched his fists tightly and lifted his head to glare at the man before him. What kind of ridiculous choices were these? "So, what will it be, Doflamingo?" That cold, detached voice sent a chill down his spine. Staring at Arashi's unyielding expression, Doflamingo felt a rare sense of nervousness creep into his heart. He knew that this man was completely serious. This wasn't a bluff. He really would kill him. Thinking back to their brief encounter, how he had been utterly crushed, Doflamingo's expression darkened. This man outclassed him in every possible way, leaving no weakness to exploit. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. To be acknowledged by someone as powerful as Vice Admiral Arasure is my honor. Hearing this response, Rosinandi, his body still wrapped in bandages, showed a look of surprise. Arasure, on the other hand, simply nodded. Slowly, he rose from his seat. "You're a smart one. So, I expect you won't disappoint me in the future." Pausing briefly, he leaned forward slightly, staring down at Doflamingo. "Do you want to know why you're so far beneath the world's strongest? Or rather, do you wish to learn how to obtain power equal to mine?" Doflamingo's breath hitched. His eyes widened in shock, then narrowed sharply. This man had genuinely intended to kill him moments ago. Yet now, his words carried the same level of sincerity. This guy, he's actually willing to tell me how to gain power. A smirk tugged at Arashi's lips. "Meet my conditions, and you'll have the opportunity." With that, he turned around and began walking away. The Marines surrounding them also pivoted, following their vice admiral without hesitation. Rosinandi stepped forward and loosened Doflamingo's restraints. "You better not try anything, Doffy." Seeing the wariness in his younger brother's eyes, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes before suddenly letting out a chilling laugh. "Fu-few-few-few. Never underestimate your big brother," Corazon, I understand the true nature of this world far better than you, and I understand the meaning of justice even more. Rolling his stiff shoulders, he suppressed the pain surging through his body and forced himself to stand. His gaze locked onto Arashi's retreating figure. He's stronger than me. That's why I'll submit to him. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling excitement. I'm already starting to look forward to this. Hearing his brother's eerie words, Rosinandi shook his head, unable to comprehend his twisted logic. But one thing was certain. As long as Vice Admiral Arasure remained, Doflamingo wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Doffy, from a short distance away, Diamante, who had just regained consciousness, called out. Doflamingo glanced at him, cracked his neck, and grinned. You guys go on ahead. I have some business to discuss with Vice Admiral Arasure. I'll come find you soon. Diamante was stunned, a look of confusion appearing on his face. No matter how often he called out or questioned him, Doflamingo remained silent, following Corazon without a word. In the final second, before they disappeared, an invisible string slash cut through the ropes, binding him and the others. Don't follow me. Do as I say and wait for my return. A barely audible voice reached him. Diamante was taken aback, but soon nodded heavily. However, he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Following such a powerful man, there was no guarantee of their young master's safety. Whether from legend or first-hand experience, Arashi's strength filled them with fear. It was a power akin to... Half an hour later, the West Blue Squad, led by Arasure, boarded the marine warship from the shore. One by one, they stepped onto the ship. Doflamingo followed behind Corazon in silence, while the young Law curiously glanced around. He had long known about Corazon's identity as a marine, but he never expected that everything he once dismissed as boasting was true. Every single person on this ship was powerful. It was a feeling he sensed instinctively, making him certain of it. Am I going to become a marine in the future? A sudden doubt arose in Law's heart. His emotions quickly grew complicated. The tragedy of Flevence had left him with a deep hatred for the Marines, but today, it was the Marines who had saved him. The contradiction made Law unusually quiet. As Arasure stepped onto the warship, Ivea followed behind. His earlier fury had completely subsided. This mission had been incredibly fruitful. He had saved Corazon, subdued Doflamingo, and even taken in Trafalgar Law. In Arashi's eyes, all three had enormous potential. Even though Corazon died early in the original timeline, as a celestial dragon by blood, his natural talent was no less than his brother's. With proper training, his strength could transform in a short time. As for the other two, they were both destined to become warlords of the sea in the future. Doflamingo had already mastered all three types of hockey. With further refinement, his strength would naturally grow. If he could awaken Conqueror's hockey infusion, he could rise to the ranks of the world's strongest fighters. Law, having eaten the Op no Mi, possessed immense potential. He was also a descendant of the D clan. Though he was still a child, his future was bright. Arashi's gaze swept across Corazon, his expression darkening slightly. It's been nearly 11 years, and yet, of all my subordinates, the only one whose strength hasn't grown, but instead declined, is you. Hearing this, Corazon's face fell. It seems you've forgotten all the warnings I once gave you, Arasure continued. Don't blame me when your training becomes even harsher from now on. Even harsher training? Corazon was stunned. He seemed to recall something, and his face was filled with dread. But Arasure ignored him, shifting his gaze to Law. He sighed lightly. I raised concerns about Flevence during the last Revery. Unfortunately, they took no action, which ultimately led to this tragedy. Law was stunned, staring blankly at him. Last year, Vice Admiral Arasure went to Mary Gios as a royal representative of Alabasta to attend the Revery. Ivea explained at the right moment. Arasure nodded slightly. Mary Gios? A flicker of shock crossed Doflamingo's eyes. Others might not understand the implications, but he did. These simple words carried immense weight. This man harbored secrets unknown to the world. Doflamingo, You were cast out from Mary Gios as a fallen celestial dragon. But Vice Admiral Arasure possesses something you desire more than anything. He, too, is a celestial dragon. Evea's words were filled with cold arrogance. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through Corazon, Doflamingo, and Law. Their eyes widened in disbelief. This marine was a celestial dragon. Vice Admiral Arasure may be a celestial dragon, but he has never taken pride in his status. Instead, he has worked tirelessly to uphold what he believes to be justice. In his eyes, there is no difference between celestial dragons, ordinary people, or those of other races. He treats all equally. Evea's voice carried deep respect and admiration. The events she had witnessed in Mary Gios had long been etched into her soul, impossible to forget. You talk too much. Arasure suddenly shot her a sharp glare. Evea stuck out her tongue playfully, made a face, and fell silent. What ultimately defines you is never your birthright or bloodline, Arasure murmured. It's the person you choose to become. His gaze settled on Law as he spoke with a gentle smile. Corazon risked his life to save you. I hope that in the future, you won't let him down. Law clenched his fist tightly. He glanced at Corazon beside him and nodded firmly. If you're willing, Arasure continued, I'll train you alongside Corazon. I'll help you become strong enough to take control of your own fate. I'm willing, Law shouted without hesitation. I want to become stronger than him. His fierce eyes locked onto Doflamingo. Doflamingo remained expressionless, but a smirk of mockery tugged at his lips. Arasure chuckled. If you work hard enough, surpassing him in his current state will be easy. Then, his gaze shifted back to Doflamingo. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and your unique mastery over the string fruit. I have to admit, you have a keen understanding of power. Doflamingo smirked arrogantly. Every bit of his strength had been forged through countless life-or-death struggles. He had no teachers, no systematic training. Everything he had fought for with his own hands. That alone was something to take pride in. But you're still far from the top. Arasure shook his head. The strongest in the world. Those who wield devil fruits push their abilities beyond normal limits. This is what they call awakening. In Armament Haki, they master the advanced technique of emission, Ryuo. Corazon's eyes widened. I've heard of that technique. It allows Haki to flow beyond the user's body and strike internally. Arasure nodded slightly before turning to Doflamingo, whose expression was pure shock. He had never even heard of these simple concepts, let alone mastered them. And beyond that, Arasure continued, his voice calm, yet commanding. There is Conqueror's Haki infusion. Doflamingo's head snapped up, his eyes shaking. Conqueror's Haki infusion? He had always believed Conqueror's Haki was simply an aura used to dominate the weak. But to infuse it into attacks? That meant his pupils shrank as he realized why he had been completely overpowered. This was the gap between him and true power. The awakening of a devil fruit. Advanced application of Armament Haki, known as Ryu. The infusion of Conqueror's Haki. The vast disparity in knowledge regarding these abilities is one of the most crucial factors influencing an individual's strength. Their talent may limit some and never progress beyond a certain point, but for those unaware of these concepts entirely, the consequences are self-evident. For someone like Doflamingo, who has struggled and fought through the Grand Line, these three pieces of information were nothing short of a revelation. Though he still lacked an exact method to train in them, he now had a general direction. When one's personal strength reaches a certain level, intense battles and the pressure of life and death situations will accelerate their understanding of power, Arasure remarked. His journey to this level of strength had been forged entirely through his efforts. Rosinandi, if you can't even master all three forms of Haki, then this is as far as you'll ever go in life. Devil fruits may be powerful, but Haki is the foundation of true strength. For anyone standing at the pinnacle of the world, you'll find it nearly impossible to identify a weakness. They're all at their peak in almost every aspect. Arasure spoke calmly. Law took his words to heart, while Rosinandi nodded solemnly. A contemplative glint flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. Comparing this to his abilities, he realized that the power he had once taken great pride in now appeared to have several shortcomings. Perhaps he might have discovered these truths on his own through battle over time, but that would have cost him immeasurable time and brought unpredictable risks. Yet, he was still deeply curious. What did power at the absolute peak of the world truly look like? Fixing his gaze on the man before him, Doflamingo's expression revealed curiosity and desire. Conqueror's haki infusion. Did this man also possess it? He must. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood among the world's strongest 10 years ago. Arasure, of course, noticed the curiosity in Doflamingo's eyes. Rosinandi had witnessed his punches countless times, so his expression remained unchanged. Then let me show you this world's peak, a power that any true strongman must master. His casual voice sent a shiver down Doflamingo's spine. He stared intently ahead. The next second, he saw Arasure slowly raise his hand. Crackle, black and red lightning erupted, instantly coiling around his arm. At that moment, Doflamingo felt an overwhelming force, vast and unfathomable, as if it exceeded even the ocean in depth and breadth. This man's conqueror's haki, its sheer volume alone can be described as an ocean of haki. Doflamingo trembled internally. But what shook him even more was Arashi's complete mastery over his conqueror's haki. His control was so precise that it reached a level Doflamingo could not even comprehend. Then, Arasure swung his fist toward the sea. Boom! Black and red lightning shot out, barely grazing the ocean's surface before surging into the distance. The sheer force behind it seemed infinitely amplified. Time itself seemed to freeze for 2 seconds before an awe-inspiring sight unfolded. Law trembled, his small eyes widening as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Is this something a human can even do? Doflamingo's expression was grave, a heavy weight settling in his heart. The point where Arashi's punch had grazed the ocean's surface had split open, forming a massive chasm. And where the punch ultimately landed, nearly thousands of meters away from the warship, an enormous depression appeared. Tens of millions of tons of seawater were violently pushed back, sending ripples across the ocean that culminated in a tsunami. So, this is Conqueror's haki infusion, Doflamingo murmured. He stared at the man before him, an overwhelming sense of dread flashing through his mind. Arasure had yet to use his full strength. Their earlier battle had been a child's game to him. The gap between me and the world's peak is this vast. The realization struck Doflamingo like a hammer blow, leaving him with an unsettling sense of powerlessness. He had never felt so lacking. Only by knowing the gap between yourself and others will you develop respect. And with that, the drive to improve. Do you want to become stronger, Doflamingo? Arasure grinned, his smile somewhat eerie. Of course. Then what must I do? Doflamingo asked without hesitation. The sheer allure of such power was irresistible. He was more than willing, even if he had to pay a great price. The price? No, for now, you only need to do one thing, Arasure said, smiling. Then, his gaze fell upon Rosinandi. The latter tensed up, sensing something ominous. And that is, to try your best to kill your own brother in the upcoming training. Doflamingo's pupils shrank before he suddenly laughed. I'd be more than happy to do that. Rosinandi and Law's expressions changed drastically. Smoker, Buggy, and the others simply smirked, watching the scene unfold as if they were enjoying a show. The marine warship was preparing to leave port. The crew members raised the anchor. At that moment, a figure came running toward them at full speed. Wait for me, the voice shouted frantically. Buggy peeked over and quickly recognized the man. Oh, isn't that the guy we just saved? What's he doing chasing after us? Smoker shook his head, puzzled. Arasure turned to look at the man, finding him oddly familiar. Don't leave me behind. Take me with you. I want to become a Marine, the man shouted between heavy breaths. Already told you, Drake. I don't have the authority to recruit people at will. Buggy yelled back. Lieutenant Buggy, please take me with you. I have nowhere else to go. Drake pleaded. Arasure froze, his gaze locking onto the man once more. What's his name? He asked. Buggy was slightly surprised, but quickly responded. Drake. We saved him earlier while sweeping the pirates off the island. To be precise, his full name is Drake, Smoker added. Let him aboard. Arasure smirked. Huh? Buggy was dumbfounded. What, huh? The officer gave an order. Let him on. Smoker laughed, smacking Buggy on the head. Moments later, Drake was brought aboard the warship. His first act was to bow deeply to Arasure. Thank you for taking me in. I want to become a Marine. Arasure nodded with a smile. Very well. From today onward, you are a Marine. Drake was stunned. That easy? Yes, it's that easy. Arasure chuckled. Drake glanced suspiciously at Buggy and Smoker, unsure if they were subtly rejecting him. But the outcome was clear. He was now a Marine. Sir, may I ask for your name? Drake asked hesitantly. Arasure. You can call me Officer/Commander Arasure, like the others, or Vice Admiral Arasure. Hearing the name, Drake's heart trembled. This man, he was that Arasure? He had heard his father mention this name countless times before. Doflamingo sneered as he struck even more ruthlessly. Nearby, Law and Drake were also enduring unbearable torment. Smoker and Buggy subjected them to the same grueling training they had once suffered. The entire Marine warship echoed with relentless screams of agony. Doflamingo is going too far. If this keeps up, Rosinandi will die, Evea said anxiously. Arasure chuckled lightly. If he can't even survive this, then let him die. Such merciless words left Evea stunned. But she knew very well that this officer valued Rosinandi greatly. Doflamingo is a smart man. He knows exactly what my real objective is, Arasure said calmly. Evea was taken aback, deep in thought. Moments later, Doflamingo pinned Rosinandi down, mercilessly pummeling him until he lost consciousness. Tie him up with a rope and throw him into the sea, Arasure ordered expressionlessly. Oh, and make sure the rope is tight. If he gets lost, it'll be a hassle to find him. Doflamingo grinned and complied. Rosinandi's body arced beautifully through the air in just a few breaths before plunging into the ocean. Almost instantly, his terrified screams rang out. Doflamingo held onto the rope tightly, staring down at his struggling younger brother with a glint in his eye. That man sure values you, he muttered. Such brutal torment between life and death. Its true purpose was likely to push his brother's potential to the limit and awaken his conqueror's haki. If Rosinandi did awaken it, the gap between them would close alarmingly. This brat, he's really latched onto a powerful backer. Doflamingo clicked his tongue in frustration, feeling envy. Meanwhile, Evea's expression turned serious as she pointed a transponder snail at Arasure. It's someone from Marine headquarters. Arasure raised an eyebrow. Ooh, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Evea uttered an unexpected name. In Marine headquarters, those close to his teacher, Garp, included Sengoku and Zephyr. Naturally, Tsuru was also among them. Their camaraderie had endured since their youth. If one were to categorize the headquarters' various factions, Arasure belonged to Garp's, which meant he was also somewhat close to Sengoku and Tsuru. Though they rarely contacted each other, it didn't hinder their ability to communicate. Arasure, I know a little about the situation between you and headquarters, Tsuru said seriously. But what I'm about to tell you is something you must carefully consider. If possible, I want you to return to headquarters soon. Vice Admiral Tsuru, matters at headquarters don't seem to concern me much, Arasure replied calmly. From her tone, he had already guessed that whatever she was about to say was no trivial matter. Sure enough, Tsuru's next words confirmed it. This concerns the upcoming selection of the next fleet admiral. It affects every Marine, and even if your stance toward headquarters is ambiguous, you cannot detach yourself from this matter. And she paused briefly before her voice grew heavier. This also involves Sengoku, and there have been some complications. For the succession to go smoothly, the higher-ups must see that Sengoku can command the Marines. Of course, I won't waste time with superficial explanations. Simply put, Certain individuals need to see that the Marines support Sengoku's ascension, and he needs a strong team of subordinates to back him up. Hearing this, Arasure narrowed his eyes. A major event like selecting the next fleet admiral. No wonder Tsuru had reached out to him directly. A change in Marine leadership was no small matter. Despite the obvious outcome, obstacles always arose before the final decision. After the incident at Mary Gios, Arasure sensed something unusual was at play from Tsuru's words. Do you understand now? Although Sengoku already has a group of supporters, if you appear at headquarters, it will undoubtedly solidify their confidence. Tsuru's voice carried a firm tone. Arashi's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Honestly, he wasn't particularly interested in the fleet admiral selection. Sengoku's rise was an inevitable shift in the times. Moreover, as the supreme commander of the West Blue, his relationship with Marineford was ambiguous at best. He did not desire to step into that territory unless necessary. However, Sengoku's stance toward Mary Gios impressed him. If he could help, he wouldn't mind supporting Sengoku's promotion. After all, in some ways, Sengoku was on his side. After a brief moment of contemplation, Arasure gave his answer. Tsuru nodded before casually asking, "Did you capture Doflamingo?" "Yeah, he's on my ship right now." Arasure glanced at Doflamingo, still holding the rope, tormenting Rosinandi without restraint. A smirk played on Arashi's lips. "I had my eyes on that guy for a long time, but you managed to capture him," Tsuru sighed. "Looks like our generation is getting old. You and Garp are still in your prime, Vice Admiral," Arasure said with a chuckle. "The times will always give way to the younger generation. It's been 11 years since you left headquarters, right?" Tsuru mused. "Yes," Arasure nodded. "A long time indeed. You change a lot. The young ones at headquarters have changed as well." It almost sounded like an offhand remark, but Arasure caught the deeper meaning behind her words. "I know you've done well in the West Blue," Tsuru continued, "but if you truly want to change something, it's still far from enough. In the end, you'll have to return to Marineford." Her words carried weight. Arasure pondered for a moment before offering a slight smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Vice Admiral Tsuru." The transponder snail call ended. Ivea, standing beside him, widened her eyes in shock and excitement. The selection of the next fleet admiral was a storm that would shake the entire world. A new fleet admiral meant new policies, a new era, and eliminating or reformatting outdated, decaying structures. Sengoku, a highly respected strategist within the Marines, had the unwavering support of Garp, Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, figures who formed the organization's backbone. Once he took office, he would swiftly unify the Marines. "Are you going to headquarters for the Fleet Admiral Selection Ceremony?" Ivea asked, blinking expectantly. "I'm still considering it," Arasure replied faintly. He hadn't made up his mind yet. Strictly speaking, he wasn't keen on getting involved with headquarters. The situation in West Blue stabilized under his command, operating almost as his force. Over nearly a decade, he established a fully independent recruitment and training system. The West Blue Marines upheld a sense of justice vastly different from that of headquarters. But his forces had yet to reach their full potential. They still hadn't met his ideal standards. Arasure needed more time to recruit and train powerful subordinates. If he returned to headquarters, any reassignment or restructuring could create complications. Moreover, Marineford was not the same as the West Blue. Shaking his head, Arasure temporarily set the matter aside. He looked ahead at Doflamingo, who was tormenting Rosinandi, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "As expected, he's a smart guy. He knows exactly what I want to do." At the ship's stern, Doflamingo gripped the rope in his right hand and swung it left and right. "Corazon, is this all you've got? You're too weak. As your older brother, I've always felt ashamed to have a little brother like you. Look at yourself. Do you have even the slightest bit of a celestial dragon's demeanor? You're nothing but a coward, sneaking around by my side for years like a rat." Pathetic. Grinning, Doflamingo continued his cruel taunts. "Even now, you're still suffering under my hands, being trampled on and humiliated. You're nothing but a weakling, a complete failure." His words were like sharp blades, stabbing into Rosinandi's heart. Even as he endured the excruciating pain, fury surged within him. As a devil fruit user, submerging in seawater rendered him powerless. Worse yet, his body was already battered and broken. At this moment, he couldn't even struggle. Only the overwhelming sensation of drowning and the creeping shadow of death remained. Damn it, am I really that weak? Am I truly a disgrace to my brother? A Marine who can't even complete his superior's orders. Someone who can't even protect a single child. Arasure must be disappointed in me, too. That's why he handed me over to Doflamingo. The endless torment and cruel words crushed his will. A deep sense of despair filled his heart. Maybe he was just a complete failure. The same blood ran through his veins, yet Doflamingo was so powerful while he remained pathetically weak. Even possessing a devil fruit ability, what was the point if he couldn't use it? The marine warship sailed forward, waves continuously crashing over his body. Rosinandi had completely lost track of time. All he knew was that his life was slipping away. His body was growing colder, his consciousness fainter. Then suddenly, just as his world was about to be swallowed by darkness, a spark ignited within him. No, I'm not some useless failure. I'm not weak. Even if I am now, I will never allow myself to remain this way in the future. What is my dream? What is my purpose? Questions flashed through his mind at lightning speed. Forgotten memories surfaced once more. His childhood, the gentle smiles of his parents. Doflamingo stands before him, furiously berating the kids who bullied him before unleashing his wrath. He had been a coward back then, always hiding behind someone else until he met Arasure. Through countless battles and countless reprimands, he had slowly grown stronger. Their first encounter, his first promotion, the first time he witnessed Arashi's overwhelming strength. I never forgot. Rosinandi's eyes snapped open. The waves continued to pummel his body, and the sun above was blinding. But at this moment, everything around him became eerily silent. For the first time, he could perceive everything with absolute clarity. The chaos, the fear, the loss of control, everything slowed to a crawl. The past, the present, the future. I've always wanted to become that. A Rosinandi as strong as Arasure. A wild grin stretched across his face. Strength returned to his body. His spirit burned brighter than ever before. Then, a formless pressure erupted from within him, sweeping outward in all directions with an unstoppable force. A mighty, domineering aura exploded from his being. I am no longer that cowardly boy who only knew how to hide behind others. I am someone who can protect others, who will sacrifice himself if necessary to save lives. My conviction has always been there. His voice echoed within his mind. At this moment, Rosinandi's eyes were fierce and sharp, filled with unshakable determination. An even more overwhelming conqueror's haki surged outward. The ocean's surface trembled. Schools of fish near the ship floated up, unconscious from the sheer pressure of his presence. Doflamingo, still gripping the rope, narrowed his eyes. His heart sank slightly. He did it. My foolish little brother. A complicated mix of emotions swirled within him. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected his brother to awaken Conqueror's haki. This is what happens when someone has proper guidance. If only I'd been trained by that man as well. Doflamingo took a deep breath, his sunglasses flashing ominously. Advanced Armament Haki, Conqueror's Coding, Devil Fruit Awakening. These were all things he desperately wanted to master. Slowly, he turned his head and looked at the figure seated calmly in the distance. For the first time, an intense desire took root in his heart. Arasure, he was like a demon, possessing everything Doflamingo yearned for. Conqueror's haki, huh? Pull him up. At that moment, a smile finally appeared on Arashi's face. If you want to stand among the world's strongest, Conqueror's haki is almost necessary. It determines one's ceiling. Rosinandi, who had been pulled onto the ship, was soaking wet and had lost consciousness. His body was covered in wounds, and his exhaustion from that final burst of strength had completely drained him, causing him to fall into a deep coma. Doflamingo silently looked at his younger brother lying on the deck, his emotions extremely complicated. He had seen the smile on Rosinandi's face just before he passed out. He understood all too well what that expression meant. Thinking back on the 10 years his brother had spent in the Don Quixote family, pretending to be mute, hiding his strength, always keeping a stern face, Doflamingo's gaze flickered slightly. All of that, in hindsight, seemed to be an indirect testament to his failure. But since Rosinandi boarded this ship, his younger brother had stopped hiding his joy, his smiles now completely unrestrained. Did he really bring you that much happiness? Doflamingo muttered, falling into deep thought. Rosinandi awakened Conqueror's haki. Smoker and Buggy were both thrilled. Law also ran over, looking worriedly at him. Your op fruit is the most suitable ability for a doctor, Arasure said as he walked over with a smile. A power that can only be used to save people. What's the point of that? Law gritted his teeth. What I really want is strength, true strength like yours. If he had been strong enough, the tragedy of Flevance wouldn't have happened. If he had been stronger, Rosinandi wouldn't have had to risk his life just to save him. He wanted to use his power to protect the people around him instead of always being the ones protected. Kid, don't underestimate your ability, Arasure said in a deep voice. That was a power Rosinandi traded his life for. Learning to use it properly is the best way to protect the people beside you, now and in the future. Remember, true strength comes from yourself, not from your devil fruit. No matter how useless an ability may seem, if you push its limits, it can still shake the world. Law was taken aback. He was surprised by Arashi's keen insight, but also lost in thought. If there was any useless ability, then the silence fruit fit that description. Yet, that so-called useless ability had saved his life on Minion Island. There are no useless fruits, only useless people, Arasure sighed lightly. His gaze fell on Rosinandi, and he chuckled as if he had seen something interesting. Even the seemingly worthless silence fruit might one day rival the Quake fruit. Doflamingo's pupils contracted as he stared at his unconscious brother. The silence fruit, on par with the power of the world's strongest man? That sounded like pure nonsense. Take good care of Rosinandi, kid, Arasure said. Now that he's awakened Conqueror's haki, his next stage of training can begin. Got it. Law nodded firmly. Then, Arasure turned to face Doflamingo. I'm a man of my word. You fulfilled your part of the deal, so I won't be stingy with rewards. After a pause, he continued, Conqueror's haki infusion. With your current control over haki, you're still far from mastering it. But as for the advanced technique of armament haki, flowing Sakura, I can teach you that. Hearing those words, Doflamingo's eyes shrank in shock. He was completely caught off guard. Was this man serious? He had only just boarded the ship, yet Arasure was already willing to pass down such high-level techniques to him. Was he not afraid of being surpassed? But that will have to wait until we reach the West Blue, Arasure added. This ship isn't exactly the best place for haki training. Doflamingo took a deep breath, his expression unreadable. Thank you, he said after a moment. He wasn't even sure why he had said it. He still didn't fully understand this man, but his curiosity about him grew stronger. 3 days later, the Marine warship crossed the Grand Line and passed through the Calm Belt, finally entering the West Blue. Arasure still hadn't decided whether to head to Marine headquarters to support Sengoku's promotion ceremony. Deep down, he had a vague feeling that it wouldn't just be a simple formality. There was something more dangerous lurking behind the scenes. Could Marine headquarters be planning to take this opportunity to make a move against him? That seemed unlikely, but still, he had plenty of time to think it over. There was no need to rush. Smoker and Buggy have already awakened armament haki, Arasure mused. As for observation haki, that will depend on their individual talent and training. Rosinandi, on the other hand, will be able to make significant progress in a short period of time. 10 years ago, Rosinandi had already developed superhuman physical strength and mastered the 6 powers. Now that his body had matured, he was naturally qualified to train in haki. Half a day later, the warship arrived at the West Blue Marine headquarters. As they looked up at the floating fortress in the sky, Doflamingo, Law, Drake, and Rosinandi all widened their eyes in shock. "You didn't expect this, did you, Rosinandi?" Buggy grinned smugly. In these 11 years, the changes in the West Blue Marine branch under Arashi's leadership have gone beyond anything you can imagine. Rosinandi took a deep breath and followed the others onto the flying ship. "It really is unbelievable," he admitted. Doflamingo, however, remained silent. The massive sphere of lightning and clouds above the base made his mind race with speculation. The floating island reminded him of a certain legendary pirate. His pupils contracted slightly. Golden Lion Shiki. That man had disappeared from the world for a long time. If my guess is correct, then this man is terrifying. Doflamingo's heart grew heavy. For the first time in his life, his wariness of someone had reached its peak. A master of hockey, the destructive power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, and if he possessed 2 devil fruits. Just how powerful was this man? The thought alone was unfathomable. As they landed on the floating island, seeing the massive, bustling marine base astonished everyone. On the vast training grounds, the sound of battle cries echoed continuously. Marines were sweating as they trained relentlessly. Their sparring matches were ruthless, each strike aimed at a vital point, making even the onlookers tense. These guys, they might be even more elite than the Marines at headquarters, Doflamingo thought grimly. Then, his gaze shifted to the instructors overseeing the training. He fell silent. This base even had a more direct, systematic training program than Marine headquarters. Combat techniques, swordsmanship, marksmanship, everything had dedicated instructors. Without me even realizing it, this man has already built an army of elite soldiers. He's not just some aimless warrior. He has ambition. Doflamingo clenched his fists. No one who commanded an army like this would settle for an ordinary life. Moments later, in front of the main office building, "Smoker, get them changed into proper uniforms," Arasure ordered. "Be at the training ground tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir," Smoker responded seriously. "And teach them marine regulations while you're at it," Arasure added, glancing at the 4 of them, who still stood with undisciplined postures. "Understood." Smoker saluted. As Arasure walked away, Smoker returned to face the 3 new Marine trainees. "All right," he said. "Let me teach you guys what it means to be a Marine recruit." Then he glanced at the still unconscious Rosinandi. "Buggy, take care of Rosinandi." Buggy waved a hand dismissively and slung Rosinandi over his shoulder. "Leave it to me. I'll make sure he sees just how much we've grown." Smoker chuckled. He recalled the hellish training he had gone through when he first joined under Arashi's command. "Times change, huh, Rosinandi?" Smoker smirked. "Looks like it's your turn now. It seems that yesterday's brief training has already made you look more like Marines." "Doflamingo, you surprised me. A professional who truly dedicates themselves to their craft. I find that quite reassuring." Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was puzzled. Dedicates themselves to their craft? Was this implying that when he was a pirate, he acted like a pirate, and now that he was a Marine, he acted like a Marine? It sounded like a mockery. His eyes briefly flashed with irritation. "Law X Drake, you 2 just joined, so go train with the recruits." Arasure turned to the 2 of them. Law and Drake nodded and walked away. Yesterday, Smoker had already given him a base tour, so they weren't worried about getting lost. One base had 4 auxiliary islands and 1 main island, divided into various districts, a recruit training camp, designated residential areas, dining districts, entertainment zones, and bustling streets. This place was as prosperous as any island. No, it could even be considered a small nation. "Starting now," Arasure said, his gaze sharp, "I will be giving the 2 of you specialized training." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo and Rosinandi's expressions became serious. "Before that, there's something I need to say." Seeing the questions in their eyes, Arasure smiled slightly. For many strong individuals in this world, simply possessing a devil fruit or pushing it to its limits is enough to make them powerful. But for the true elites, the ones who aim to stand at the very pinnacle of the world, His eyes sharpened, and a torrent of Conqueror's haki exploded from him, instantly engulfing them. Their faces changed. Haki is the power that reigns above all. If you want to become true powerhouses, then master your haki first. Haki reigns supreme. This was a well-known saying from teacher Kaido. Though right after saying it, Kaido had immediately demonstrated the terrifying potential of Devil Fruit Awakening. This never diminished the importance of haki. In this world, ordinary people relied on devil fruits, the strong relied on haki, and the truly monstrous ones combined it with advanced technology. Every top-tier powerhouse standing at the summit of the world had a mastery of haki that was anything but ordinary. Doflamingo and Rosinandi trembled under the overwhelming force pressing down on them. The instant they felt its impact, they realized the gap between them and the man standing before them. It was like heaven and earth. Buzz! The vast and boundless haki surged forward, majestic and overpowering, crashing down on them like an unstoppable wave, pressing against every cell in their bodies. He's concentrating his Conqueror's haki on just our immediate surroundings, without affecting anyone else at all. What terrifying control! Doflamingo was in shock. By the second moment of impact, he instinctively released his own Conqueror's haki to counteract it, and Rosinandi did the same. Three forces of Conqueror's haki clashed, but in just an instant, they saw the figure before them grin. Feel it for yourselves. The difference in our Conqueror's haki. Only by recognizing the gap can you set your sights on surpassing it. Arashi's eyes flashed, and an even more terrifying pressure surge erupted. In that instant, their Conqueror's haki was completely suppressed, forced back to only their immediate vicinity. Even the air around them changed color, turning black and red as they stepped into hell's depths. Impossible. I can't hold on much longer. Rosinandi gritted his teeth. Despite his words, his eyes blazed with defiance, and he refused to back down. Soon, the two of them realized the purpose behind this brutal pressure. By enduring an even stronger Conqueror's haki, they could experience firsthand the differences in strength. Through this, they could grasp the intricacies of control over their own haki. From unconscious intimidation to deliberate restraint, this was an entirely new level of mastery. The final stage would be achieving an overwhelming quantity of haki while refining its precision. Only under enemy pressure can you gain a deeper and faster understanding of your own haki. Arashi's voice echoed around them. His arms were crossed, and from his very core, he unleashed an endless flow of Conqueror's haki toward them. Awakening Conqueror's haki means you already have a 1 in 10,000 chance of reaching the world's peak. Sweat poured down Doflamingo and Rosinandi's foreheads. Their entire bodies trembled, but they gritted their teeth and refused to fall under the immense force. Only Conqueror's haki could fight against Conqueror's haki. Even though their own haki was weak in comparison, it was still persistent. Try to control it, manipulate it. Doflamingo thought to himself. Soon, he discovered that he could slightly shift and condense his scattered Conqueror's haki, making it more concentrated. This filled him with excitement. But what shocked him even more was that Rosinandi had also managed to do it. This brat, he grasped at this fast. He just awakened his Conqueror's haki, and he's already figuring out control. His excitement instantly extinguished as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him. The suffocating pressure lasted 15 minutes before Arasure finally withdrew his haki. Both of them immediately collapsed, sitting on the ground with a thud. That's all it took for you two to break down? Arasure grinned, his eyes locking onto them. I told you. Only when you face a true life and death crisis will you unleash your greatest potential. And that's what will push your haki to grow faster. Doflamingo and Rosinandi looked up, only to see Arasure standing before them. Their eyes widened in shock. Before they could react, Arasure suddenly ripped off the upper part of his robe, revealing his scar-covered, battle-hardened muscles. Then his figure moved. Fast. Unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already above them, right over their heads. Fight me with the mindset that you could die at any second. Arashi's laughter echoed as he launched a punch toward them. Both of them, driven purely by instinct, sprang from the ground, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Boom! The ground trembled. A massive crater formed where the punch landed. He's actually trying to kill us. Rosinandi yelled in horror. If you got time to panic, use it to figure out how we're going to deal with this guy. Doflamingo growled, his expression grim. Despite their exhaustion, the two of them immediately shifted into combat mode. The so-called armament hockey is the ability to sense your own strength, spread it across your body like armor to boost defense, or coat it onto your fists, feet, and weapons to enhance attacks. More than that, it allows you to strike even Logia users. Arasure explained as he moved again. His speed, it's still impossibly fast. It felt like teleportation, suffocating them with pressure. When a fighter reaches a certain level, this power will awaken naturally. The same applies. You can also master it through training. Smoker and Buggy both gained armament hockey through training. Hearing this, Rosinandi was taken aback. His former junior had unknowingly surpassed him. And as for Ryo, Arasure lifted his foot when those words fell and kicked Doflamingo square in the stomach. Doflamingo raised both arms to block, successfully stopping the attack. A sigh of relief appeared on his face, but then he caught the grin in Arashi's eyes. Ryo is the flow of armament hockey. By making your hockey flow within your body, you can enhance its offensive power and project it outward. You can strike a target from a distance, bypassing external defenses and inflicting internal destruction. Doflamingo's pupils shrank. The next second, this man demonstrated the terrifying power of Ryo firsthand. Boom! Doflamingo was sent flying backward. It felt as if his internal organs had shattered. Pain coursed through his entire body, and he couldn't stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. So this is Ryo? Doflamingo was in shock. It can bypass external defenses and directly attack the inside. Just the thought of such an ability was terrifying. It was like a stone. On the outside, it remained intact, but inside, it had been completely shattered. If you can make your armament hockey flow, you will master it. Arashi's voice echoed. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Rosinandi. His right fist swung out without any unnecessary movements, closing in on Rosinandi's face instantly. To Arashi's surprise, Rosinandi, who originally had no chance of dodging, suddenly flickered out of the way, narrowly avoiding the strike. That was close. If I got hit by that punch, I'd be dead. Rosinandi gasped. Interesting. You awakened both observation and conqueror's hockey at the same time. A smile appeared on Arashi's face. He stepped forward, throwing another punch. Rosinandi's eyes flashed red as he dodged, evading attack after attack, as if he could predict Arashi's movements ahead of time. Observation hockey is the ability to perceive others, their presence, their emotions, their intent. At advanced levels, one can even foresee probable futures. It can even allow you to sense someone's thoughts and emotions. To awaken it, Rosinandi, you truly have talent. Arasure smiled approvingly, but his attacks only grew faster. After dodging 5 times, Rosinandi was finally struck on the 6th, sending him tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. In order to push you to your limits, every single one of my punches is real. No holding back, Arasure declared. At that moment, Doflamingo flashed forward, reaching him in an instant. With 5 fingers extended, he slashed downward. 5 color strings, but the razor-sharp threads, which could cut through almost anything, snapped upon contact with Arashi's body. Use hockey. If you rely solely on your devil fruit, you'll always be a weakling. Arashi's voice was cold. Without hesitation, he slammed his fist into Doflamingo's nose. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out as blood gushed from Doflamingo's shattered nose. His signature sunglasses were destroyed. Don't make me repeat myself. For this training session, you are only allowed to use physical combat and hockey. Fight me with the power of your own body. The chilling command echoed in the air. Rosinandi didn't seem to mind, but Doflamingo's expression darkened. He was beginning to suspect that Arasure was targeting him specifically. The goal is to make you master Haki as quickly as possible. With that, Arasure launched another attack. Doflamingo, though furious, was no fool. He had already started to focus on comprehending Haki, while Rosinandi instinctively relied on his observation of Haki. Raiwo, let the flow of armament Haki move through your body. Doflamingo took a deep breath. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he attempted to manipulate his Haki, guiding its flow with his mind. Until now, armament Haki had only allowed him to coat specific parts of his body for defense or to enhance attacks. But after experiencing Arashi's Raiwo firsthand, he calmed himself and attempted to control it more precisely. And at that moment, he saw it. Within himself, a faint, swirling image of cherry blossoms fluttering and spiraling. I can see it. Doflamingo's eyes widened in shock. At that exact moment, a foot slammed into his face, sending his head ringing as he was launched backward. When he finally got up, his expression was anything but pleased as he glared at the figure standing before him. That's enough training for today. Tomorrow we'll continue. This training won't end until you fully master Haki. Arasure grinned. Training these two was, in a way, a great way for him to stay active. It was a rather enjoyable pastime. As for Smoker, Buggy, and the others, they had their mastering the basics is the most challenging part of Haki training. The height one can reach depends entirely on the strength of the foundation. After the Marineford War, Luffy underwent 2 years of fundamental training under Rayleigh's meticulous guidance. Yet upon arriving at Onigashima, he was struck once to unlock Raiwo, a second time to grasp advanced Conqueror's Haki, and a third time to awaken Nika, practically a model example of rapid mastery. However, Luffy's remarkable progress was only possible because of the solid foundation he had built over those 2 years. During training, Rayleigh once mentioned that intense battles are the most effective way to improve Haki. Only through continuous combat can one make rapid advancements. Real combat is an essential process for every strong warrior. The special training continued. Nearly every day, Doflamingo and Rosinandi endured relentless beatings, their bodies wrapped in thick white bandages. Yet, under this extreme pressure, the results were evident. After 1 month, Doflamingo had already learned how to wield Raiwo, and Rosinandi refined his observation Haki mastery. At the same time, both had significantly improved their control over Conqueror's Haki. While their overall power still had room to grow, they had already gained a basic grasp. Not bad. Under my special training, you two have improved rapidly. From here on, your strength will depend on your efforts. The awakening of a devil fruit is also a method to enhance power. Arasure crossed his arms and smiled as he looked at the two. Doflamingo had mixed emotions. Over the past month, his strength had grown immensely, and he had even begun to grasp advanced armament Haki. Meanwhile, Rosinandi had also mastered armament Haki, becoming a user of all 3 types of Haki. In some ways, his younger brother possessed talent comparable to his own, which shocked him. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 months passed. Doflamingo had seemingly adapted completely to life as a Marine. He wore a well-fitted Marine uniform, a Marine cap on his head, and the insignia on his shoulder now read Major. He frequently went on missions, capturing numerous pirates, which led to his rapid promotion. On this particular day, Bullet returned. Inside the office, Alabasta has a larger military force, but its elites are not as strong as ours, Bullet reported. So, I focused my training on the captain and vice captains of the Royal Guard. Their strength has improved significantly, though compared to the recruits you've recently gathered, they're still inferior. After a pause, Bullet continued. Additionally, I checked in on Crocodile's Baroque works. He's recruited a decent number of subordinates currently undergoing training. They may be useful in the future. Listening to his admiral's report, Arasure nodded slightly. Tapping his index finger against the desk, he suddenly spoke. Marine Headquarters has summoned me back to Marineford to participate in Sengoku's promotion to Fleet Admiral. To be precise, they want me to support Sengoku's ascension. What do you think? Bullet was briefly taken aback before responding. I think you should go. Our ultimate plan is centered around Marine headquarters, the true strength of the entire Marine force. Although we have built a powerful nation here in the West Blue, it is still far from enough. Only by gaining real influence within Marine headquarters can our ultimate goal become a reality. Arashi's fingers continued tapping against the desk, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. After a long silence, he finally smiled and said, "Once I leave, everything here will be in your hands." Bullet nodded firmly. "Rest assured, I will handle everything." Arasure gave a slight nod. He had made his decision. He would go to Marine headquarters. "If anything happens to me, do not make reckless moves. Hold control over the West Blue and wait for my return." Then, he added something that made Bullet freeze in place. "What kind of accident?" Bullet asked. "Do you mean the Marines would make a move against you?" Arasure shook his head. "The Marines won't, but the world government might." Then he laughed. "Of course, this is only a possibility. But chances are, nothing will happen at all." Bullet nodded. He, too, believed that with Arashi's current strength, hardly anything in this world could threaten him. His constitution was simply too monstrous. That afternoon, Doflamingo sat in the office with a serious expression, gazing at the figure before him. He had already received news that Arasure was leaving the West Blue for Marine headquarters. With his keen instincts, he sensed a faint danger in this decision. "I intend to assign you a mission," Arasure stated. At the same time, Doflamingo spoke up. "With your current status in the West Blue, I don't think going to Marine headquarters is a wise move." "Oh," Arasure raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why is that?" "You have ruled over the West Blue for 11 years, and the world government must have thoroughly investigated the forces you control. They're also aware of what your subordinates have done. The West Blue is your territory. It would be extremely difficult if they wanted to take action against you. The resources required to eliminate a powerhouse like you would be unimaginable. I heard you previously visited Mary Gios and even had a dispute with the 5 elders, which led to the intervention of the Holy Knights." Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Do not underestimate them. Of course, I am not referring to their strength, but their determination. If you go to Marine headquarters, that could be an opportunity. But it could also be their opportunity, a chance to eliminate you once and for all." Arasure remained silent, his eyes flickering as he pondered Doflamingo's words. There was no doubt that he had a point. They would not hesitate to strike against him if the world government found an opening. "I have another crucial reason for going to headquarters." Slowly lifting his gaze, Arasure looked at Doflamingo. With Crocodile absent, this young man before him was undoubtedly one of the more intelligent ones around. "What is it?" Doflamingo asked. What could be important enough for Arasure to take such a risk? To assume the position of Admiral. Arasure said in a firm tone. Doflamingo's pupil shrank, momentarily stunned. "Admiral? You mean an admiral position?" "This was something Sengoku personally discussed with me, and it is precisely because of this offer that I've decided to make the trip to Marineford." Arasure paused before giving a faint smile. "Because this isn't just about becoming an admiral. It represents the stance of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Marines backing him." Doflamingo's eyes flickered. "If you truly become an admiral, then even if the world government wants to take action against you, they will have to consider the Marines' response." Arasure nodded. "Exactly. Of course, I am not afraid of the world government schemes. No matter what happens, at the very least, I will not die." Doflamingo was confused by that last sentence. How could anyone in this world claim they would never die? "So, what mission do you want to assign me?" he asked, recalling Arashi's earlier words. "Oh, it's a simple one. I want you to go undercover as a pirate." Arasure smiled. "What?" Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, but soon a grin spread across his face. Arasure smirked as he looked into Doflamingo's eyes. "For me, it's indeed simple. But as for the reason," he paused momentarily before adding with a light chuckle, "just a bit of amusement." Doflamingo didn't understand, and he didn't want to ask further. Returning to his life as a pirate was far more appealing than staying with the Marines. The two departed from the West Blue one after the other. Arasure left first, traveling alone on his ship. Given the risks of this journey, he was confident in his ability to survive any unforeseen circumstances, but he couldn't guarantee the same for others. Standing at the ship's bow, his gaze flickered, his expression contemplative. Sengoku's stance toward me is crystal clear. But will the world government make a move against me? It's possible, but not certain. Another question is, how much do they truly know about the forces under my command? If they've uncovered more than 70%, then I may have a problem. He knew very well that his forces and many of his actions that directly challenged the world government's bottom line, must never be exposed. If they were, the celestial dragons and their ilk would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Minus 1,511, West Blue. After such a long time, ensuring that no intelligence had leaked out was impossible. Meanwhile, in Mary Gios, he's left the West Blue. The Marine's attitude toward him is now completely at odds with ours. Eliminate him. He must be eliminated. This is a rare opportunity. If we find the right moment, no matter the cost, we might just be able to take him down. The O'Hara Sky Island incident and the disappearance of Dr. Vegapunk years ago, both are linked to him. The five elders sat with cold expressions, their voices seething with rage. This man is incredibly difficult to deal with. If we make a move, it must be decisive and swift, and we cannot allow him the chance to take his own life. If he dies, all his wounds will heal instantly, a terrifying ability. Don't worry, I've already devised a specialized strategy. We have a high chance of capturing him. If we can't kill him, we can restrain and seal him. There will always be a way to deal with him. Finally, a chilling voice concluded. This time, we are not in Mary Gios. Whatever the cost, it will be acceptable. He is arrogant. That is his greatest weakness. Pride is the greatest obstacle to survival. Arasure was indeed growing overconfident, and with good reason. 11 years ago, he possessed the strength to battle legendary pirates. In the years that followed, he openly defied the world government. His overwhelming power had even forced the government into compromises on more than one occasion. Over the next decade, he recruited numerous powerful individuals, established an experimental base, founded a marine academy, and placed 3 admirals under his command. Thus, he effectively controlled the entire West Blue Marine Force. Though he had yet to involve himself in politics, it was only a matter of time. Eventually, the West Blue would become his empire. Who in the world had ever achieved such a feat? GOLD. Roger? He was merely an adventurer with a talent for navigation, someone who reached a hidden island. Shiki the Golden Lion? A man with ambition, but neither the wisdom nor the strength to see it through, a brute who relied solely on destruction. Edward Newgate, Whitebeard? At his core, he is a gentle father protecting his so-called sons, clinging to an idealized family. Even in the Marineford War, after being stabbed, he still embraced his traitorous son, hoping to move him with kindness, reminiscent of those idealistic organizations that reward betrayal with wealth. Arasure stood atop a golden sceptre at the ship's bow, watching as the gates of justice drew closer. He reflected on the past decade, on everything he had built. Without even realizing it, he had risen to such heights of power. Unfortunately, Ifia wasn't with him this time. Before leaving, he had sent her to the East Blue on a secret mission. He had no one to share this moment of realization with. Sengoku spoke to him a few days earlier and confirmed his role in the upcoming transition. The fleet admiral position was practically guaranteed to be his. The only issue now was the world government's interference. Recently, a group of veteran vice admirals suddenly emerged to oppose Sengoku's promotion, stalling the process. Among those close to Sengoku, Garp remained indifferent, Zephyr stayed silent, and only Tsuru reached out to contact Arasure. Though more than a decade had passed since Roger's execution, Arasure still held immense prestige among some of the older Marines. Among the newer generation, his reputation was even greater. 10 years had passed. The young officers who had once admired him had now risen through the ranks, securing important positions across the Marine forces. Unlike the aging veterans, the younger generation was the true backbone of the Marines, Sengoku's key supporters. When I take over, there will be a major reshuffling within the Marines. Even through the den mushi, Arasure could hear the cold anger in Sengoku's voice. This generation will be the strongest yet. Borsalino, codenamed Kizaru. Kazan, codenamed Akiji. Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu. And you, there will be 4 admirals. Sengoku's voice carried excitement. 4 admiral-level forces would be enough to suppress the escalating chaos of the era. The latter half of the Grand Line had been informally called the New World, and powerful figures were beginning to rise. This era was growing far more chaotic than Roger's time. At the very least, the number of pirates had increased dramatically. After the brief conversation, Arasure narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Sengoku to be so bold as to include him as a candidate for admiral. While he undoubtedly had the strength and prestige for the position, the pressure from the world government would be immense. Of course, the finer details would be discussed at Marineford, as the warship slowly passed through the gates of justice. Who's that vice admiral? On the fortress walls, a Marine major peered through a telescope at Arashi Sepaletis and asked in confusion. Who knows? With the fleet admiral transition coming up, officers from all over the world have been gathering at headquarters lately. This is a monumental event for the Marines. The outcome will shake the entire world. Indeed, it's an unprecedented occasion. A group of young Marine officers, unfamiliar with Arasure, spoke in awe as they watched the warship approaching. The ship's bow was adorned with a golden scepter, a striking sight. 10 years was a long time, especially in the ever-changing ranks of the Marines. Many of the younger generation had already forgotten Arasure, a place both familiar and unfamiliar. Gazing at the shimmering inner bay ahead, Arasure murmured to himself. He had overheard the conversations of the Marines on the fortress walls, but he paid them little mind. Moments later, the warship docked at the port. The once familiar Shinbu was no longer stationed there. Instead, welcoming him was a tall, slender Marine captain with long golden hair and purple-tinted sunglasses. "May I ask for your name, Vice Admiral?" the blonde captain inquired politely. "Arasure." Arasure smiled. "Vice Admiral Arasure, please proceed to the headquarters building for the meeting. You've arrived just in time. It only started a short while ago." The blonde captain chuckled. Even after hearing his name, it was clear that the captain didn't recognize him. Arasure nodded without saying much and headed directly toward the headquarters building. The walk was quiet. No one greeted him personally. Most Marines simply noticed the epaulets on his shoulders and offered a respectful salute. Times have changed. A fleeting sense of nostalgia passed through Arashi's mind. He recalled how, over a decade ago, young Marines looked at him with admiration and excitement every time he returned to headquarters. Some female officers were even overwhelmed by his presence. A single smile or a few words from him would nearly make them faint with joy. And yet, in just 10 short years, everything had changed. The new generation of Marines no longer recognized him. He stepped onto the familiar stone stairs as he approached the headquarters building. On either side of him stood elite Marines, their expressions stern and focused straight ahead. Arasure walked alone, his thoughts settling into a quiet calm. Upon entering the building, a middle-aged female officer stepped forward. "Vice Admiral, are you here to attend the headquarters meeting?" Her words and smile were spoken out of habit, yet they were polite nonetheless. Arasure nodded. "May I have your name?" she asked respectfully. Of course, it was part of her job. Every officer attending the meeting had to register their name. Arasure. Arasure. The female officer repeated the name, and the next moment, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire body stiffened, her steps halted abruptly, and she whipped around to look at the tall figure behind her. She couldn't stop trembling when she saw the short black hair and the powerful, broad-shouldered frame. "The Vice Admiral Arasure. It's really you." Her voice suddenly rose in pitch, sharp enough to catch the attention of the surrounding officers, who lifted their heads to see what was happening. "You know me?" Arasure asked with a smile. "Oh, of course. I was the one who handled your graduation paperwork back then." As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on her face. "You?" Arasure remembered now. He quickly linked the middle-aged woman before him to the young female officer who had once slipped him notes all those years ago. A decade had passed. She had aged and gained weight. "I never imagined you'd actually attend this meeting," the female officer said excitedly, thrilled to see the man she had admired for so long. "With a new fleet admiral taking office, it's only natural that I come," Arasure smiled. "So many years have passed, yet you haven't changed a bit, still so handsome and imposing. Even your abs." As she spoke, she absent-mindedly reached out toward Arashi's abdomen, her expression utterly captivated. Arasure took a step back, dodging the touch. My apologies. That was inappropriate of me. I'm married now, with a son and a daughter, so you don't have to worry, Vice Admiral Arasure," she added with a hint of disappointment. Arasure maintained his polite smile. "Let me guide you," she said, letting out a small chuckle before turning to lead the way. "Who do you think will be chosen as the new Fleet Admiral?" she asked. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku has strong support, but Vice Admiral Jabal is also a contender." Arasure narrowed his eyes slightly. Jabal. The name was unfamiliar to him. "Yes, Vice Admiral Jabal was transferred from the army a few years ago. I heard he has strong connections within the world government," she explained. "No wonder I haven't heard of him," Arasure nodded. "Even though Vice Admiral Jabal has gained popularity recently, I still support Admiral Sengoku," she declared. Arasure remained silent, merely listening as she rambled on, but he gathered some valuable intel about Marine headquarters. The struggle for the Fleet Admiral position between Sengoku and Jabal had caused quite a stir. It was clear that Jabal's candidacy was an anomaly, someone the world government had likely thrown in as a pawn. And yet, despite that, his backers were strong enough to create a power balance against Sengoku, preventing the renowned Marine Admiral from officially assuming the position. This is getting interesting." Arasure extended his observation field with a mere thought, instantly sensing the meeting room nearby. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Kong furrowed his brows as he looked at the vice admirals on either side of the long table. On the left, Sengoku sat at the head of his faction. On the right, leading the opposition, was Jabal, a 62-year-old man with a square face and an unkempt beard. Jabal is the most qualified candidate for Fleet Admiral. "That's right. I support Vice Admiral Jabal. He has the strength of an admiral and is far more loyal to the Marines." The arguments erupted instantly. "Admiral Sengoku is the rightful choice. You outsiders were transferred in. What right do you have to dictate our affairs? Go back to your army. This is the Marines. You have no place here. Don't think we don't see through your disgusting schemes." The tension in the room escalated, and it seemed like a brawl could break out at any moment. Kong's frown deepened. Just then, bang! The doors to the conference room swung open violently. A towering figure appeared at the entrance. "Jabal, get the hell out. There's only one rightful Fleet Admiral, and that's Admiral Sengoku." The cold voice echoed through the room, instantly silencing the heated debate.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.